Guide, we beseech thee, Almighty God, members of the Senate, that they may wisely deliberate for the good of this country and for the glory of thy holy name. Honorable members, please join me in the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from all evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Pray be seated.
Item number 3, oath of allegiance or affirmation of a new senator. Item number 4, confirmation of minutes.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President, and good morning to you and your staff. Good morning to my colleagues on the other side. Good morning to my colleagues here. Madam President, I beg that the minutes of the proceedings of a sitting of the Senate held at Parliament Building, Mount Weldale, St. George, on Friday, the 25th of July, 2025, be taken as read.
I thank the Leader of Government Business. Honorable members, the question is that the confirmation of the minutes of the proceedings of a sitting of the Senate held at the Parliamentary Building at Mount Weldale, St. George's, on Friday, 25th July, 2025, be taken as read. All those in favor, say aye. And of the opposing view, say nay. Ayes have it. The minutes are taken as read. Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg that the minutes of the proceedings of a sitting of the Senate held at Parliament Building, Mount Weldale, St. George, on Friday, the 25th of July, 2025, be confirmed.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Before we do the confirmation, I'm asking seeking clarity for the possibility of correction. When we list absences, if it is notified, don't we normally indicate that the person has been excused or so? Is it? Yeah, in other words...
Senator, I've heard nothing that you've said. It's quite muffled.
Oh, sorry. I don't know if it's the heat. I don't know if it's the heat that is causing that. The sun can't go out to properly. Probably. I'm saying, I'm inquiring whether or not when a senator is absent and an excuse was tendered, because you are required to inform whether or not that should not be reflected in the minutes. Because in my case, it just indicates absent, but I'm not seeing that that a notice was given of my absence.
Thank you. Clerk? Senator, we are seeking clarification for you. Proceed. Come forward. Thank you for your patience, Senator Lewis and other distinguished senators. The minutes will be amended to reflect that your excuse was sent. With that proviso, you're in agreement. Thank you kindly. With that proviso, we will proceed. Honorable members, the question is that the minutes of the proceedings of the ceremonial state opening of the fourth session of the 11th Parliament of Grenada, held at the Parliament Chamber, Mount Weldale, St. George's, on Friday, 12th September 2025, at 10 a.m., be confirmed, subject to the one change that we have presented and has been accepted by the relevant party. All those in favor say aye. All those in favor say aye. Senator.
Madam President, just to bring to your attention, I think we are confirming the second set of minutes, but I move the motion to confirm the first minutes.
Thank you, Senator. I did pause and look at you because my second, that one that I read is listed as our second minutes in my order paper. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Minutes are confirmed. Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg that the minutes of the proceedings of the ceremonial state opening of the 4th session of the 11th Parliament of Grenada, held at the Parliament Chambers, Mount Weldale, St. George, on Friday, the 12th of September, 2025, at 10 a.m., be taken as read.
Honorable members, the question is that the minutes of the proceedings of the ceremonial state opening of the 4th session of the 11th Parliament of Grenada be taken as read. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Confirmed. Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg that the minutes of the proceedings of the ceremonial state opening of the 4th session of the 11th Parliament of Grenada, held at Parliament Chambers, Mount Weldale, St. George, on Friday, the 12th of September, 2025, at 10 a.m., be confirmed.
Honorable members, the question is that the proceedings of the ceremonial state opening of the 4th session of the 11th Parliament of Grenada, held at the Parliament Chambers at Mount Weldale, St. George's, on Friday, 12th September 2025 at 10 a.m., be taken as read, be confirmed. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. Confirmed.
Item number 5, messages from the Governor General. Item number 6, announcements by Madam President.
Pleasant good morning again to all. We begin with an announcement that has just come in. As soon as it is printed and I receive it, I shall read it. Meanwhile, I would like to draw to this honorable House that since our last meeting, we have lost 3 former senators. And I ask for your patience as we pause to pay tribute to them into the record, having served in this body. First, Godfrey Ventu, due to his exuberant optimism regarding life and problem solving, was popularly known as No Problem. He served in this Senate and passed away on the 13th of August, 2025. A condolences book was opened for him on the 5th of September at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. On the 8th of September, former Senator Ventu was buried in an official Grenada government funeral. On behalf of the Senate, the President extends condolences to the sons, grandsons, and all other family members, his dear friends and associates of former Senator Ventu. He was a colorful and expressive Grenadian personality. His voice, his ideas, his language, his relations, and in being a full embodiment of a Grenadian patriot, draw him to the public. He was eternally affable, He dearly loved the people. He was a hard worker with big visions, an entrepreneur, a caring citizen, always serving. Gordon Godfrey Ventu, also known as a straight case and Rocket, was sworn into the Senate of Grenada on the 6th of April, 1990. Senator Ventu represented the tourism sector. He was a successful and widely known hotelier, and he became an advocate for hoteliers and more broadly for the hospitality and tourism industries in Grenada. The Grenada Hotel Association, as it was called at the time, knew that they had a true champion in him whenever he spoke or presented himself in the Senate. We thank former Senator Ventu for his service to Grenada in all the places he worked, volunteered, and generally engaged. And we thank him for his work, particularly here in the Senate. His time as senator, parliamentary secretary, and minister, nonetheless, was very meaningful, though short, as he always gave his best, and with sincerity, he went the extra mile. We who have come after him can indeed learn from him. We are confident that his legacy makes his family proud and our nation better. Thank you, Senator Godfrey Gordon Ventu, and may your soul rest in peace. Second, Joseph Maguire, former senator, passed away here in Grenada on the 2nd of October after a short illness. On behalf of all distinguished senators, the President extends sincere condolences to his widow, Nancy Maguire of Salisbury Road, St. Andrews, who, by the way, was the former press secretary to Sir Eric Gairy. Condolences are extended to Mr. Maguire's sister as well, the well-known media personality Josephine Maguire, and to all his family members, his friends, and all his former senatorial and other colleagues. Joey, or Baggies, as people in St. Andrews called him, was an avid political organizer, serving Sir Eric Gairy and the Grenada trade union movement. Baggies was a GBSS graduate, a teacher, and for most people who remember him, a social worker, for which, as I said, he's best remembered. Mr. Maguire served as a senator and a deputy president of the Senate from 1990 to 1992. The former senator never ran away from a challenge. He was seen as a very strong personality. The story is told to me that on one occasion, Senator Derek Knights called on the opposition to leave Parliament in protest, but Senator Maguire disagreed, and he remained, staying behind to voice his disapproval on a certain matter. Senator Maguire always wore a big smile that I believe came from a big, warm, sincere heart. Today, the Senate says, thank you, Senator Maguire, for your service, and may all that you have done for Grenada, in and out of the Senate, resonate pride with your family and remain a contribution to the building of our nation. And may your soul rest in peace. Neelan Franklin entered the Parliament of Grenada in August of 2022 following national elections. After serving as a youth parliamentarian, he served with commitment, which was revealed in his level of preparation, his engagement, and even his thoughtful engagement with the President at the conclusion of sittings. All this changed when, on September 9th, 2024, I received a letter from Senator Franklin, which said in part, "I am formally informing you that I have issued my letter of resignation to the Governor General of Grenada, Dame Cecile La Grenade, which will take effect as of September 30, 2024. It was indeed a pleasure serving under your leadership. I have become a better Grenadian because of my experience in the Senate. I look forward to finding new ways to contribute to the betterment of our country as I remain committed to the principles and values that have guided my service." We were all distraught to learn of the passing, suddenly and unexpectedly, of the passing of Senator Franklin. At his funeral, a statement was read on behalf of the Senate, which read in part, "On behalf of the Senate, I express sincere thanks to former Senator Neelan Franklin for his service in the upper house of Grenada's parliament. And equally, we express deep sadness that the senator has passed at such a young age and so unexpectedly. We extend our sincere condolences to the family, friends, and other colleagues of former senator. We pray that, like us, they too will find comfort in the legacy of his service. During his brief tenure in the Senate, the senator endeavored to fulfill his duty as a national youth leader, and he did capture the respect and admiration of all of us. It was clear that he had so much more to give, and that he could, if he so chose, blossom into a dedicated and inspiring national voice." This tribute continued and was read by the Deputy President of the Senate on behalf of the President and the Senate. We stand by those sentiments of loss, of appreciation, and of confidence that his record is one of inspiration in and out of the Senate. Finally, let me say that in the field of parliamentary diplomacy, Grenada has continued, and we attended the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association's 68th session, which was held in Barbados. Grenada was returned to the International Executive, and we are continuing to serve at the regional level as a member of the Caribbean, Atlantic, and American region of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. Here ends all my announcements, and I thank you for your kind attention. And now I have been presented with a letter that I shall read to you. Let's see. Yes, I have it. No, I have it. Oops. First, an excuse on behalf of Senator Nolan Cox, who said, due to urgent personal matters, he will not be attending the Senate today. As it regards to my colleagues, I have sent a letter indicating the same. I wish a smooth sitting today. Regards. And here is the letter. Dear Madam President, I write on behalf of the opposition senators to formally inform you that we will not be attending the sitting of the Senate scheduled for Thursday, November 6, 2025. This decision, taken after careful consideration, is made in solidarity with our colleagues, the members of the opposition in the House of Representatives, and in defense of the integrity of Grenada's parliamentary democracy. The recent conduct within the Parliament, particularly during the sitting of the House of Representatives on Tuesday, October 28, 2025, reflects a troubling erosion of parliamentary norms and a deepening disregard for the constitutional role of the opposition. The unilateral determination of the adjournment date, the failure to provide critical documents in a timely manner, and the public scolding of the Speaker by the Prime Minister all underscore a pattern of disrespect and disregard for due process. Our non-attendance is therefore an act of principle. It is a call to conscience against the marginalization of the opposition, the silencing of alternative voices, and the creeping authoritarianism that threatens the foundation of our democratic governance. We stand united, not in defiance of Parliament, but in defense of it. We trust that this position will be duly recorded in the official records of the Senate. Respectfully, Senator the Honorable Nolan Cox, on behalf of the opposition senators. I have just received the letter, so I have not been able to formulate an adequate response, except the following. To say that the Senate does not normally concern itself with, if I may say, concerns or quarrels in the other place. One. And secondly, I wish to vigorously reject any implication that here in the Senate there is marginalization of the opposition, silencing of alternative voices, or creeping authoritarianism. Absolutely rejected for the Senate. I will reply to the letter formally at a later time. I thank Senator Cox, and as I have tried to reach him to tell him over the last few days, we have business to do, and we look forward to his continuing presence and participation. Thank you.
Item number 7, ministerial statements.
Senator Quince Britton, you have requested the floor, and I'm delighted to ask you to take it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning to my colleagues on this side and on the other side, and to the staff and everyone who's watching or listening us online. Madam President, I too would like to join and associate myself in offering on my behalf and my family's behalf, and by extension the constituency of St. Mark, in offering our condolences to the families of the former senators who passed over the past couple of months, especially the family of our dear brother Neilon Franklin. This one really hit home to us. So I just want to offer our prayers and thoughts as they embark upon this journey of healing, Madam President. So I also rise, Madam President, to offer a brief ministerial statement from our ministry, the Ministry of Tourism, Creative Economy and Culture. And more so, one initiative, well, two things I would like to highlight, Madam President, that most recently, as yesterday, the ministry, the Grenada Office of Creative Affairs had launched this multimedia course, as well as multimedia together with animation, getting our creatives, training them to go to another level, Madam President. And this is an excellent initiative. Another initiative under the Office of Creative Affairs, ensuring that our people get the necessary training so that they can sharpen on their skills. The other thing, Madam President, that we have upcoming in a few days, on Saturday to be exact, is the handing over of some steel pan. And it's an initiative, a community steel pan initiative or steel pan program, and it goes with the acronym COMSPAN. That's COMSPAN. And we carry the motto or the theme, where every community find its rhythm. So the initiative, Madam President, it's the brainchild or initiative of our dear minister, the leader of government business, Madam President, where it's an initiative that would go over a 5-year period, where we try to establish new bands in communities, start up new pan initiative to get more people playing and learning to play the steel pan, because it's one of the instruments, the only instrument, as a matter of fact, that was created by we in the Caribbean in the 20th century. And the program goal, like I said, is to expand community steel pan ensembles as a hub for youth development, cultural celebration, sustainable growth, ensuring Grenada's steel pan heritage thrives for generations to come. And the acronym COMSPAN, it means Communities United, O, opportunities, as you see, O, opportunities for youth, M, mentorship and capacity building, S, steel pan sustainability, P, performance and exposure, A, artistic excellence, and N, nation building. So, Madam President, we were able to secure and procure approximately 240 pieces of pan from Trinidad in collaboration with, we had a partnership with a company from Trinidad called MITCO, that's Musical Instruments of Trinidad and Tobago Cooperative, MITCO, yes. And they, Madam President, we visited them at their factory. They showed us not just the production, but they went through the process of outlining what the programs, making recommendation. So they are here with us as well. So the pans has been shipped from Trinidad. This initiative will take into consideration all the parishes in Grenada, including Carriacou and Petit Martinique. So with that, we'll be starting up in every parish a new community band in every parish across the Tri-Island states. And like I said, it's an initiative that will go over a 5-year period. So on Saturday, God's will, from 5:30 p.m., I invite every one of you to come down to the Tantin Netball Court, where you would see we would have the official handing over of the instruments to the various parishes, as well as you would get to listen because we pool together a number of players from the existing bands to play those instruments for the first time. So they form sort of a national steel orchestra, if you want to coin it in that way. So we are excited. It's an initiative have never been undertaken by the government on that magnitude, and we hope to see a lot more benefits coming from that, because it's not just about training people in music, but arrangers, pan tuners, all those things, Madam President. So that I'm very happy to update the nation on what it is that's happening in our ministry, and inviting everyone to come down to that event on Saturday, God's will, at the Tantin Netball Court. So thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you very much. We look forward to much music across the country due to this initiative. Thank you. Leader of Government Business.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And I will also like to join you in expressing my condolences to the senators that have passed away, especially my good friend, former Senator Nilon Franklin. Madam President, I would like to also make an observation to the House. I have observed, I came here at 8:15 this morning because I thought it would have been good to come and prepare myself to deal with the business of this very important institution. And knowing what took place in the other house, in the other place, I thought, and I prayed that this would not have happened here, knowing the level of camaraderie that we have in this house and this level of seriousness that we have here. Unfortunately, when you read the excuse coming from the leader of the opposition in the Senate, Senator Nolan Cox, I was a bit taken aback because I didn't expect, we didn't have any problem in this very honorable house. We didn't have any issues, and I think everything flowed smoothly. So there's no reason why we ought not to have had full house for this sitting. And it's quite unfortunate that apart from satisfying whatever political needs one may have, first and foremost, we have to, and we ought to, consider the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique. They are the reason why we are here. We are here for no other purpose more than to take care of the people's business. And it's very unfortunate that on the other side, we are seeing empty chairs. So I hope that in the future, we will give consideration to what is more important than our own personal or party politics ideas. Having said that, Madam President, I would like to expand a little on one of the issues that Senator Britton raised a while ago, Madam President, the whole question of the master class in animation and multimedia. Madam President, the Ministry of Tourism, the Creative Economy and Culture, under the watchful eyes of the Grenada Office of Creative Affairs, have organized and execute 1 month training program in multimedia and animation training. Madam President, and what is interesting about this training session, the main facilitator is coming from a gentleman whose name is Mr. Francis Brown. And interestingly, Madam President, nature has taken its course. This is a gentleman who is born and bred in the heart of Africa, from Ghana. I'm making the point because it is very important to know that Grenada is leading in that reconnection with our African brothers and sisters. I feel so happy to know that we can look other places for alternative when coming to the development of our country, especially in the development of the creative economy. This is a brand new division that we have established after taking office in July 2022. And the level of progress we continue to make, Madam President, I can see that the creatives in this country, they are rising and they are coming forward, just realizing the potential. And this administration is putting our money where our mouth is by injecting heavy financial investment in this very important industry. Madam President, we have explored all possibilities. We are giving grants, we are giving soft loans, and we are giving vouchers. We are enhancing businesses that already exist and cannot exploit the real potential. Madam President, we are also working with people who have ideas and dream, but they cannot go forward. We are taking them from the cradle, and we have no intention of bringing them to the grave. But all our intention is to help them to master what's the skills and talent that they have. Madam President, the economic benefits that the creative industry can bring to Grenada is overwhelming. And therefore, in the early days, when you are planting your seeds and nurturing your plants, it takes time for it to fruit and production and the realization that the benefits can come to our people. And most of all, Madam President, this industry is helping so much with creating the level of employment. It's amazing. Because people no longer have to come with their hands begging for assistance, but rather than they can really and truly assist the government in employing our young people and creating the platform for them to move forward. So, Madam President, I'm so happy to stand here today and be part and be associated with this very important industry, the creative economy, under the guided leadership of the Grenada Office of Creative Affairs. And I look forward to many more activities of that nature, Madam President. Madam President, this month, the month of November, is also Tourism Awareness Month. And we are cognizant of the fact that while tourism contributes almost 35% to the GDP, between 30 and 35%, we realize that even though as kids growing up, we heard the slogan, tourism is everybody's business, but are we, as a Grenadian community, really feeling the business, really feel that we are part and parcel of it? And so the Ministry of Tourism, the Creative Economy and Culture, we are taking on the bold responsibility to educate our citizens of this very important industry. We want them to be part of it. We want them to feel it. And we want to make sure that the necessary link, the conscious linkages are developed. We must have the linkage between schools, education, and tourism. The linkage with agriculture and tourism, the manufacturing sector, the vendors, the taximen. So many areas we can link tourism with. I believe that we do have a responsibility. And therefore, while we will emphasize in the month of November, I want to assure this Honorable House that on a daily basis, in times to come, from 2026 going forward, tourism will be in the face of every citizen of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique. Thank you very much.
I thank the Leader of Government Business, reporting in his capacity as associated, as he says, with the creative sector. Thank you, Senator Thomas. And I offer the floor to Senator Andre Lewis. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I rise to just follow up on probably 2 or 3 matters in particular raised by the Leader of Government Business, and to, in terms of his first observation and presentation about the need for us to attend to the nation's business here, I want to completely identify with this. However, I wish to point out the following.
Thank you for pausing, Senator Lewis. You see my face. I can hardly hear what you are saying with a level of clarity.
I know that there seems to be some mechanical or alternative provision to keep us, to blow some breeze, and I'm not sure because we are hot. I'm not sure that whether or not this is disturbing, because unless this is not working properly, so I'll try to elevate my voice. Thank you very much. Because I guess I'm competing, because the AC appears not to be working, and the fans are, and I therefore wonder how the staff is making it. And I offer my concerns for the staff, not just first and foremost as a trade unionist and as a human being, because it is not comfortable working in this environment. And therefore I call upon the relevant authorities to please give urgent attention to ensuring that the staff first and foremost is comfortable, and then for us, because we have accepted leadership roles, and the fact that they are here, we have to be here. In some other workplace, I may have asked for us to probably excuse ourselves, but we are here because the clerk and others are here. I know it must be, even yourself, Madam President, permit me to make that observation, because from time to time the camera will focus on you. I have seen you fanning yourself, yes? And I assume that this is part of the atmosphere or the environment inside here. So to all our colleagues here, even the police officers and everyone who are in this building, I offer my concern as to the conditions that we are currently existing. Certainly today, I was not here yesterday. And I really wish that something can be done. Thank you very much. Yes, Madam President. As was indicated, so I rise to identify with the observation made by the Leader of Government Business of the importance of this House, this Senate, and the need for us to be present. But I myself, to be I had had discussions with you, Madam President, and I was not sure of being able to be present here today. But I, understanding the call of duty and understanding the need to raise the concerns that had developed relative to the standing order in terms of preparing oneself. The standing order to the Senate that we are accustomed to, and we know that part of the role and function of the clerk, and the clerk under his duties is obligated to send out the standing order, which will contain the business of the Senate within 6 clear days. There can be exceptions, and no exceptions are made. But these exceptions would be like if you have an emergency or so, because if that is not the case, anyone who argues differently, it will mean that our highest office or house in terms of the democratic process can be handled willy-nilly, meaning that if the norm, and it's not a norm, let me just say, it is not a norm, but I will explain what I mean. If under normal circumstances, unless there is some extenuating factor preventing that notice period, if it means that that can happen just so, it will lead to uncertainty, and it will lead to the clerk or the persons responsible for setting the meetings doing just so. I'm not saying that this is the case, but because I was involved last week, recognizing what happened in the other place, and being fully aware that the standing order or the order of business emanates from that other place, and understanding the role and function of the clerk. As I said, there are exceptions, because the standing order makes provision for that. The same under Rule 6, I think it's C or D, when it gives the 6 clear days, it says except where meetings are scheduled, but that ought not to be interpreted as a factor where normal circumstances or there is no extenuating factor to prevent that from happening. So I was involved. I called the clerk. As a matter of fact, when that happened in the other place, I called because I needed to prepare. I represent labor. And the way I operate, and I am sure that my colleagues on the other side here too, just as the government side, will need to engage for guidance on matters. So although sometimes these bills and others are sent out, at the same time for the public, for us in the Senate, the official document will come when the order paper comes, or within the 6-day period. And therefore what I do in terms of my preparation, I like to come prepared. I immediately called the clerk and was expecting that because there was a movement from the previous meeting date, I think it was the 28th in the other place, the last Tuesday, then our 7-day period, 7-day period, will take us into next week. As a matter of fact, there were discussions among myself and Senator Cox, who contacted, based on the information I've had from him, members of the government side. And there was a tentative or agreement or understanding that we will meet next week. First, it was next week, Thursday. Then it was said that, and I wouldn't identify the office, had to travel on the Thursday, so the government side say, they can't make it the Thursday. Then we look at the Wednesday created a challenge, and then it was agreed for the Tuesday. So I was operating on the basis of the Tuesday. Lo and behold, on the evening, apparently, of the finishing of the other place, which I saw the next day, I recognized that the other paper came out, which means to say that we had 1 day. We had 1 day, which will be Wednesday, because today is Thursday. And I can tell you, Madam President, up to last night, I left that office late, meeting with the unvaccinated workers of SGU, who after 4 years, we have not been able to solve the matter that has been outstanding. These are people at the school have sent home because they were not vaccinated, have not paid them, and we have been constantly grinding at the matter. I must attend, and the union must attend to that business. So it put us under pressure from organized labor in terms of being prepared. But I made it my duty to be here. So I just wish to appeal that in the future, unless, and we could understand that, So for instance, we have accepted without any ado that, so for instance, I know last year or year before, because the government, the state of Grenada, sometimes have deadlines to meet that may come in late because, you know, we have to respond to the international community and certain things need to be done by the 31st of December or the 30th. We have come here. We have made the observation, but based on the discussions that I had with Senator Cox and based on the discussion that I'm accepting that he held with members of the government side, I certainly formed more than the impression that there was a willingness and an acceptance to meet next week. And on that basis, I'm just raising, I've accepted everything the leader of government, and you have a complete commitment, my brother, you know that, right? We're making this request. We're making this request for this due consideration, especially under normal circumstances. I mean, if, for instance, a reason was advanced that, you know, it's difficult or a number of people will be absent, then one would be able to understand that. Yes? So I just thought I should place that there because the leader of government business raised the need for us to be here. And I totally identify with that. Only to say, in repeating, that I came close to not being sure if I should show up because I would not be totally prepared. But I think we are capable enough of dancing on our feet to address the nation business. And of due concern for me, the fact that in the public and in the other place, the clerk who is a worker, who is a member of the Grenada Public Workers Union, and by extension, under the Grenada Trades Union Council, and by extension, who himself was a former vice president of the Public Workers Union, a colleague and Mr. and brother that I have tremendous respect for. In my view, and in the view of Labour, he was unfairly bashed in the public, and those who may be in public office, who may have been involved in that, and who may have called upon him to make, or his office, because he's part of the parliament staff, to issue whatever apologies, if, as it appears, that whatever may have happened may not be able to be laid on his doorstep, he may be warranted.
Senator, thank you. We are not discussing the issues of the other house in here, please.
I accept, Madam President. I merely ventured along that line to explain why, because the order paper is tied to that office and it is linked, I take it, but I was just explaining, because the 7-day notice or the 6-day notice, in my understanding, starts from that period. So I'll go on. Thank you very much, Madam President. You have my utmost respect, Madam President. Thank you very much. And just to offer my deepest appreciation and solidarity to my colleague, someone who I have tremendous respect for, who has been in battle with me and the movement, and even at moments when he could back away, he never backed away. He stood on the basis of integrity, so that I know of him. And so I salute you on this. Moving on, Madam President, and I merely did this because it was raised by the leader of government business. That matter. Moving on, Madam President, I wish to note the points made by certainly the Minister of Agriculture and the Secretary, Culture, Tourism and Culture, Agriculture, yes, because I want to make that point, for the tremendous work that I have seen paid towards what you call the creatives. I mean, they're always in the news. I've seen that effort. So I want to recognize that. And as he spoke about the aspect of tourism, I wish to put, which one will develop later, in another sitting, just to posit that there, that I think that we already have, in terms of the tourists that currently visit us, that we can take more of that tourist dollar, even if there isn't an increase in the tourist arrival, by having more locally produced goods and services. So we wish to recommend that again, and to ask that the creative pay attention to. I'm not saying that they don't, but I have not heard it. But I'm making a request that the creative pay attention to, and using it also the intellectual aspect of it, to link with agriculture, to make agriculture interesting to our youth, so that our youths in school can look forward to working in agriculture, not by using a knife or a cutlass and a fork and a spade, as our grandparents and foreparents did, but to use apps to manage agriculture. So therefore, I wish to just identify with the observation of the role played by the administration relative to the creative, which over the past certainly 2 years, I must admit, has been given significant attention. And I look forward to the fruits of that labor in a very pronounced and organized way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Lewis. I want to respond to 2 or 3 points you raised. First of all, regarding the heat. I see a request from our distinguished
Madam President,
Madam.
thank you. I do crave your indulgence at this point, just to make a few comments of correction, so to speak, in relation to certain of the matters raised by my learned and distinguished colleague representing Labour in this honorable House. First, I fully associate myself with the sentiments expressed by the leader of government business in this honorable House, which, Madam President, you have been managing with impeccable decorum, fairness, impartiality, and dignity. No member of this honorable House can seriously accuse you, Madam President, of being in any way disproportionate in the way you treat members of the House. Absolutely no one can accurately say that. And therefore, I join with you, Madam President, in taking serious objection to the contents of the letter. I also add that I 100% agree with you that matters that occur in the other place ought not to impact how we conduct ourselves in this honorable House. They are two separate and distinct houses of the Parliament. And, Madam President, we have our own standing orders in this House, so that we are not to look to the standing orders of the other place to interpret or to guide how we proceed in this honorable House. In that regard, the reference to the 6-day notice required by the standing orders of the other House for the Parliament, the offices of the Parliament to give notice of sittings is totally misconceived, with the greatest of respect to my senator on the other side. Madam President, in the standing orders governing this honorable House, Order 24, titled Period of Notice, reads as follows: with the consent of the President, a notice of a government motion may be placed on the order paper for the sitting of the day following on which it is given to the clerk. So any motion intended to be debated can actually be placed on the order paper the following day, for debate the following day. That's my interpretation of Order 24. And I may be missing something, and I could be corrected if I'm wrong, but I have not been able to identify any standing order in the standing orders of the Senate that requires a 6-day notice period as obtained in the standing orders for the lower house. Added to that, Madam President, the Parliament took the precaution of sending the matters to be debated even before the debate in the lower house took place. Madam President, we have had sight of these papers since October 24th. That's when we received it from the offices of Parliament, which causes me, Madam President, to seriously doubt the veracity of the claims of non-receipt made in the other place. Because I know we got it since the 24th of October. And so, Madam President, we had documents in advance. We had documents in advance, right? Okay, but this, so I am now directed, I am now directed to Standing Order 7, right, which speaks to the duties of the clerk, right? And the order paper needing to be circulated, Standing Order 7, Sub-Order 6, which speaks to the responsibility of preparation for sittings. So the order paper containing the business, but that doesn't obviate Order 24, which allows the clerk to place on the order paper a matter received the day before. And that's the point I'm making. And in this instance, there was no breach. There was no breach of the standing orders in this place, considering what Order 24 says, right? And so I indicated that we got notice of this sitting since the 24th. So there is really no basis for the members of this House to complain about the proceedings here. And that's the point I rise to make, Madam President. Thank you.
Light off. That's it. Thank you, Madam Senator. And I offer the floor to somebody. Is it you, Senator? Lewis, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much. Because the public is listening, I must respond in terms of the standing orders of the Senate. And I recognize, and I didn't expect anything different, that once my learned friend recognizes that she was not fully apprised of the rules governing notice of the order paper, she will immediately correct. So I don't need to address that. I will address, however, Section 24 notice period, because the public is listening. And remember, we have youth parliamentarians that will be following these and will be patterning their discussion based on their understanding of what we do. Because we are, one or two of us are currently engaged with them, and they are looking forward to our debate discussion today. So I'm obligated to just to point out here.
However, I do hope you are, thank you, Senator. I do hope you are speaking as part of this conversation more than you are speaking to the listening public.
No, sure. No, I'm speaking to this conversation because the this has been broadcast live. And therefore, the listening public is following the discussion here. So I am speaking, if it was not broadcast live, I may have said during lunchtime I can raise it with my friend and colleague, but I will not have that opportunity to do that. And therefore, we are obligated to notice period. It says, with the consent of the president, but that is with the consent of the president. A notice of a government motion, that's a notice of a government motion, may be placed on the order paper for sitting of the day following that on which it was given to the clerk. Well, that's okay. However, let us go to 24.2, which is of concern to us, because we are 24.2, and I'll read 24.2. 24.2 says, except as provided in Standing Order number 69, I see I have put number 70 here, so there may be probably something I need to correct, but I'll just read what is written here. Except as provided in Standing Order number 69, that is, reports from select committees, a notice of a private senator's motion shall not be entered in the order book or placed upon the order paper for a day earlier than 12 clear days from the day on which the notice was given to the clerk. So why this 6 day would be important is that you can count before, so at least you have an idea. So once we know, I could only speak for me. So in terms of my working period, once I know, I'm aware that the other place is meeting, I know that I have to buckle down ourselves to get a motion out that will fall within the 6 day period plus 6. 6 plus 6. Yes, so that's why it is important for that guide. So it is not there just willy-nilly. So I'm just pointing that out here. And just to explain further, under duties of the clerk, number 6, it says the clerk shall be responsible for preparing for each sitting, and I'll read A, an order paper containing the business for that sitting. So the order paper is not merely a piece of paper, but it is the order paper that will contain the business for that sitting. And therefore, the business for that sitting, the clerk cannot, or I shouldn't say cannot, let me back off. The clerk may not be able to provide a standing order for the Senate unless the other place meets. And I stand to be corrected on that, but that's my understanding. Because the order paper will have, because the way, although there is called, the other place is called probably, well, lower, but it comes from there to us. And therefore, it is not just a willy-nilly function. As a matter of fact, the order paper can come out before, with more than 6 days' notice. But it will not be able to come out until the other place meet. So it is important for us to understand that. And I'm not doing this to create any issue. I'm doing this so that we can understand. And therefore, when the leader of government business or some other person from the other side reaches out to us, because we do discuss with one another, when is the best time, sometime to hold a meeting, especially when there are issues. We have done that. We have done that in the past, and I wish that that continues so that we can accommodate everyone. So I'm not just saying this off just the flip of a hat. And so A says, an order paper containing the business for that sitting, and B says, which speaks about the order paper to be circulated at least 6 clear days. So the order paper will contain the business. So I know that the Attorney General has accepted that this is there, and I note that. Yeah, no, very much. No, very much so. And that's why I would not belabor the issue. So thanks for that recognition. Right? So I just wanted to clarify this.
Madam President, I wanted to. It's just one point.
Thank you, Senator. Yeah. Senator St. Clair.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to, I want to speak on the ministerial, but I want to just take part in this little discussion. I actually put up my mic when the Attorney General was speaking to invoke a point of order, but I guess you didn't see. And the point of order had to
do, I have not.
That's okay.
Did not see.
But the point of order had to be, Madam President, the fundamental issue that comes out of this whole debate here is that on that email of October 24th, where was the other paper? So all this thing about to put on other paper, where was the other paper, even to add to the other paper? The question is, I'm looking in my email of the 24th of October, and I've not seen the other paper, which means the clerk has not done his work, which means that the trigger for a meeting was not sent out, which means that even if 24A and B and C want to be invoked, as my dear friend Senator Lewis says, it has nothing to sit on because there is no paper. That's my contribution to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Any other comments on this matter? I see the light of the Attorney General. You have the floor,
Madam President, as the learned and good Senator for Labour mentioned, this is being broadcast live. And when we cite the standing orders, we must do so in a fulsome way so that the full meaning and effect can be appreciated. So, Standing Order 7, Sub-Order 6, 2, which speaks to the 6 days within which the order paper is to be circulated, goes on to contemplate Standing Order 24, which allows for a motion to be placed on the order paper the day before the debate takes place, because it says, the clerk shall be responsible for preparing for each sitting, and he shall cause the order paper to be circulated to members at least 6 clear days before the day on which the Senate is appointed to meet, except in cases of the sitting of the Senate where short notice has been given. This is Order 24 now, in which event the order paper shall be so circulated at least 1 day earlier than the day on which the meeting is to be held. So that actually takes me back to the point that I made earlier, that there is no mandatory requirement in the standing orders for there to be a lapse of 6 days before issuance of the order paper and sitting of the Senate. Because the very rule that speaks to the 6 days contemplates what Order 24 provides for when it says, except in cases of the sitting where short notice has been given. So it does contemplate that an order paper may be circulated 1 day before the Senate sits. So I thought I would offer that clarification. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Madam Senator. Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. And taking off from where the AG left, Madam President, I think it is very important also that the public get to know a little more. Madam President, sometimes I get a little caught up when we
Speak to us.
are here so long.
Speak to us, Senator. Speak
Yes, Madam
to
President.
us, and the public will know.
Yes. I don't believe in the principle of making people for law. I believe in making law for people. And based on circumstances, from time to time, we have to amend and change laws because people's behavior changes. Madam President, if my calculation serves me right, we have met here for over 30 plus times, and we had no problem. This circumstances here, this circumstance, Madam President, is not the regular circumstances. No one of us here anticipated that the sitting in the other place would have come to such an end. And therefore, our planning was in anticipation that the meeting on the 24th would have been completed. However, we ought to know. Let me make the point before I go there. I spoke to the President of the Senate. I spoke to the leader of the opposition on the other side extensively on the subject matter as to whether we should have the meeting on the 6th or if we should change it. And I said to each one of them, bear me out, Madam President, if the other paper in the other place, in regards to subjects on the paper, if there are any changes and anything new, or anything was extracted from it, I am willing to talk to my colleagues and ask that we change the date from the 6th and go on. There was no sign of dissent. Nobody objected to that. And therefore, I ask, in a very polite manner, that we send out the notice again, reminding the senators that the meeting, we are recommending and suggesting that the meeting takes place on the 6th. And when the question is asked, that all the important documents that are necessary for intensive debate here today was sent and presented on the 24th. And the paper that was missing is the other paper, which is very important. Very, very important. But Madam President, in regards to debates and preparation, I think every senator in this honorable house can say that they had the important documents in their possession. But further to that, Madam President, I personally had access to the other paper in the other house. And if you are an astute senator, that can be found. It can be found here. It can be found in public domain as to what is being discussed. And as a matter of fact, if I was not a senator inside of here, I would have wanted to see the other paper on in the other house as an ordinary citizen. So to come and say that, and give the impression that I did not have access to the other paper in the other place, Madam President, what are we talking about? Are we playing with semantics? So I really and truly want us to focus on the very important matter, the very important documents which was all circulated long before the Senate was supposed to meet on the 6th.
I thank the Senator, and I offer the floor to Senator Rahman. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to suggest that in the interest of time and the country's business, that we move on, because we cannot change the past. I would also like to make mention, as a reminder to the leader of government business, that whatever happens and is given to the lower house has, or the other place, has little or no bearing here. So that is important. That's an important distinction. But we know, and we take the point that the leader of government business has made, that for the past 30 or so sit-ins, everything has gone smoothly. And this is the first time that we have had such an incident. So I think we can all move on with the understanding that we hope it doesn't happen like that again. With regard to your comments, Madam President, while you were speaking about the independence of the Senate, I wrote the following words, and of course it is local language. The Senate does not drink bush tea for other people's fever. If we do get a fever, we control it with respect and clarity, with an understanding that sometimes you have to agree to disagree and get on with the nation's business. So I just want to say that I agree with you in that regard. And I also, in commenting on the Leader of Government's Business report with regard to tourism, I'm happy to see that they are broadening the product through creatives. They are broadening and enriching the tourism product, because we don't want that when tourists come to our shores that they go to see the same thing at every different site that they visit, and it is very monotonous. We want them to have different experiences, unique cultural experiences, and in order to do so, we have to invest in our creatives, which they have been doing a fine job of. So I'd like to commend him on that and his government on that. I thank you.
I thank you. Senator Sinclair?
Yeah. Thank you, Madam President. I rise to speak, make some remarks on the ministerial statements provided so specific to the creative and the tourism. One, it's good to see the whole issue of the multimedia and that part of the direction. Of course, it was mentioned that it's for 1 month. We trust that we can have repeat and that we can see good opportunities coming from this, and that the proper persons are also targeted. Because sometimes persons attend things, yes, is one, but how do they take it forward? So persons who has the potential for good uptake to show success is important. Myself has specific interest in those things as from young, and I've pursued various engagement in that area. So I also have a sort of personal support for this direction. The idea on the tourism, and specifically, I must say that in my regular work at the Nutmeg Association, we have had extensive and continuous dialogue with the Board of Tourism and the leadership there in exploring a lot of opportunities in creating linkages with agriculture, and I've not too sure if it's because of the minister position and his history, but there has been a profound connection with the chairman in particular, who takes personal interest in engaging us. As you say, you want to make the place spice again, and there are a lot of initiatives that we have discussed, including right now we also produce a syrup, grenada syrup, spice syrup, in collaboration with the tourism industry. So, and there are a lot of other things that they are mentioning that I wouldn't speak on because that's the minister's portfolio. So I must say that I have seen it personally in that collaboration, and as I have mentioned before, we operate 2 museums in Victoria and one at Bolio, and so we are deep showing how that agriculture connection is in the system. And you're speaking about 70,000 farmers from that sector alone. And so whatever that can be done in that space, definitely we would be on board and to collaborate accordingly in that area. So I wanted to commend, and we hope that it continues in that trust. Thank you.
I thank you, Senator, as you lead us into the business of today. Senator Seville Francis, you have requested the floor. You have it, madam.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you for also accepting my tardiness this morning. as expressed prior to the sitting, that I was going to be a bit late, and it was unavoidably so. Madam President, I take this opportunity to say welcome back to all of my colleagues in this honorable house. It's been a while since we've met or seen each other in this respect. I also want to place on record my deepest condolences to the families, friends, and everyone who loved and cared for our fallen senators that served in this honorable house. Madam President, I also wish to place on record my profound thanks and deeply heartfelt gratitude to everyone in this honorable house who has been a support system for me throughout these trying times in the loss of my dear friend and brother, Senator Nealon Franklin. And as you can see, Madam President, this morning when you started, I had to exit the room. It was a very difficult time for me this morning, keeping it together, and I keep wondering how I'm going to proceed for the rest of my time as a senator because of the memories that we shared and the things that bonded us in this honorable house. Nevertheless, Madam President, as we say, the people's business must go on. And I'm here this morning to speak particularly or to provide updates from the ministry as the month of October is recognized as Youth Month. And as the Parliamentary Secretary with responsibility for youth, Madam President, it would be remiss of me if I did not take this opportunity to enlighten the public and this honorable house as to what we've been doing and what is planned for the month of November. We've started off the month giving thanks and praise to God with our National Church Service, which was held at Christ the King Roman Catholic Church in Grand Roy, St. John on the 2nd of November under the theme, Our Youth, Our Strength, Our Country. And that will be the theme for this month's celebration going forward. Madam President, the church was packed, and that is a great sign that our young people came out in numbers. The church was filled beyond its capacity to accommodate our young people who came out to ensure that this month that celebrates who we are and what we do started off on the right path. And I must give special commendation, Madam President, to the coordinator of youth and her team at the Ministry of Youth. They have been doing an exceptional job, Madam President, and I want the record to note. Madam President, we move forward with a financial empowerment webinar series, and that will be done. It's a continuous series throughout the month of November, which will be done every Tuesday. It's called Lunch and Learn. So we don't want our young people to say, well, they're at work, and so they cannot, join in the webinar series. And it was very specific that we utilize a virtual platform to cater to the flexibility of our young people. So every lunchtime from 12 to 1:30 p.m., and we know lunch ends at 1, but it's okay. From 12 to 1:30 p.m., every Tuesday in the month of November, we have that financial empowerment webinar series. And this series aims to provide young people with practical knowledge, strategies, and industry insights to strengthen their financial literacy and entrepreneurial skills. And I'm happy to announce that after this series is completed, some of our young people will have the opportunity to meet with some of the experts in the field who has been assisting us with this series. They would have the opportunity to have one-on-one mentorship opportunities where they would actually get to go to lunch, not just lunch online, but go to lunch with these experts to broaden their horizon and understanding in financial literacy, Madam President. In addition to that, Madam President, Just yesterday, we had our Empower graduation. The Empower program is one that targets our young men, giving them a second chance at life to upskill and upscale themselves to be better individuals. They now qualify for grants, and they would also be able to venture out into entrepreneurship, and they will be given, not just given rather, but they would have that hand-holding support to procure items that will help take their businesses, whether it's startup or continuation, to the next level. And we started the program with just about 400 young people, but we completed with over 200 young people, Madam President. And although the attrition rate may seem alarming to some, we left room for that. Initially, we agreed to host this program with 200 young people, but the amount of applications we had, we increased the number, and we ended up with over 200, almost 300 young people graduating yesterday. And when you hear the testimonies from these young men, Madam President, you would be so surprised. I'm not sure how many of us or how many of you look at the Tuesday show, DMs with PM. The young man that hosted the program on Tuesday this week at the TAMCC level, he was one of our Empower graduates, Madam President, which shows that our program is working and our country is indeed the safest of hands with our young people. Madam President, I want to also, there was one young man in particular that stood out to me, and he was one of the persons giving their testimonials at the ceremony yesterday. And Madam President, I remember when at the orientation, I wrote a letter to the young men entitled, Dear Young Men. And I admonished them that I want them to be better individuals so that our daughters, our nieces, they will have the best husbands and fathers for our future generations. And Madam President, there was one young man that spent 8 years in prison. And I went to visit them on Thursday, at Nulo. He was pursuing the bartending course. When I walked into the assessment room, I had to ask the instructor, who are these young men? I genuinely thought they were persons that Nulo hired to assist on the day, not realizing that those were the boys that turned into men being a part of the program. And Madam President, the transformation is very much visible and very much real. Madam President, the next item that we have, and most of the activities that we have would be replicated in Carriacou as well, Carriacou and Petit Martinique, so they are not left out. On November 10th, we will be launching our National Youth Awards. And in Carriacou, there will be a youth public speaking seminar that will be happening simultaneously. In addition to that, on November 12th, we will be having our National Youth Walk, and that will be held in St. Patrick, the parish of St. Patrick. So young people from across the country will be heading up to St. Patrick. The walk starts at 4 p.m. at the Madej Junction, and it will end in River Sally playing field next to the River Sally Government School. And Madam President, I can tell you that we're going to have prizes for our young people. They will all be adorned in branded t-shirts, and that is in collaboration with our National Sports Council. And Madam President, I also would love to place on record that our National Sports Council, they are working, they are effective, and we are very, very proud to be a partner with the National Sports Council for all of the initiatives that they've been doing. We move on to November 15th, where we will be having the National Youth Sports Night. And I think by now we all know how bright Progress Park is right now, Madam President. And that is because of this administration, and we are really proud to announce that Progress Park, St. Andrew, now has a place that our young people can utilize at nighttime. So we'll be having our national sports night there. And just to give you some details about that, again, that will be in collaboration with our National Sports Council. We will be having games like 7-a-side football, 7-overs cricket, volleyball, athletics, fun events, and it will start at 3 p.m. and go all the way up to 10 p.m. As I indicated, we have lights, and so we're making use of those lights, Madam President. But our young people will be safe because transportation will be provided. And in addition to that, we are giving our young people the opportunity to vend, come out and showcase what they have as young business people. So they also will be benefiting from that, Madam President. On November, we are not forgetting our youth staff, Madam President, because year go, year come, the staff at the Ministry of Youth, catering to our young people in society, they are doing a wonderful job. And so we thought it best to utilize the time during Youth Month to spend some time bonding and seeing how we can improve. So we will be having our youth staff retreat, which will start off with on a very spiritual note to ensure that God is in the center of our plans and what we plan to do going forward. And then we're going to end the day in a more jovial and sociable manner. The Youth Vol Fun Weekend, Madam President, that will be November 22nd to the 23rd, and that will be done in every constituency. Now, our youth workers in the different constituencies, together with clubs, groups, and other organizations, they will be going around looking at, in the various constituencies, looking at ways that the communities and the constituencies can be improved, and they will be taking on those initiatives in a very fun manner. The ministry will be providing support in the amount of $2,000 per project. So, for example, a project can be repainting of the speed bumps or pedestrian crossing. A project can be community cleanup or recognizing that a school might need picnic benches, for example. So they can undertake projects like those to ensure that in a very fun but sustainable manner, projects are being done. Madam President, on November 26th, we will be having our National Youth Parliament debate with our national youth parliamentarians, and they are going to be debating our national budget, not the one that will be read on December 1st, but in a more generalized manner, they will be debating the budget as we prepare for the upcoming budget period. On the 27th of November, we will be launching the Youth in Business program, and I'm happy to report that we have went ahead and signed the MOU with Grenada Development Bank for the unveiling of that project. So everything is on the way, but we will be launching officially on the 27th. On November 28th, we will be having our cocktail and award ceremony, and that will be happening in Carriacou. So unfortunately, my dear friend on the other side is not here, but I'm sure an invitation will be extended to him to join us in Carriacou for that. November 30th, we'll be having our youth caravan and youth concert, and that will be hosted in Lasages in St. David. It is going to be an exciting day. It's one that I am really, really looking forward to. We will turn Lasages playing field into a hub where we'll have entrepreneurship on display. We're going to have family section. We're going to have youth section. We're going to have our key stakeholders at the ministry or from the Ministry of Youth and Sports and throughout the various ministries and statutory bodies being present so that our young people can benefit from the opportunities that exist out there. So in a nutshell, those are some of the things that we have planned for Youth Month, Madam President. But before I take my seat, I want to also highlight that we've officially launched CARIFTA 2026 last Thursday. So the 53rd CARIFTA Games will be held in Grenada in the month of April next year. The date has slipped my mind, a specific date, but it's usually the Easter weekend. Madam President, and I am happy to announce that the government of Grenada, through the National Lotteries Authority, we have pledged our support in the amount of $1 million towards the Grenada Athletic Association to ensure that the 53rd CARIFTA Games is a major success. Madam, April 4th to the 6th, that's the date for CARIFTA 2026. Madam President, the theme for the CARIFTA Games, Passion Drives Performance. Passion drives performance. And the slogan is, feel the passion, celebrate the performance. And our mascot this year, I am even more excited to say that she is female. So over the years, the mascot has been male, but this year, or next year, Welsa, the beautiful Welsa, will be our mascot. Madam President, I'm very excited for that. And that was one of the benefits of my travel to the CARIFTA Games this year in Trinidad and Tobago. So I'm happy to say that there was reward in the travel, Madam President. So thank you for your time, and that's my presentation.
Responding to no, David, yeah, responding to it, yeah. Yeah, okay. David Light. Yeah, okay. I don't want
To work. Thank you. Good. Mine's working. Now I have noticed two requests for the floor. I did not notice in which order, but I will offer the floor to Senator St. Clair first. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to just make some remarks on Senator Francis's presentation. Three comments. One, I was very happy to see the innovation because I like the idea of losing the lunch time. Because I was having a chat with someone recently, I said, how do we use lunch time? Maybe to have culture show, you could just go and sit down and relax, maybe listen to poetry and so on. And so using it in whatever way you are using it for the purposes of whoever you're using it, in this case, the youth. And so it's not something that maybe after this month is finished, you can have series every month, you have something during a lunchtime. You pick a day where different issues and virtually 45 minutes, 30 minutes, it's something that can boost a lot of different topics and issues and so on. So I think it's a model. Sometimes we have to look, innovation is transforming different ideas to maximum levels. And so the idea is for you, but other persons maybe can take this idea and replicate it in whatever form of mobilization for good purposes. And it's a good model. I think when people speak about business model, that is a good model. The second point I want to raise, as the matter was raised regarding the youth parliamentarian, myself and Senator Luis has had one meeting called upon by Ministry of Youth. I think Ms. Edwards is her name. There's a prepare for the debate. We appreciate being asked to help them, and they're very energized meeting with them after 5, 6, 7 into the evening, and they don't even want to go. And what was very good, we noticed, is that transport was provided for them to get back home, because we were concerned about that, myself and Senator Luis, and we found out that was the situation for them, that facility was available. And so we are scheduled to meet with them again. Because of this seesaw going on, we could not lock down a time with them and trust that this is out of the way we trust that by next week we should be able to confirm another date as we work with them to prepare them for this upcoming youth debate. And the last part is regarding the character and having a woman present. I think this is very important because we have to a lot of time demasculize some of these positions. I feel strongly about that, and so I'm happy to see that it's done in that way. Thank you. It's demasculinized. I think that's the correct word.
Okay. I would have said the opposite, but thank you, Senator Sinclair. And the floor is offered to Honorable Senator David Andrew, who has requested it. You have the floor, and a pleasant good morning to you, sir.
Good morning, Madam President. Thank you very much. Good morning to all of you distinguished members of this House, both on this side, my colleagues, and those of you on the other side, and to every Grenadian listening and following both locally at home and abroad through whatever medium you follow the business of this House. Madam President, even before I share a few updates on a couple of key things taking place at the Ministry of Education, I want to solemnly pause just to empathize with our brothers and sisters north of us, Jamaica, Haiti, the Bahamas, and some of the other territories that were ravaged by Hurricane Melissa not too long ago. Just over a year and some, we had our own share with Carriacou and Petit Martinique. We are still recovering. And so I know it's a long journey ahead for them. And so we just pause solemnly to empathize with them. I know as a government, we have started discussing at the cabinet level ways we will be able to support even Cuba, those territories that have been ravaged and affected. We have students in Jamaica studying who we've been able to bring home, thankfully. The colleges have reported, some of them, that they are ready to resume face-to-face classes. We are happy about that, but still we have to consider the availability of amenities and all of that. But we just pause to empathize with them and pray that they would get all the support needed from sources they probably least expected in their recovery journey. Madam President, I too want to put on record my disappointment with the letter that was served to this honorable House in relation to the absence of the senators from the opposition. For me, it reflects a dereliction of duty, because this is the people's business, and I heard it echoed, but it will be remiss of me if I don't add my voice to this conversation. This is the people's business. This is not a place where we get hung up on egos and we get hung up on, I don't want to call it trivial matters, but less substantive matters. There are many more substantive matters to treat with, and I see it as a dereliction of duty, and I'm disappointed, very disappointed. Madam President, for any reference to insinuate that you, for instance, as President of this honorable House, is in any way complicit in compromising the integrity of Grenada's parliamentary democracy is almost a statement that needs to be almost apologized for. Because we know with the degree of integrity with which you have conducted the business of the people in this honorable House. And so for you to receive a letter that suggests somehow that you are part of some kind of cabal to attack the parliamentary democracy, as a member of this House, I feel offended. And I take offense on behalf of the people, because the substantive issues that will affect the lives of the people in Telescope, in Crochet, in Suez, and other parts remains undone and unattended by the members of the opposition. But thankfully you have a government, and you have senators on the government side and independent senators from different sectors who are still concerned about the business of the people. And I want my people to understand and take notice. Their individual prides and individual egos come first and before their business and their concerns and the things that could affect the people and the lives of the people of our country. I am disappointed with that. Madam President, I could even go back and say, we talk about attacking and silencing the voice of opposition. I think it's appalling that that would even be mentioned. Because I don't know that this government, or, sorry, not the government, that this parliament, that the houses have a history of silencing the voices of opposition, at least not in recent history. But I remember a time when we had an opposition who was then Honorable Tobias Clement. And the disdain with which his office was treated under a different dispensation leaves me to wonder what moral authority the current disposition has to even suggest that there is disregard and contempt for the office of the opposition, when the then opposition wasn't even afforded a proper space, a proper office, amenities to function. If for one thing, Madam President, it's in this dispensation that I know that the parliamentary democracy is being most substantively supported. Parliamentarians now receive a salary or a stipend to do the work that they previously were never afforded. This strengthens the ability of parliamentarians to do their work. Madam President, outside there are some vehicles that are marked for parliamentarians, not senators, not us, unfortunately, but I'm talking about the parliamentary democracy and strengthening that institution. And even while we cannot benefit, and in some cases we get chiding for that in the public space, but that's okay, because we will take this chiding to support and strengthen the parliamentary process and the parliamentary democracy in this country. So when I see a letter, by the way, that changed soon. When I see a letter that suggests that there's an attempt on the part of this House to undermine the parliamentary democracy, I take umbrage. And I feel offended, not given all that is happening to strengthen the parliamentary democracy in our state of Grenada. Madam President, I will move quickly from that idea, though, and just remind the House there are a couple of critical things that are happening across education. The Ministry of Education was able to make good on its commitment to procure and begin delivering laptops, military-grade laptops, to the students of Forms 1 and 2 in secondary schools. And so we had a launch of that, and the distribution process is ongoing. I know sometime in October we started the distribution. We met with parents and started the distribution. We started with in one of the schools in St. Andrews, the Grenada Christian Academy. So I want to again mention that some $9.2 million were invested in our students for electronic learning ecosystem development in the laptops, military grade. So some 3,875 laptops were procured for distribution to students from 1s and 2s, with 33 electronic titles, e-books, that are actually aligned with the book list. So it's not e-books as supplementary study material. It's the actual e-books. It's the e-books for the actual books that are on the prescribed book list. That eliminates the heavy book bags. It allows for persons to be able to access those resources online as well as offline. So persons who don't even have internet can access the tools as we strengthen our e-learning ecosystem within the education sector. We are happy to report that. Madam President, we continue to face the challenge with low and poor performances in mathematics across our region, and in particular in Grenada, head-on. We are currently engaging our math teachers in training, continuous training, to ensure the pedagogy and the methodologies for instruction in mathematics, that the teachers are well au courant and up to date. But we are happy that we have approved a strategy at the level of the cabinet that we have started implementing. So we had in July, we had a fantastic 2-day National Mathematics Symposium that addressed the practices in mathematics. We had a study conducted by our own Dr. Andre Martin on the practices in the instruction of mathematics across the education sector. That's very instructive. It can be reviewed. We had Dr. Lois George, the senior mathematics professor at the University of the West Indies, Mona campus. She came and delivered the feature address, and we talked very substantively about key challenges for the delivery of mathematics instruction. But part of the strategy also sees us introducing specialized mathematics instruction at the primary level. That has started, I'm happy to report, and yes, it's a good place to tap. Thank you. So in some 14 primary schools, we have started the specialized instruction of mathematics, because we recognize that if we get mathematics instruction to be a lot more successful at the primary level, the earlier we get that, the greater the likelihood that persons will develop a correct attitude to mathematics, they will develop an aptitude for it, they will develop a likeness for it, and the outcomes will potentially be better. So we are working, we are training teachers continuously and ensuring that as we flesh out a total specialized mathematics instruction across all primary schools, that we continue to boost and train our teachers in preparation for that. And just a hint, that is also being considered for language and literacy instruction from the primary level. Madam President, I want to put on record here our sincerest thanks to Mr. Aliko Dangote, because within the last week, we have had a lot of distribution of the cricket kits in our schools. Mr. Aliko Dangote, as we well know, a well-known African businessman, reputed to be one of the richest in the world, who was here for our 51st independence anniversary celebration with the fireside chat with our Prime Minister. He donated 1,000 cricket kits to Grenada to be distributed in our primary and secondary schools and even some of our clubs. And so within the last week, several of us were going to schools within our electoral districts to distribute those kits. And I had the pleasure of distributing to cricket captains, both male and female, and to coaches, those kits which we hope, which we know, will stimulate an interest in sports and cricket. We were emphasizing the importance of seeing sports not as an afterthought, not as something you do, well, because you don't want to do academics, but as something you do and pursue as a potential career path, as a career opportunity, because sports is a multi-billion-dollar industry that if we prepare our youth rightly for, many of them can be meaningfully engaged. So we put on record our thanks to Mr. Aliko Dangote for his generous donation of the 1,000 cricket kits to Grenada for distribution in our schools. Right, Madam President, there are several other initiatives happening in education, but I will probably save the others for another time because we have other business to take care of. But I thank you very much for your time, your attention, and your listening.
I thank you, Senator. Senator Rahman, you have requested the floor.
Madam President, thank you. And thank you for the presentation, Senator Andrew. I would like to make one suggestion that came to mind when you were speaking. The mathematics course that you want to deliver to primary school students, which is a breath of fresh air to hear about, I would like you to also consider a business project that perhaps the private sector can be involved in to teach these young students math in action, how to start a business, small businesses. They can even sell to other schools. They can produce a product, and within different primary schools, they can offer their product to each other of their peers within the same age group. So I'd like to suggest that to you, that you can engage the private sector and develop that idea a little further. I'd like to commend you on the laptop initiative. And the cricket kits is so important because although it is not directly related to business, well, sports is business, but it keeps the children out of the bars and the blocks and on the field. And so I commend you for that initiative as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rahman. I would also say that I wanted a little clarification on the math. I didn't quite hear what you say, how it was configured. I was very excited that there is some focus on math. I'm very pleased to hear that. And maybe afterwards you can elaborate for me what exactly is happening, because I'm taking an interest in it. Thank you very much, Senator Rahman. We are not supposed to comment on comments and so on, but hey, this is our house. The mention of the children with the kits, the cricket kits. I must say that when I saw it on television, I was so proud and intrigued. They look like little golfers. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you, Senator. On this side, one of you asked for the floor? No. Senator Lewis, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I too wish to recognize and applaud the continuous effort of the Ministry of Education, my dear colleague, Minister, who has charge of that ministry, for the focus being placed on math. Yes, this is extremely, extremely important. And just to see for a moment, my heart almost skipped a beat when I heard him spoke about, and I'm saying yes to military-grade laptops. I thought he was going to military-grade radar, to which I'm saying no. Yes. I mean, when I heard him say that, so I'm really glad there's not a yes to military-grade radar, but military-grade laptops, to which I'm saying no. I wish to, while we compliment you for that focused attention on math, I wish to raise again a matter that we had addressed before, and I know that you are aware of, it addressed publicly and here. What not appeared, certainly I accept the information of the recurring instance of some teachers not receiving their payment on time. I think it is something that we really need to keep working on to ensure that that does not happen. Yes? So I just wanted to, because understanding the important role that the teachers continue to play and understanding the aspect of solidarity, which you yourself will appreciate, given your history. And I am no way laying this in terms of a personal responsibility, but he who wears the crown, yes, has a particular responsibility. So I think it is important just for me just to highlight this on the behalf of the teachers and the Greater Union of Teachers, just to make that appeal to you again for us to continue to work to having those matters resolved and not reoccur again. It is also, well, as I said on the question of maths, probably after this session, I'm aware that there are one or two individuals who conduct private classes, math classes. And I have found, and in conversation with other people, that they're extremely good at addressing the primary school in particular, and Form 1 and Form 2 students in grasping maths and getting to like maths. And you may wish to consider the possibility of a collaboration, because I'm aware one of them have indicated that they have tried to reach out to the Ministry of Education in the past, and the offer may not have been taken up. So there are colleagues outside there that may be willing to do some collaboration in trying to address the aspect of grasping math from an early age, which can be beneficial to us. I just thought I should just rest that there for you.
I thank you, Senator Lewis, and I take it there are no more ministerial statements. Yes, there is one. There's a request from Honorable Claudette.
Madam President, thank you very much. I would just take a few moments to share with this Honorable House, by way of ministerial statement, the fact that the Division of Labor continues to grow, to serve the public, and to fulfill its mandate. In that regard, Madam President, the division in August, no, it wasn't in August, September, published the annual report for the division. I must say, Madam President, that I highly commend the Labor Commissioner and her staff at the Division of Labor because we checked and couldn't find a prior annual report for the Division of Labor. So it must have been a very, very long time since a report has been published. I will not venture to say that one has never been published. I wouldn't want to believe that. Senator Lewis might be able to, with his memory of great vintage in the field, he may be able to render some clarity. But we, suffice to say, Madam President, we couldn't find a report. And I would just here, Madam President, like to highlight some key aspects coming out of the work of the Division of Labor. Madam President, with the steady and sound stewardship, also responsible stewardship of our country, the rate of unemployment continues to decline, Madam President. Madam President, when this report was finalized towards the end of June, and it represents the work of the Division of Labor in 2024, the unemployment rate was 11.1%. It has since declined, based on information from the Central Statistics Office, to 9.8%, Madam President. So we continue to trend in the right direction. We do note, Madam President, that there still remains a gender gap in unemployment. Women's participation in the workplace has increased, and however, they continue to still be disproportionately represented in the low wage and informal brackets. Even though, Madam President, the data shows that women are more educated than men. Women are more certificated than men. Yet, they continue to occupy the lower spectrum of jobs, and as such earn lower wages than men, and they are disproportionately employed more than men in the informal sector. So, Madam President, these findings cause us to want to press for labor market policy reforms. Reforms that can enhance our labor laws, again, review minimum wage policies, strengthen worker protection, and promote equitable employment opportunities. So we continue to work on that. Madam President, in the Seasonal Agricultural Workers Program, we notice a decline in participation of men, mainly men participate in this program, and we only had 44 in 2024. So, Madam President, we are addressing this, and in that regard, I intend to travel end of this week. I leave on the 9th. End of this week to the regional ministerial meeting relating to the Seasonal Agricultural Workers Program, and there you would have some of the farms in North America represented with all of the ministers, so that we can be present at the table seeking the interests of our people to ensure that we have more workers participating in this program, because there's still a lot of interest out there for the program. Madam President, as unemployment decreases in Grenada, the demand for workers increases. And in that regard, we issued more work permits in 2024 than we did in the previous year. 960 work permits were issued in 2024, and that represented a 9.47% increase in applications and issuance of work permits, 9.47%. And the way we are looking in 2025, we're going to have a further increase, because I think we are just past the 1,000 mark in terms of work permits issued in 2025. Madam President, interestingly, 74.8% of the applicants for work permits in 2024 were males, and only 25.2% females. And we have quite a number of applications for work permit in the construction sector. We see there's a tremendous shortage of skilled and unskilled workers in the construction sector and in the marine sector. So, Madam President, for instance, construction represented 27.4% of all work permits issued. We had 17.1% in the tourism and hospitality sector, and then, interestingly, 19.3% in the missionary, religious, and NGO sector. And after that, it was entertainment, the arts, culture, and sports, 8.3%, and the rest, smaller numbers. So healthcare services, 3.7%, business owners, that's individuals opening up their own business, non-nationals opening up their own business in Grenada, 1.6%. So, Madam President, again, we see where our focus should be headed in training persons in the construction and marine sectors. And, Madam President, of course, we have a high number of applications from North America, for example, and also, interestingly, from Asia. So, Madam President, again, and of course, we had our regional applicants, regional people coming through applying for work permits in Grenada. We had Barbados, Cuba, Jamaica, Trinidad, Guyana, Haiti. These are the Caribbean countries making the most applications for work permits. And then, of course, the Asian countries include India. Well, India was high up there with a really large number. So, Madam President, this is just a snapshot of what we are doing at the Division of Labor. I would like also to commend, Madam President, the Labor Advisory Board. And that board, mandated by the legislation and comprising the tripartite arrangement, representatives from government, the employer sector, and the employees, they have been constantly working, Madam President, as we move to enhance the labor relations climate in Grenada, to enhance the labor code. They continue to work on that, Madam President, and it is my hope that we shall shortly see debate in this Honorable House relating to some key amendments to the labor code. And in that regard, I commend the board. They have been doing an excellent job. And as we move forward, Madam President, into 2026, we are hoping to focus on occupational safety and health legislation. That's one of the main focus, because our laws do not currently adequately provide for a safe system of work for our workers in Grenada. We do not have specific occupational safety and health legislation, and that's one of the areas we want to improve on. The inspectorate, though, at the Division of Labor has significantly improved in its operations, and that is reflected in the report. So, for example, we had the Inspectorate Division issuing, let me get the actual figures, I'm looking for it here. So they noted 107 violations from inspections done of workplaces, 107 violations, and out of which 92 were workplaces in the retail and commercial sectors. So that is quite noteworthy. The good news, Madam President, is that once verbal warnings were issued, compliance letters were issued, and follow-up visits took place, the majority of these violations were remedied. So here we see really a great improvement in issues relating to inspections and making sure the labor code is complied with. So, Madam President, I will stop here for now. Just to flag that a lot of the complaints we received at the Department of Labor concern employers. And I want the business representative to take note. Of the complaints we received, I'm trying to get the actual number here, 220 complaints, formal complaints, Madam President, were received from employees. And by far, the largest number comprised complaints relating to the failure of employers to pay wages to employees, either paying them their proper termination allowances on being terminated, or some are still flouting the minimum wages order. So this is something we have to look at. Of the 220, 77 had to do with non-payment of wages, and 48 had to do with employers refusing to pay outstanding vacation leave. Sometimes the worker is terminated or leaves the job for whatever reason and has earned vacation inside. That is a period during which the worker should have been on vacation but stayed on the job, and therefore is entitled to be paid for that period, and the employers are refusing to do so. And again, termination allowance. Somehow the employers, some of them think that when the relationship is ended, they don't have to pay the employee what is due by law. So these are the nature of the complaints. But as I say, the staff at the Division of Labor, we have enhanced capacity there, and I think they are doing a great job in resolving conflicts and helping employers and employees alike to comply with the order code, the labor code, sorry. In most instances, once it is pointed out, the employers comply, so that we have an 82% resolution rate at the level of the labor officers. So it doesn't even get to the labor commissioner or the minister, right? So 82%. So I would really like to commend the labor space, employers and employees alike, for having an 82% resolution rate at the level of the labor officers. It just goes to show that in some instances, the employer knows what they have to do, but they just need a little nudging and a little compelling from the Division of Labor. And we had 25 trade disputes, and that's different from your labor, your complaints for termination allowances and so. So proper trade dispute under Section 45 of the legislation, we have 25. The majority of them driven by termination of employment or salary increases and fringe benefits, negotiations for collective bargaining agreements. And of the 25, we have a 64% resolution rate. So here we see the vast improvement in the functioning of the Division of Labor. And I will again compliment Labor Commissioner Mrs. Sparkle Grenade Courtney in really steering her staff and leading them to a more efficient operation at the Division of Labor. And finally, Madam President, on a good note, in terms of assisting with the settling of collective bargaining agreements, most of those trade disputes had to do with settling of collective bargaining agreements. And of course, a lot of it centered around salary increases. And we have had an average negotiated salary increase in Grenada in 2024 of 4%. So employers, if you're listening to me, that's the average negotiated increase in salary in 2024, 4%. So before you get to the Division of Labor, be reasonable. Take all matters into account, including prevailing market conditions, and negotiate fairly with your employees, because by and large, they do provide good work and a fair day's work for a fair day's pay. And the trade union movement continues, I would say, Madam President, to grow and be strengthened in this current dispensation. And the Division of Labor has been of assistance with ensuring that more workers join trade unions and have that level of representation. And we've conducted several polls, in fact 4 industrial polls in 2024, and 96.6% of workers voted for union representation in those polls, 96.6%. So we can see that the trade union movement is alive and well in Grenada. And Grenada, our administration continues to support the trade union movement and all elements of labor, employers and employees. So, Madam President, I thank you very much, and I am only too pleased to give this synopsis so that the progress we are making in labor in Grenada can be duly read into the Hansard of this Honorable House. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator, speaking in your capacity as Minister of Labor. Very interesting reports. I would have liked to hear a figure of what percentage of the work permit applicants are from the Caribbean as a whole. If that is available.
Yes. Yes, Madam President, I can give you that. Just 1 second.
And while you look for it, let me say that I too am taking note of the gender dimension there, that while the women are more credentialed and more formally educated, still they are congregated in clerical, informal, and generally low-paying jobs. I think that's shifting. I think that there is a large presence of professional women in the society, in the workforce, in the labor force, but
so
that gap is not closed. Thank you. Go ahead.
So, Madam President, we had of the applications received, I said 960 is the figure I gave.
Yes.
206 were from the Caribbean. 206 from the Caribbean of 960. And of that, Cuba had the highest number, 46%, being 94. So we had Barbados 14, Cuba 94, Guyana 11, Jamaica 27, Trinidad 42, Dominican Republic 5, Haiti 7, Suriname 6. And then outside of the Caribbean, in the Commonwealth, we had India having the highest, 234 out of the Commonwealth, not including the Commonwealth Caribbean, 234, with India having 107. South Africa, 26, the United Kingdom, 26, Canada, 17, Nigeria, 13, Great Britain, 13. No, I said the United Kingdom, 26, so that includes England, Ireland, and the England, Ireland, what's the next one, make up? Wales. Then we had 17 from Canada, 2 from Australia, 1 from Cameroon, 4 from Kenya, 1 from Malaysia, Mauritius, and Mozambique, 4 from Pakistan, 2 from Samoa, 2 from Sri Lanka, 4 from Tonga. So that speaks to the Commonwealth Caribbean. And then, interestingly, we have from Europe or other non-Commonwealth countries, we had France 21, Germany 20, Italy 8, Spain 5, the Republic of Ireland 2, also Portugal and Ireland 2, and Greece 1, also Austria and the Czech Republic 1. And of course we had some from Russia, Switzerland, Ukraine, Egypt, Cape Verde, Ethiopia, Madagascar, Zimbabwe. So people are coming from all over the world to live and work in Grenada. China, 147. The Philippines, 74. Lebanon, 14. Syria, 13. Indonesia, 5. And we also had a small amount from Armenia, Israel, Nepal, South Korea, Thailand, Vietnam, French Polynesia. So Grenada is attractive globally, Madam President.
Yes, Madam. Thank you very much. I think this is a good...
And of course, we do have the Central American countries, Mexico, Colombia, Honduras, Brazil, Chile, Peru, Venezuela. Venezuela having 16. And the United States of America, 143. So from the Americas, the United States had the most. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's clearly a subject for a brown bag lunch. Now, are there any other reports, ministerial statements? Seeing the request from no one for the floor except Senator Rahman, you have requested the floor and you have it, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm grateful for that information that we have received from the Honorable Senator responsible for labor. I would have liked to see it in a report so that we could review that information. So if that is possible,
let us ask for that report.
If that is possible, perhaps she could share it, especially as budget is coming up. I would like to make the point that the private sector, and business in particular, is always mentioned as the engine of growth of an economy. So the business sector, apart from IMA, CBI, is burdened with paying everybody in the country. And when I mean everybody, when you look at trade, and you look at fees collected at the port, and you look at taxes, and you look at land taxes, and you look at VAT, VAT, and all these other taxes that are levied on business, I don't recall hearing one positive statement from the representative of labor with regard to business, but more cautions and advices. And I think that at times she sounds, with all due respect, like a trade unionist in some of the comments that she has made, which I have written down. And this is the first time I've made mention of this. But it's important to know that the principles that I see government applying with regard to what we've heard this morning in ministerial statements are actually encouraging business and encouraging small business. And we heard from Senator Francis when she spoke about the young businesses meeting with CDB, I think on the 27th of this month. That is encouraging. I'm not sure if I got the date right, but I know it's a latter part of this month. GDB, sorry, Grenada Development Bank. And so if there's anything that the business community could lend or be part of that, we would love to do so. My point is that you could only squeeze so much out of an orange. if it is that the economy is growing at 3 to 4%, are you going to pay more than a 4% increase every year? Where's it coming from? We're talking about math and teaching our children math, right? You can only give what you receive. And so it is so important to not look at business people as those who like to flout the law, because the vast majority of us don't. The vast majority of us pay our dues, and that is why the country can collect more every year from the port and from income tax. Read the reports for the years gone by. So I would appreciate more fairness when speaking about the private sector. And yes, there are people that don't conform. And the truth is that because the private sector is the engine of growth, there are many new businesses forming every year. And a lot of them don't know the rules by which to operate. So yes, they do need correction. And that's not to say that they don't need correction. And that's not to say that, you know, people won't try certain things here and there. The law is clear, and you have to abide by it. Some people may not know it, and that's why the Labour Department is here to bring them up to speed. But I want to make mention of one thing when we speak about the quality of labor. We do have a strain in the business community with regard to being able to meet the needs of growing business. And the Honorable Minister mentioned it with regard to construction. We have a shortage of competent contractors in Grenada, qualified contractors. We have no real way of measuring the competency of a contractor until you spend thousands of dollars and you learn a hard lesson. And many of the same things apply to other skills. So we have to rely on other businesses to tell us, yeah, boy, this fellow did a good job for me. Referrals. You have to rely on other businesses. We want a more formal system of grading so that when a man quotes, we can know that, okay, he's worth it because he has this qualification and that qualification. And that's where the strengthening of the TVET program and other such programs come in. We're really interested in seeing those programs looked at in a different light. Recently there was a stakeholders meeting in Grenada on that issue, which was very beneficial. And so another issue that the private sector deals with on a daily basis is lateness and absenteeism. And this is an understatement. I have reports from businesses, 15 times a month one employee is late, 18 times another employee is late. And if you want more data, I'll be happy to provide it to the Ministry of Labor and even to the unions. Yes, when they are there, the vast majority of our people work, and they work well. And that's why businesses are able to grow. So, and yes, they need to be paid properly for a proper day's work. There's no argument there. But I've spoken about this before. If work starts at 8, you cannot come to work at 8 and 20 past 8. And you can't use this excuse of transportation every day. And so that is one. Another shortcoming that we see in the private sector is sick leave, an abuse of sick leave, where doctors are free to give any amount of time. And if you look at the laws with regard to that in Trinidad, you'll see there's a limit. There are limits. I'm not sure that those things exist here. And so I have heard an employee of a hotel say, of course, many people don't recognize me outside of a suit because most times I don't wear one. And I've heard an employee say, I feel I will give them a week. I feel I will give the hotel a week. So you just go to the doctor and they tell the doctor something, and the doctor gives time off, and the employer has to pay. That is an abuse of the system, and that is part of the reason why NIS will have to adjust and adjust and adjust all the time. And if we don't control these things, it will be a strain on the NIS system. So I make mention of some of these things, not because I intended to, but because they were raised by respectable colleague for Senator for respectable for labor, responsible for labor, and these things came to mind. More of this, God willing, I will be clearer on when we have the chance to speak in further detail on the budget debates. God willing. I thank you.
I thank you, the representative of business and the private sector in the Senate. There is a light on from Honorable Andrew Lewis, and you have the floor, Senator.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Even if I had no intention, and I did, of speaking, obligated. Just to identify with some of the comments made by the Minister for Labor, in terms of the quality of improvement at the level of the ministry. Certainly, the report is a welcome development. The quality of the report must be commended. I mean, just the detail that you have been able to provide to the President in terms of the work permits is a clear indication as to the level of details that has been paid on particular matters. And that is why we continue to call for continued investment in the resources in the Ministry of Labor, because we are confident that once these matters are addressed in terms of the quality of personnel, investing in the personnel, working conditions, and I use this opportunity through you, Madam President, just to draw to the attention of the Minister matters that she may be aware of. There may be some concerns in relation to some of the working conditions that may have existed in the past, and some of the current challenges that exist. And I am confident that the Minister will do everything to continue to help address some of these matters. I mean, I would not go into details. You know, you could rely on this unless it gets to a particular point, but I thought I should just place that there. Well, I note the figure of the unemployment rate of 9%, only to say that I note it, right? It's not an endorsement of it, yes, but I note it, yes? Because there'll be other places and time for a more elaborate discussion on these. But coming back to certainly we look forward to the aspect of the occupational safety and health laws and acts, and that should include well-being, because well-being of the person is extremely important in these aspects. The aspect of the breakdown of the work permits and the 960, and coupling that now with the points made by the representative of business, and recognizing and accepting that there has been a continuous discussion and call, especially by the business community, for the importation of labor. Yes, I wish to place on record that the Grenada Trades Union Council, and I'm sure that all other Grenadians, will not support and calls for the non-acceptance of any non-Grenadian deportees, non-Grenadian deportees, whether they're skilled or unskilled. Because, yes, I'm saying that whatever we go into must be at the deliberate will of that worker who wishes to come to Grenada to provide work that our locals are not capable of providing at a particular level, and we should put systems in place to ensure that there's a transference of knowledge. I want to repeat, we should ensure, because part of the responsibility of the Department of Labor in granting work permits, part of that responsibility must be, granting work permits in such a manner, in discussion with the applicant, because it is the employer that makes the application, must result in the transference of this knowledge and these skill sets as we continue to develop our people. I listened to my colleague on the question of, let me put up my hands. I know that there are challenges as it relates to absenteeism and lateness. We are calling on all our members, all workers, to take your work seriously, because part of your benefits, in order to, with rights comes responsibilities. With rights come responsibilities. But we are also aware that a major contributing factor, certainly to absenteeism, has to do with the lack of proper national transportation. If we drive along, at any time my colleague from the ministry, from the employers, just if you have the time, and I suggest that you make the time, so that we can work on this together, drive along the Western Corridor, the Eastern Corridor, and look at the amount of people that are standing on the side of the road from early o'clock in the morning waiting on transport. And I dare say to my colleague, Minister of Education, that this is also seriously impacting the learning capacity of our students. Because the amount of students I see on the side of the road after 9 in the morning waiting on transport, certainly, and the amount of buildup of transport, and what many of us do, because I go to work too, right? I may leave all time in the night, right? But the buildup of traffic, if you live in Wester Hall or any part of St. David there, if you do not leave home at about probably 6:30 or 20 to 7 in the morning, if 10 to 7 take you on the road, you can almost guarantee yourself that going to Grandlands or even the town of St. George, you are reaching late. What that does is that it places a strain on parents, because remember, you have to get your children ready, because there is a preparation for work. And I'm making this appeal to the state. I know that there is a pilot program for students in St. David, and I applaud that. I applaud that. Time is important. We can't always have a pilot. I'm saying just as how the administration has demonstrated boldness in some of its decisions that it has made. Some of the decisions that it has made, the aspect of transportation is enough, in our view, to be as bold as that, to get some transport, and to also call on my colleague to help me. Well, yeah, well, it's coming, but I can't always be here and comment. I wanted to reach. Right. My colleague from the private sector, there's absolutely no doubt that the southern part of the island, the tourism belt, is doing extremely well. There's absolutely no doubt. There's absolutely no doubt that the vast majority of our employees and our members that works in the tourism sector, hotel sector, are female. There's absolutely no doubt that these workers work up to probably 10 in the night, sometime up to midnight. And there's absolutely no doubt that the vast majority of them are dropped off at dismal, so using local language, dismal places. And they have to find their way at home that exposes them to all kind of risk and danger, and causes them to reach home at all times in the morning, and they have to get up and come back to work. That creates strain. So I'm making this appeal. We in the movement have made that appeal to the private sector, the direct the hoteliers. We have not been able to be successful on this, to help us address this issue. From yourself, I'm giving you an opportunity for solidarity, which may not be best for labor. In terms of when you organize, it might be, you might put your head and want to fight us. But this is not about fight. This here is an area that we can cooperate on. So the hoteliers in the south and the other major business places in the south, or major businesses can come together to help address that issue. Madam Minister for Labor, you'll be happy to be part of the, just to repeat what my goodly senator have said here, I'm the leader of the private sector business here. You are indeed the leader. Yes, it's not only leader of opposition and leader of government. You are the leader of the business sector here. Has given his commitment to be part of that discussion as we seek to address these issues. I must note that on the aspect of sick leave, the law allows for paid sick leave. And a worker will be violating that. Well, let me put it this way. A worker can't violate a sick leave once it is issued by a doctor. Secondly, because the labor code says that an employer shall be responsible to pay an employee, or an employee shall be to be paid for a 2-month period in any 1 year, right, with the provision of a medical certificate. We have had instances of employers questioning sick leave. I can't get in this. I have to have confidence in the doctors. Is there a possibility that some workers may wish to see how tight, how they could walk close to the edge? Highly possible. Same way like my brother senator from the business sector has admitted that the number of private sector persons, he gave an excuse that they may not know the law, but they have a responsibility when you're going into business to acquaint yourself with the law. Maybe doing things or have done things that violates the law. And governments have been able many times to come up against the employers or businesses that have been under-invoicing their business or the transactions. I am only making the point that we must admit and sit as a people and discuss these things. And I'm not going to defend my colleague, Minister for Labor. She's quite capable of doing that. I think both physically, given her background, don't take this, right? And intellectually and academically, that my understanding is that the minister was reporting as the Minister for Labor, and probably we may need to look at whoever it is that is responsible for business, in terms of business, and there's nothing preventing my goodly colleague here from those reports. And some of the comments he made, probably in some other area, may be beneficial to you when the time comes. I'm not saying 26 or 27, right? Identifying you as a trade unionist. I don't know. But just to end by saying that in 2024, there was a high record of successful trade union application for workplaces. Cannot say the same for 2025. In a particular instance where, for the first time in my living memory, we have had an application to represent workers, which is a right, rejected by the Ministry of Labor. And that is the workers at the Grenada Airports Authority, a matter that was in the news, and I'm placing it there because it can have implications, or will have implications, going forward. I know the report was for 2024, but because I'm dealing with 2025, just to place on record, our concern that this administration has developed a reputation, a record, for probably the only administration to have rejected an application for a group of workers to be part of a trade union, to belong to a bargaining unit. So I'm making a distinction because individuals can join a trade union if a trade union wants. But the purpose of joining a trade union as guaranteed under the Grenada Constitution and under our labor laws is so that they can look after the collective interests. So it is not just enough to say that a worker or a person can join a trade union, but the purpose of a trade union is for collective representation to pursue their interests. So I'm making that appeal. Hopefully, good sense will prevail, because we take extremely seriously the aspect that our founding fathers have fought for. Because before 1979, because the Constitution goes back to 1973-74, before 1979, an employer was not bound to recognize a trade union. So yes, workers could have joined, because they didn't require a poll per se. They could have joined. But the aspect of representation, it is a fundamental human right for workers to join and belong to a trade union for the purpose of representation, and not just for membership. There is a distinction between membership and representation. And for the first time in my living memory, and for all who I've spoken to, and I'm not claiming that I've been able to speak to everyone, certainly in my living memory, and especially an administration that continues to speak about what it has done for workers and continue to do for workers. The fundamental aspect, because you see, it is one thing that you can do things for individual workers, but when it comes to what you call the collective, and it is organized labor that represents the workforce. And if you deny workers from being able to enjoy the benefit of belonging to a trade union of their choice for workplace representation, you are doing a grave injustice, and a grave injustice that will not be accepted by the union, in this case, the Grenada Technical and Allied Workers Union, whose General Council is meeting on the 20th of this month, in which a resolution will be brought to the membership of all the workplaces that we represent to ensure that these injustice and these violations are not allowed. I'm putting this here because we crave for good industrial relations. It is okay, as the minister reported, the level of resolutions of disputes must mean that the both parties, meaning the unions and the companies, have been able to come to agreement. So it is okay to compromise on salaries, it is okay to compromise, even on dismissals. Many times you compromise and you say, look, boy, it doesn't make a sense continuing that relationship, right? So let's part our ways, yes? Let's part our ways and let's pay so that we don't continue in terms of termination allowance, or you give something more. But the aspect of denying the trade union application is an attack, a frontal attack, that must be seen as a hostile move on organized labor. So through you and through this medium, I'm making this request. There is time to reverse this matter. We cannot, in 2025, with all the engagements we have made at the level of the International Labour Organization, with all the advances that we have made in the Ministry of Labour, of all the advancement that we have made relative to honoring a number of benefits for workers, but denying a group of workers. Because what that means, and we have read this to mean that there's a deliberate decision to ensure that a group of workers cannot be unionized so that other employers will follow suit. You can see, once you grant it, and we have been successful with these categories of workers, even when employers have rejected, the ministry have correctly told, let me repeat, the ministry have correctly told employers who have rejected for a certain group of workers to be unionized by saying, well, no, this is their constitutional right. And the labor code, and Grenada in particular, will not take away that right. But the state, the government is doing that because it's a state-owned enterprise. Grenada Airports Authority is belonging to us. And the Ministry of Labor is part of this state machinery. And therefore, we have to make an assessment. And we know who are the players in this environment. We know who are the players in this environment. And we will not allow any precedent to be set by the private sector. And it is our view that that may be part of the considerations, broadly speaking, for the state to do this. So, Madam President, I rest my case on this, and I end once again by congratulating the colleagues at the Ministry of Labor, the workers of the Ministry of Labor, for the tremendous work that they continue to do. And we have seen a more tolerable approach in terms of addressing issues. And therefore, once there's this development, matters that will normally turn into disputes, right? We will feel comfortable in going to the ministry and even waiting on the ministry while they sort out the issues. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Well, I thank you, Senator Lewis. Thank you very much. And I'm watching to see if there are any other requests, and there are none. So
Item number 8, presentation of papers and reports from select committees.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise to present the following papers, reports from selected committees. Number 1, the Grenada Development Bank Annual Report 2022. Number 2, reports of the Director of Audit, Grenada and Child Protection Authority for the year ended 31st of December 2019. Number 3, report of the Director of Audit on Grenada Child Protection Authority for the year ended 31st of December 2020. Number 4, report of the Director of Audit, Grenada and Child Protection Authority for the year ended 31st of December 2021. And finally, number 5, FROC report and the medium-term fiscal framework 2026 to 2028, 23rd of July 2025.
I thank you, Senator. I see the request for the floor from Senator Andre Lewis.
Thank you very much. Because my blood is a bit kind of warm still. Well, inside here, I almost thought of asking for an agreement that we can probably take off our tie, which is some, well, I mean, I don't really like in the first instance, but anyhow, we are here, you know, what could we do? But, you know, that's the road.
Senator, you may remove your jacket.
I mean? What's about the tie?
Are you feeling better? I hope it does.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We are moving places. I remember the days when there used to be something above your head. If it falls, you could bust your head. We are moving places. And it's all, and you know, I look forward to taking the oath to Grenada, you know, if I come back. Yes? Yes. In relation to the different papers, I just want to make a brief comment on the aspect of the FROC report.
Thank you, Senator. The papers have to be laid, and then you can comment. So allow me, please. Honorable members, The following papers are now to be considered as laid before the Senate, and there are 5. The Grenada Development Bank Annual Report of 2022, the report of the Director of Audit on the Grenada Child Protection Authority for the period ending 2019, the report of the Director of Audit for the Child Protection Authority for the period ending December 2020, the report of the Director of Audit for the same Grenada Child Protection Authority, this time for the period ending December 2021. And the final report that is laid in this batch is the FROC report on the medium-term fiscal framework of 26 to 28. And that report is dated July 2025. All these reports are now laid before the House. Consider them laid. Senator Lewis.
Thank you very much. And it is good to see that we have been able to get some outstanding reports, certainly for the CPA, Child Protection Authority. I think it goes back to 2019. Yes, it goes back to 2019, so we have to commend the relevant bodies of people who have done that. I just want to make an observation. I will not go much into the FROC report because of the overarching concern for me has to do with that's on page 3, summary and recommendations, because it says that is concerning the medium-term fiscal framework, MTFF, and I'll just go to the paragraph which says, the following is a summary of the main findings from the review of the MTFF that I spelled out above, and the accompanying recommendation. And I'll just deal with the first bullet point, because to me that encapsulates everything. It says here, in assessing economic growth, which is a quantitative indicator, the information presented is mainly descriptive and qualitative, and hence the realism of the rates of economic growth could not be examined except for comparisons with previous projections. Quantitative indicators for the main sectors should be included to support the estimated and projected growth rates. I just want to flag that for us to do, make the relevant appeal, given the importance of the FROC and given the importance of the guidance of the medium-term plan. To me, that captures almost everything. The others, to me, are takeaways. But I just want to flag that to see what assistance that can be given to have the FROC be presented with the relevant information that can assist them in their work. Thank you very much, Madam President.
I thank Senator Lewis, and I offer the floor to Senator Sinclair.
Thank you, Madam President. I stand to make some contributions towards the reports that were submitted. Of course, Senator Lewis rightfully said the 3 audit reports from the Child Protection Authority, they come all together. I wonder all that maybe was done one time. But we have to commend that initiatives, and of course, having served on the Public Accounts Committee in the last year, and our interactions with the Director of Audit and Company, they have to be complimented because they do need some help in terms of support staff to be able to do a lot of the work that they are doing. In fact, in a lot of cases, they recommend that private auditors be engaged to accomplish those tasks, because their hands are very filled. At least we have this coming to us, and they have to be complemented, and of course we trust we'll see the others very soon. The other report, Madam President, the one from GDB and from, of course, I've been commenting a lot on GDB and what they are doing, and we see that really and truly that agriculture support has really disappeared. In the report, it's not a major focus actually, as before. I see housing, education, and business. Of course, business can be interpreted as agribusiness, but we're speaking at that farmer level development side. We haven't seen much activity there. Well, that's 2022, so we pray that the other years may yield something. Of course, one may argue in the report that the bank was managing one of the G-Cruise project that has to do with some water challenge and support for irrigation to the farming sector. Of course, some equipment and so on was distributed earlier this year, which actually I was present to witness. But that's 2025. So I say this to say that almost 3 years, I trust that money was sitting and turning around inside GDB with nothing getting out until earlier this year. So it means that some action is needed. And then that was a project. So when this funds is finished, the $1.3 million I saw as surplus generated by GDB, the question is, how is this money being used to support other sort of sectors? In fact, this was part of the report. The year before, 2021, it was $1.4 million in surplus. Then the following year, which was 2022, was $1.3 million. And I take it that that is accumulated. I'm not too sure if they have that cash in the bank, but how is money being used to further stimulate, particularly our farmers? This is something they may want to address in their own way. Most importantly, Madam President, the matter of the FRAC, and this is significant. We all endorse and support the work of the FRAC. Very highly complimentary. I know they were asking for more staff and more capacity. We're not too sure if that actually took place. But one of the major concerns they had was, how do they get more analytics and statistics? That was in the last page in the conclusion of their last report. Not the one that we are looking at now, the 2025, is the one that we got ending for 2024. But I was shocked and amazed, really shocked, to see this report from the FRAC. I see frustration by a list of competent persons in that we move from they want more data and more analytics. I also enjoy looking at the FRAC report with all the charts and all the trends and all the different subsectors. It was a joy. Now, the FRAC is complaining, and St. Louis raised the first part, but it's deeper than just the first part. Qualitative data. So like somebody, some set of persons maybe didn't understand quantitative to qualitative. My conclusion is that I think maybe FRAC need to sit down. Sometimes you need to do that. Sit and have a discussion. Or maybe some people fall asleep. So the report really, what FRAC is saying to us here is that we can't really say anything, you know. Even this projection of growth, we're not really sure about this thing, you know, because it has to be based on mathematics. Senator Andrew, mathematics, statistics, numbers. And we know definitely it used to be happening. So we're not too sure if maybe workers change, if the computer had a problem, but that report we used to get up to last report has disappeared. In fact, Madam President, there were some specific bullets that that got my attention. In fact, all the bullets have my attention, but I only pick out a few on page 3. I think the third bullet says on the different sectors, what happened in the fishing sector, in the agriculture sector, in these various sectors, again, the data is not sufficiently forthcoming such that they can able to make a proper advice and projection. This, to me, has tied the hands of the FRAC. But in addition, and it's interesting that we have commended highly, and I was happy that Senator Britton and Main Minister Thomas speak of the creative economy, and we are all excited. It's a dimension of growth of the country, policies. And FRAC is saying, hey, but this is a major area of priority of the government, and they can't even get any information and statistics to show what is happening there. They're not saying anything is not happening, but where is the evidence? We're not saying it's Senator Britton and Senator Thomas, but the industry. It could be private sector too. Maybe when they ask for a surveyor to collect certain data, different, where is that collected, how is collected, maybe just qualitative approach. So we have missed an opportunity as to how does government invest? How does other persons invest? How does other persons plan their life and their career path along that major pillar? In fact, the FRAC went further and said, that the data and statistics should be aligned with all the different pillars of the economy and projection. So whether it's health and wellness, whether it's whatever it is, so that we could be able to monitor. In fact, only yesterday I was in a session dealing with performance-based management and talking indicators and all those sort of things. Of course, we spoke about qualitative data and quantitative data. But the FRAC is saying now that, okay, qualitative is present, but quantitative has disappeared. And you definitely would need that to be able to monitor and even to write projects and to seek funding. How do we justify? And I can see a very frustrated FRAC. In fact, the FRAC went further, Madam President, lower down that page, or onto the 4th page, and said, but hold on, where are the audit reports from all these statutory bodies and state-owned enterprises? So that, because these represent different sectors, whether it's the gravel and concrete, whether it's whatever, so they represent various sectors. In fact, they speak specifically of the MNIB and the Petro-Carib, so that these are big directions that the government wants to go. These are areas of focus, no data, no reports. In fact, Madam President, the FRAC also speak about even the data from the banks are not in line with what they would want to see, such that they can be able to say what is going on in the economy. So is the banking sector hiding the information? Is it being requested? Are they suddenly cannot provide it anymore? I think that this, Madam President, needs a serious attention so that the FRAC can be able to do its work that he has excellently done in the past. In fact, the FRAC has asked for modification to the Act, which we all agreed and support so that they can get more support. They asked for more personnel, which we also agree and give them because they have been doing an excellent job. In fact, the last point I want to make, because it's not so repetitive, because they all address different areas, as they concluded at the end that they would really like to see more data for the sectors so that they can be able to do their job. My conclusion, Madam President, what has changed? Somebody tell me sometimes, you know, anytime you see something different happen to what normally happens, ask the question, what has changed? Some expert might try to speak out theory of change and so on. Those things are too sophisticated for me to understand. What has changed? This report came out in July 2025. What has changed? We had a budget that was ready in March 2025. What has also changed that, and I could be wrong, we are just into November and we have not seen a supplemental budget. So I'm wondering, corollary, cause and effect, not necessarily related. Is it because that detailed needs of that supplemental is absent? The guards has been dropped because there is no real need to really make a case in that supplemental. That could be concluded as a scientist. It's a hypothesis, and it could be debated. Of course, we know December 1st is the announced publicly, we expect the budget. So I'm really frantically looking, and frantically might be an interesting word, forward to see how this FRAC report will aid and, we say, aid and abet the impending budget presentation and debate in December 2025 for the 26 budget. I'm very curious, and I would not be surprised that knowing the FRAC, they know that their information is very important in what that budget to support is like that foundation, that mesh. And I would not be surprised that we see a supplementary FRAC report before November up to sort of create some more hope and confidence in the data which will be provided, because you're basically standing on thin air in the absence of real analytics. I thank you.
I thank you, Senator Sinclair, for your comments and suppositions and hypotheses will be taken as that and that only. Since you have requested more clarity, and I hope the government side has heard your request, which has come through the chair, and I will monitor it. Thank you. Senator Rahman, private sector rep.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for the opportunity. My comments on the are as follows. On the Child Protection Authority documentation that was provided, two things stood out at me, really one, which is under foster care allowances. The report mentioned how many employees, for example, works under that authority, 63 one year, 65 the next year, and so on. But with regard to how many children are being assisted, how many are in foster care, and how many receive foster care allowances by this authority, I thought that the report should have included that. So it did mention that in the year 2020, 543,000 approximately was spent on this foster care allowance, and in 2021, 489,000. So about 50-something thousand less. But really, what I would like to know is how many children are being assisted through foster care on a yearly basis, and what is that assistance? What does that assistance look like? Is it $1,000 a month? You know, I would have liked to see that in the report. So that is lacking for me. Then we move on to I'm grateful for the reports, by the way, but many of them are dated. Now, when I say dated, 2020, 2019, 2021, 2022, I mean, we really need to get up to speed with, in terms of accurate reporting, at least 23, 24, you know, timely reporting. Thank you, my brother. With regard to GDB, I note that the NPLs, the non-performing loans, the percentage of that remains about the same. In 2021, it was 2.24, and in 2022, it's just a little bit higher, which means that the bank, in addition to making profits, is really collecting at a stable rate, and the non-performing loans are low. For a development bank, that is very good, because to give you an example, the United States in 2009, non-performing loans when they had their crisis was almost up to 5%, 4.9% of loans in the United States was non-performing loans. And in 2022, it's about 1%. So to have a development bank, which many people don't want to lend these small businesses, but government has taken the responsibility to do this, to fund this, and to lend to small business. The risk, the percentage of default is about 2%, and that is excellent. So good job to the GDB and government that support them. Well done. With regard to FROC, and I want to read from page 20. So in addition to what Senator Lewis mentioned, he spoke about point 1 on page 3. On that first page, page 3, there are 3 points, point 1, point 3, and point 4, on that one page in the beginning of the document where they talk about insufficient data. This is a real problem, and this is not the first time. Last year was the same thing. It's just that this year, there's more of it. There's more, I don't want to say complaining, but bringing to our attention that we can't give you what we don't have. So on page 20, just jumping all the way down to page 20, it reads, this report does not, and that's under 2.5 real GDP. This report does not include comments on the realism of the projected real economic growth rates for 2025. Then it further says, there is a descriptive and qualitative analysis. However, the quantitative data to inform the assessment of the growth rates for each of the years is not presented in this medium-term fiscal framework. It further says that the detailed assumptions accompanying data underlying the projected performance of various sectors are necessary to evaluate the growth forecast for the period of 2025 to 2027. In other words, we need to know exactly where we're going. And if we don't have the data, we don't know where we're going. The GDP growth is primarily driven by the performance of the construction sector, hotels and restaurants, which is tourism, wholesale and retail trade. And we see that from collections at the port. And the education sectors, such as SGU and so forth. As such, data should be provided on these sectors to support the projected growth rates over the medium term. I continue to read. The MTFF, medium-term fiscal framework, should include the quantitative indicators for the main sectors and those of strategic importance, like agriculture, construction, hotels and restaurants, wholesale and retail trade, real estate, and the education sectors that informed the projected growth rates. The FROC notes that no mention is made of the creative and digital economy, which is a strategic priority of the government, and reproduces the following from the 2024 annual report. So they just reproduce what they had from before. And we heard that the minister responsible for tourism gave a very good explanation of what they are doing. So the data needs to reach them. And finally, with regard to FROC, reading from just before 2.6, which is page 20, the top of page 22, it says here that the FROC is cognizant of the lowering of the initial projected growth in global output for 2025-2026. What that means is that the FROC is aware that the global economy is projected to shrink. So I'm not just speaking about Grenada. What happens outside of Grenada also affects Grenada. right? The global economy is projected to shrink in 2026. Notwithstanding the factors contributing to such a deceleration in the growth rate for the main sectors relative to the original estimate, it says here that the FROC notes that although there is an expansionary fiscal policy for 2026, with elevated capital expenditure of 13.1% of GDP, real economic growth is subdued at 3%. Oh, 3% still means growth. Very important to understand. So it may not be as it was projected in the last report, but it is still in the plus. It is still in the plus, so it is still good news for Grenada. It says here that the MTFF should provide more details on inflation, as this is one of the variables identified in the Public Finance Management Act for inclusion in this report. And it is used to estimate components of the fiscal projections. It is also necessary for labor force surveys to be undertaken quarterly to determine the rate of unemployment and so on. So we hear some of that data in the reports, but that data is not found in the FROC presentation. So I think there is definitely a gap there, and we look forward to see what the budget document looks like to be compared with the last budget document, so we can take all the data as a whole and be able to give some more meaningful feedback to the public. I thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Yes, I'm on the margins of this discussion, but I do note that the FROC projects 3%, the IMF records 4.4%, and we are still waiting for the government's budget to come in. So in relation to what Senator Sinclair says, you know, there may need to be some lunch bagging, I call it, around the quantitative economic data for the country. It keeps the sector of economic data reporting very active, and I like that part. So thanks to the FROC. And are there any other comments? If there are no other comments, I would like to thank all the reporting bodies, the Child Protection Authority, the GDB, and the FROC. Thank you for your reports. Some of them are a bit dated, yes, but they're coming now. And to say that you would have heard some of the concerns of the real oversighters of these reports and processes. I'm sure there will be responses. Thank you for your continuing work. And the question is that these reports are now accepted by the Senate. Hearing no other comments. All those in favor of receiving the reports, say aye. And those opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. The reports are received in the Senate. Ladies and gentlemen, leader of government business, it is 1 o'clock. We proceed with good health in this house. I consult you, colleagues, both sides of the aisle, whether we should take lunch now and come back, because I understand lunch has arrived. Leader of government business.
Yeah, Madam President, I know that many of us maybe want to go upstairs for a while, but I want to suggest that we take the formation of the committees, and then we can break.
Thank you. Yes, that's noted. However, we still have a number
Unless
of
we
reports.
want to take a 5 minutes.
We have a large number of reports. I would like to take those. I'm not sure how much conversations we will have on them, but we do have maybe 18 or 19 reports.
No. Madam President, we passed that.
Okay, so we'll just take the committee formation.
Yes, that should not.
Yeah.
Should take 5-10 minutes.
All right. So, Clerk?
Item number 9, petitions. Item number 10, government notices. Item number 11, unofficial notices. Item number 12, questions. Item number 13, personal explanations. Item number 14, motions.
Thank you. Ms. Goldston, Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. Whereas the debates on the gracious address delivered by the Governor General on the occasion of the ceremonial state opening of the 4th session of the 11th Parliament on Friday, the 12th of September 2025, was deferred to a date to be announced. Be it resolved that the said address be now further deferred to a date to be announced. Pursuant,
Thank you, Leader of Government Business. Honorable members, the question is that whereas debate on the gracious address delivered by the Governor General on the occasion of the ceremonial state opening of the 4th session of the 11th Parliament of Grenada on Friday, the 12th of September, 2025, be further deferred. All those in favor say aye, and those opposed say nay. Motion passes. Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. Whereas Standing Order number 63, subsection 1A, the Committee of Selection of the Senate's revised standing orders provide for the appointment of a committee to consist of the President as Chairman, Chairperson, and 2 other senators to be known as the Committee of Selection. Be it resolved that this Honorable Senate doth now appoint the 2 other senators to the said committee.
Thank you, Leader of Government Business. Honorable members, the motion is that whereas the standing orders number 63 1A authorizes the Committee of Selection of the Senate, revised standing orders, provides for the appointment of a committee to consist of the President as chair and 2 other senators to be known as the Committee of Selection, be now constituted. All those who are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
And of the contrary say nay. Motion passes. Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I would like to nominate Senator Salim Rahman and Senator Claudette Joseph.
Distinguished members, submitted to you the motion that the Committee of Selection for this fourth session of the 11th Parliament in the Senate, the committee will consist of Senator Salim Rahman, Senator Claudette Joseph, chaired by the President of Senate. All those in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. Committee of Selection is now constituted. Leader of Government Business.
Whereas Standing Order number 63 1B of the Senate Standing Orders provides for the appointment of a committee to consist of the President as chairperson and 2 other members to be known as the Standing Orders Committee, which shall be elected as soon as may be after the beginning of each session. Be it resolved that this Honorable House doth not now appoint the members to the said committee.
Honorable members, the question is that whereas Standing Order number 63, 1B of the Senate Standing Orders provides for the appointment of the Standing Orders Committee, be it resolved that such committee is now being constituted by the appointment of members. All those in favor say aye, and of the contrary view say nay. Passes. Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I would like to nominate following persons to the Standing Orders Committee: Senator the Honorable Roderick Sinclair and Senator the Honorable David Andrew to join the chair.
Honorable members, the question is that the standing orders be constituted comprising of Senator the Honorable Roderick Sinclair and Senator the Honorable David Andrew, chaired by President of the Senate. All those who are in agreement say aye. Of the contrary view say nay. Ayes have it. Standing Orders Committee is constituted as agreed to. Leader of Government Business.
Whereas Standing Order number 63, 1C of the Senate Standing Orders provides for the appointment of a committee to consist of the President as chairperson and 2 members to be known as the House Committee. Be it resolved that this Honorable Senate doth now appoint the 2 members of the said committee.
Honorable members, the question is that whereas Standing Order number 63, 1C of the Senate Standing Orders provides for the appointment of the House Committee to be consisted of the President and Senate 2 other members, be now agreed to. All those in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. Agreed. Leader of Government Business.
Whereas Standing Orders number 63, 1D of the Senate Standing Orders provides for the appointment of a committee to consist of the President as chairperson and 4 other members to be known as the Committee of Privileges, which shall be elected as soon as may be after the beginning of each sessions. Sorry, Madam President, I think I took the last one. House Committee, sorry. Whereas Standing Order number 63, 1C of the Senate Standing Orders provides for the appointment of a committee to consist of the President as the chairperson and 2 members to be known as the House Committee. Be it resolved that this Honorable Senate doth now appoint the 2 members in the said committee. Madam President, I would like to nominate Senator the Honorable Nolan Cox and Senator the Honorable Gloria Thomas.
Thank you, Senator. Honorable members, the question is that the House Committee, now constituted, will be comprised of Senator the Honorable Nolan Cox and Senator the Honorable Gloria Thomas, chaired by the President of the Senate. All those in favor say aye, and of the contrary view say nay. Ayes have it. House Committee is constituted. Senator, Leader of Government Business.
Whereas Standing Order number 63, 1D of the Senate Standing Orders provides for the appointment of a committee to consist of the President as chairperson and 4 members to be known as the Committee of Privileges, which shall be elected as soon as may be after the beginning of each session. Be it resolved that this Honorable Senate doth now appoint the 4 members to the said committee. Madam President, I would like to nominate Senator the Honorable Dr. Mayana Charles, Senator the Honorable Andrew Lewis, Senator the Honorable Sybil Francis, and Senator the Honorable Adrian Thomas. Wendy.
I thank you, Senator, and noting that we've skipped a step, we've combined. Honorable members, the question is that whereas Standing Order number 61-1D of the Senate Standing Orders provides for the appointment of a committee to consist of the President as chair and 4 members, and that committee be known as the Committee of Privileges, that this committee will be elected as soon as we have gathered after the opening of the Parliament, and that these members, these 4 members, are as follows, proposed as follows. Senator the Honorable Dr. Mayana Charles, Senator the Honorable Mondi Andre Lewis, Senator the Honorable Sybil Francis, Senator the Honorable Adrian Thomas, and that the committee be chaired by the President of Senate and be known as the Committee of Privileges. All those in favor say aye, and those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Committee of Privileges formed and populated. Thank you. Ladies, gentlemen, I think with your concurrence, we now break for lunch and aim to come back swiftly in an hour to have a fighting chance to end the day. I do want to say I had some copious remarks, but I will not stand between me and lunch. So I will summarize it in 3 quick points. First of all, thank you for language, Senator Rahman. There is no fever in the Senate, none whatsoever. No fever. Even this morning we got evidence of the comfort, of the confidence that members have to speak, interact, agree and disagree freely. And I think, as has been said by you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this is upholding parliamentary democracy, nothing to the contrary. That's my first remark. My second remark is that to the extent that there may have been a single gap in the order paper not being sent out on the 24th, does not negate, especially among the veterans. You know that we have indicated the 6th as our meeting, and we did have some, among everybody I gather, discussions as to whether or not that 6th date of the 6th would hold. It was proposed alongside other dates. The Standing Orders number 7.6.B tells us 6 days or 1 day. In this case, it was a day and a half, so we're somewhere in between. No, absolutely no disrespect was intended on the part of myself, the clerk, any members of the staff. And as has been said, in the 30-plus sessions I have presided over, we have never defaulted our membership, the papers for presentation. There may be, this is the first, and possibly the second, but this is the first, second case, I think it happened in July, where we were a bit late with the order paper. But I draw on the veterans who know the procedure. I know it was missing, and please draw it to my attention. To me, you are the veterans and I'm the novice. So if something is amiss, open door policy with this president. Open door policy. So no disrespect was intended. I think none was transmitted. And my third and final remark before lunch is to say, at some risk, how happy I always am to get the reports of what's happening in the state sector. Not that they are faultless, not that they're perfect, but they are forthcoming in the main, in the vast main. They report what I consider to be positive policy and program developments for people, and we all welcome that. We can give a lot of remarks. The one, for example, about CARIFTA being held in Grenada, I'm pleased, I'm very pleased, and I think we will all in the Senate rally to support our country as the host of the CARIFTA Games. Thank you, Senator Saville, and we wish you success in that endeavor. I also want to endorse and support the month of tourism, the month of youth, and many other positive or interesting and wonderful opportunities, particularly the young men. Senator Saville, thank you for preparing husbands for all the young women in my life. Thank you for taking them off the streets. And let me close thanking two last ones, saying to Senator Saville, Francis, you do not have to come here and plead for support. We are here for you, the whole Senate. And though we were not touched or devastated the way you were with your loss of your friend, Senator Neelan Franklin, who we know came from another side, another background. You embraced him, and your loss was intense. And it was always for me a pleasure to see how you all interacted as two young, rising parliamentarians. And I applaud that. And please know that you don't have to appeal to us for support for yourself. We willingly give you our support. And in closing, I say thank you to those of you who believe that the chairing of the Senate is conducted with impartiality and dignity that you all bring to the process. And we will continue. And we thank you all. And I draw a line, a thick, firm, definitive line under this conversation. The line says, no fever. Enjoy your lunch. Pray be seated. We recommence.
Item number 15, bills.
Senator Civil Francis, you're on your feet in front of the podium, which I now give to you.
Thank you, Madam President. I beg to introduce for the first reading a bill for an act shortly entitled Marriage Amendment Bill 2025.
A bill which seeks to amend the Marriage Act, Chapter 184, the Principal Act, to increase the minimum age at which a person may marry from 16 years of age to 18 years of age, shortly entitled Marriage Amendment Bill 2025.
Senator Francis.
Madam President, I beg to move that the relevant standing orders of the Senate be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all its stages at this sitting.
Honorable members, the question is that the relevant standing orders of the Senate be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all its stages at this sitting. All those who are of that opinion say aye, and those of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. Madam Senator.
Madam President, I beg to move the second reading of the bill.
Honorable members, the question proposed is that the bill be read a second time. All those who are of that, Madam Senator.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, the bill before us today is a very significant bill. And I am happy to be the one presenting this bill because it says to me that the consideration of our women and girls in particular is a priority, Madam President. Madam President, this bill seeks to amend the Marriage Act, Chapter 184, the Principal Act, to increase the minimum age at which a person may marry from 16 years of age to 18 years of age, and to remove any exceptions thereto with inconsequential amendments to related regulations. The bill contains 10 clauses and 1 schedule, Madam President. Clause 1 provides for the short title of the act for which this is the bill. Clause 2 provides for the non-application of the act to marriages solemnized prior to the date of its commencement. Clause 3 provides for an amendment to Section 3 of the Principal Act to prohibit the solemnization of marriages where either of the parties to the marriage is under 18 years of age. Clause 4 provides for an amendment to Section 19 of the Principal Act to remove all references to the required of parental consent with respect to the solemnization of marriages. Madam President, Clause 5 provides for the repeal of Section 20 of the Principal Act to delete the provisions relating to the procedure when the consent of a parent or guardian is required. Clause 6 provides for an amendment of Section 21 of the Principal Act to remove all references to the requirement or refusal of parental consent with respect to the solemnization of marriages. Clause 7 provides for an amendment to Section 31 of the Principal Act to prohibit the solemnization of marriages in articulo mortis where either of the parties to the marriage is under 18 years of age. Clause 8 provides for an amendment to the first schedule to the Principal Act to remove all references of the requirement of parental consent with respect to the solemnization of marriages in Forms 1 and 2, respectively. Clause 9 provides for an amendment to the fourth schedule to the Principal Act to remove all references to the requirement of parental consent with respect to the solemnization of marriages in Form 1 thereof. Clause 10, Madam President, provides for consequential amendments to be made to the provisions of the regulations set out in the schedule. The schedule sets out the specific consequential amendments as referred under Clause 5 to be made to the Marriage Special License Regulations, Chapter 184, and the Marriage Special License Destination Wedding Regulations, 2013, SRO number 12 of 2013, respectively, to remove all references of the requirement of parental consent with respect to the solemnization of marriages. Now, Madam President, I have said a lot, but I want the layman on the street to understand what I just presented, Madam President, because it is important. So I am going to use this opportunity to do an analysis and a breakdown of the bill. Madam President, generally what the bill sought to do or is seeking to do is to modernize Grenada's Marriage Act by raising the minimum age of marriage from 16 to 18 years, by eliminating all exceptions, including parental consent or special circumstances, and updating related forms and regulations accordingly. Madam President, this aligns with Grenada and global and regional human rights standards on ending child marriage, such as UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, CEDAW, and CARICOM Regional Strategy to End Child Marriage. Madam President, I'm not sure that our Grenadian population realized that we were enabling child marriage for so long. And Madam President, this administration sees it very fit to remove that, to prioritize our children to be children, to ensure that the society we are living in is one that is worthy of living in. Madam President, I'm going to do a quick analysis of what the Principal Act says and what the amendments are. Section 3 in the Principal Act allowed marriage at age 16 with parental consent. This amendment raises the minimum age from 18 years with no exceptions. So the effect of that is to legally prohibit all marriage under age 18. Section 19 specifically required proof of consent where necessary in the Principal Act. The amendment removes all references to consent requirements. Therefore, no consent mechanism is required. Section 20, under the provision in Section 20, the Principal Act detailed procedures where parental, guardian, or consent is required. In this amendment, this is repealed entirely, and the effect of that is the abolishment of all legal routes for consent-based minor marriages. Madam President, those are just some that I prefer to highlight in this instance. But, Madam President, this bill ensures that regardless of parental or judicial permission, no person under 18 can legally marry in Grenada. And that is commendable, Madam President. But I'd like to contextualize also why we are doing this. You see, this reform, Madam President, what it is doing essentially is protecting children's rights from early or forced marriages. And one may argue that it's not something that is a customary practice, although it's on our books. It's not something that we see. But, Madam President, we never know when. As my grandmother used to say, one day Congo take. And we do not want to take the chance for a what if, because it is on our books. So we are ensuring that in the event that one day Congo take, Madam President, someone wishes to do that, it is not practical here in this pure Grenada. Madam President, this bill also supports national development goals. And I like to ensure that this is emphasized because this administration ensures that we have a vision for this country, Madam President. And under Vision 75 and the National Sustainable Development Plan of 2035, particularly Pillar 1, the human capital development, is a perfect alignment of this amendment, which we are seeking, Madam President. This policy rationale also says, or recommits rather, Grenada's commitment to youth protection, gender equity, and well-being. Because I'm sure if we put on our realistic lens, we would know that a bill of that nature, without the amendment, affects mainly the women and girls, Madam President. The men are the one, unfortunately, are the beneficiaries of this bill remaining as is, Madam President. It also ensures consistency with the increased mandatory school age. And I'm sure my dear colleague would agree. We have just moved our school age, mandatory school age, to 18. So tell me, what business does our young people have before the age of 18 at least being married? Madam President, we are ensuring that our women and our girls, in particular our teenagers, they are preparing for a life by building themselves for the future rather than being succumbed to the pressures of society. Madam President, today we are debating a statement of principle. And I saw a letter circulating earlier that talked about this is an act of principle, and we're boycotting Parliament as an act of principle. Madam President, this is an act of principle because we are saying that our children need to be protected. This is principle, Madam President. Madam President, the principle is simple, that childhood is not a time for marriage. The Marriage Amendment Bill 2025 represents Grenada's firm commitment to protect our children, to empower our young and align with our laws, with our moral responsibility more than anything else, to uphold human dignity. Madam President, we're all adults in here, and we know what happens during marriages. We know the engagement and the interaction that happen. And sometimes as adults, it's even difficult for us. So imagine a child. Madam President, under the current Marriage Act, imagine a 16-year-old being given away by their parent. Madam President, I'm even tempted to say this is an act of children trafficking, Madam President, because you're giving away your child. Madam President, with this bill, we close that door once and for all. The new minimum age of 18 years without exception sends a clear message. Our children deserve protection, not permission to wed. Madam President, what our children should be asking permission to do is to send out applications to different colleges, to different universities to pursue career development, Madam President. Those are the permissions our children are supposed to be asking for at age 16. Grenada now joins the growing number of CARICOM member states such as Barbados, Jamaica, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines, who have legislated to end child marriage. Madam President, this amendment honors our obligations under the Convention of the Rights of the Child, and I know, Madam President, it's something that you're very passionate about as well. And you see, Madam President, all of those unions, all of those regional organizations, we are saying, through them we are saying, or we are honoring the obligations rather, under those conventions and treaties that we have signed on to. Evidence shows that early marriage often results in disrupted education. Madam President, just think of a teenager having a boyfriend or a girlfriend and how that, as simple as it may be or sound, disrupts education. Imagine if they are in a full-blown marriage, Madam President. The early child marriage also disrupts economic or lead to economic dependency and higher risk of domestic abuse and mental distress. By raising the age to 18, we empower our youth, especially our young girls, to continue schooling, to pursue their dreams, and to define their own path to adulthood. Madam President, the bill also repeals outdated references to parental consent, guardianship, declarations, and special permissions. The new text ensures that law speaks one clear language, that marriage is a contract between two consenting adults. And Madam President, we know that at age 16 you are not considered an adult. Madam President, so we're saying, and I think my last presentation in this House, I said that I don't want to be on the side of confusion. Because we're saying, on one hand, that at age 18 you are considered an adult. But at age 16 you're saying to me that I can engage in adult behavior, which is being married. Madam President, just the thought of marriage is scary. The commitments, the requirements. It's a scary task for an adult. I am sure we can jog our memory and we would know of one or two adults who have backed away from an engagement before getting to marriage because of all the challenges and the commitments that it comes with, Madam President. So imagine a child having to forcefully agree to those things. Madam President, what kind of society are we raising? Madam President, in conclusion, I want to remind us that this is a moment of moral clarity and legislative courage, more than anything else. And I have realized that this administration has taken on tasks that no other administration has ever sought to do, Madam President. And this is what I consider when I say legislative courage, Madam President. We have been doing just that. Madam President, we affirm that the future of our nation lies not in a child bride or early union, but in educated, empowered, and protected youth, Madam President. Let us pass this bill not just as law or out of obligation, Madam President, but let us pass this bill in conscience. And I would like to think that every one of us in here has a conscience that makes a very soft pillow at night, Madam President. So let us use our conscience in passing this bill as a pledge to every child in Grenada that their dreams will not be shortened to premature vows. Madam President, let us raise the age and raise the standard of protection of our girls in this society, Madam President. Adulthood must not be rushed. Protection must not be postponed, Madam President. This bill reaffirms that in Grenada, childhood is sacred. Madam President, I therefore commend the Marriage Amendment Bill 2025 to this Honorable Senate for its consideration.
I thank Senator Sybil Francis for her presentation, analysis, and clarion call for the bill, and I pass the floor to the Honorable Senator, the Honorable Salim Rahman. You have the floor, Senator.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you very much. When I saw this bill, read it very carefully, I noted that the intention was to change the age of legal marriage from 16 to 18, 2 years. And that is the defining factor between a child and an adult, 2 years. 18 seems to be a magical figure, age, that you wave something and when you reach there you become an adult. And to remove the parental rights that will allow younger than 18, from 16 to 18, the right to get married upon and only upon approval of the parents. Myself being married for 23 years and knowing the benefits of marriage, I'm not sure how many people today, by God's mercy, how many people today have done that or have achieved that. By observing my parents, who have been married for 53 years, I think I have a little bit of experience to speak on the issue. Little bit. So I thank you for the opportunity to speak on it, and I thank God Almighty for giving me the clarity that He has given, and to say some words on this subject, perhaps beneficial. I ask Him to grant us the understanding of all things pleasing to Him, that we may act in a manner that will earn His pleasure and mercy today and every day. Amen. Madam President, by and large, Grenadians are God-fearing and spiritual people. However, we sometimes fail, and we fail in the flesh, in our actions. Many times our actions do not match up with our beliefs, and so we fall short. Madam President, this proposed amendment to the Marriage Act is one such example in my view, and I'm willing to stand alone on this. Is one such example of falling short. Madam President, there is a saying in Islam, support your brother, whether he is wrong or whether he has been wronged. And so a companion remarked, O Prophet of God Almighty, I can understand that I can support our brother if he has been wronged, but how can I support him if he is wrong? And the Prophet, may God's peace be upon him, said, stop him from doing what is wrong. That is how you support him. Madam President, when we speak about marriage, we speak about a blessed and sacred union that has been gifted to us by the maker and owner of creation. We're not speaking about increasing the age for education and reducing the license from 25 to 18. We're speaking about a moral issue. Madam President, when we speak about this union, marriage is a prescribed vehicle by which man and woman must come together. But the reality is that boyfriend and girlfriend coming together at much younger ages than 16 in Grenada. That is the data. When you make decisions in business or in government, anywhere you make decisions based on data. If not, you run the risk of making decisions based on emotion, based on what somebody else say, based upon feelings and so on. You must look at the data. and see, based on that data, how best to protect your people. And it's not a one-size-fits-all all the time. Madam President, we began this session today with a prayer for guidance. The Lord's Prayer, Matthew. That prayer comes from the same text that these next two quotes will come from. Taken from Genesis chapter 2, verse 18, it reads, "The Lord God said, it is not good for the man to be alone. I will make a helper suitable for him." And another verse in Hebrews, it says, "Let marriage be held in honor among all." Among all. "And let the marriage bed be undefiled, for God will judge the sexually immoral and adulterous." Madam President, don't we have a duty as leaders, as parliamentarians, to preserve a current law that at least helps to avoid sexual immorality? If there is a law, albeit it is not normal to us today, albeit nobody is getting married, hardly anybody, if anybody at all, at these ages. But you know what's happening at those ages? Sexual activity, a lot of it. And you know what else is happening at those ages? Pregnancy, a lot of it. The question is it better for a child, a girl who becomes pregnant at age 16 and 17, is it better for that child to be assisted by their parents and to be married so that the man, we already know there's a lot of problems in Grenada with men shirking their responsibility as fathers. That's why we have so many households in Grenada led by women. This is not new. This is not something that is strange. These are the facts. I continue, by your permission. Madam President, the fact is that by the time girls reach 16 to 17 years of age in Grenada, roughly 71% of them have been sexually active. Let me repeat that. This is Grenada facts. And I have, if you may, dear sir, if you may distribute where the source comes from, so that everybody can have a copy and they can do their own research. This is not Caribbean facts.
Take this document to me for me to look at it before its distribution. Thank you. And all documents, just to warn you. All. Thank you. Continue, Senator.
Thank you, Madam President. So by the time girls reach 16 to 17 years of age in Grenada, roughly 71% have been sexually active, and nearly half have already experienced a pregnancy, bringing a life into this world. Madam President, the law currently allows teens aged 16 to be married only through the consent of their parents, and then 18 on their own. What is wrong with this, such that it needs to be changed? Do you know that according to Jewish, Christian, and Islamic tradition, marriage is permissible after the age of puberty? All religions, all three monotheistic religions. Now, of course, over time, due to changes in our society, some people may find this unreasonable. And some people may even say this is outdated. That was back then. They used to do that back then. That don't apply to us now. But you tell me, with our current modern societal beliefs aside, the fact is that our nation's children are having sex as early as 12. Many are sexually active by age 14. Put those years into context and see why it is that our grandparents and great-grandparents were told to get married earlier. Did we turn out so bad? So, does it mean that a child will be denied education or ought to be denied education because they are married? And does it mean that this is for everyone, even at 18? The answer is clearly no. Most people today will not even get married at 18. But my point of bringing this up is that if at another time we were told quite recently that a child at 16 and possibly even as early as 12 should have choices over their own body, and how could you then say that they don't have a choice to marry at that age? Does that make any sense? It's a contradiction. It makes no sense. On the one hand, you're saying that they should have a control over their body. On the other hand, you're saying that they're not mature enough to get married. So the real reason is to push morality further away from the people. I'm not saying and making a claim that this government is doing this on purpose. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that our respected Senator Francis made mention of the UN and other people that have already led the way in that regard. As a matter of fact, the United Kingdom raised their age, and their age was also 16, raised their age from 16 to 18 in February of 2023. And we know how the hand-me-down laws happen. So perhaps this is one of those. But I say this to say that in a report given by a gentleman by the name of Dr. Fred Nunes, a Caribbean expert and a UWI lecturer for 12 years, a Jamaican doctor, he mentioned that in a report that 16-year-olds, 16 and 17-year-olds reason comparatively to adults, unquote. They reason comparatively to adults. That's why I mentioned, well, 18 must be a magical figure, because automatically at 18 you reason like an adult. So I want the record to be clear, even if I stand alone, that if God Almighty had it right, to say that God Almighty has it right and had it right all along, that if it is that there is this strong sexual desire, and mind you, there's no boyfriend and girlfriend to be found in any scripture, I would like to see it. I would like to see that, where that is legitimized. So it's either marriage or nothing. And if we're going to push the can further down the road, then you may have another government, because the reality is that hardly anybody gets married today at 18, much less even get it married. So another government might say 20 or 24, because nobody gets married at that age anymore. These laws are outdated. The point is, Madam President, my whole presentation here today is to leave. There is no material gain by changing this law. There is no material. You are not making the country any morally stronger by changing this law. I thank you for your attention.
I thank you, Senator Rahman.
Very good.
Thank you. Senator Adrian Thomas.
Madam President, I stand to support this bill as presented by Senator Francis. And I'll be very short, and I think I have some level of, I have a little more authority to speak on this bill than my friend across there. I'm heading for 30 years in the business, so I'm a notch above you. But Madam President, I want to say that sometimes we have to do things to make sure that we have a society that we can feel very comfortable with. And what may work for Grenada may not work for St. Vincent, or what may work for the Caribbean may not work for Africa or some other parts of the world. However, I truly believe that our culture in Grenada and our culture in this part of the world is to really and truly encourage family life. And family life calls for responsibility. And each one of us who sits here today, we can attest to the fact that many of our homes, which our parents work hard to build, in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, I grew up in a home, nine of us. My great-grandmother was there. My grandmother was there. My aunts were there. And there were one or two of my siblings. And it was always our desire at some point in time to leave the home. And even today, you may say to your children, all right, at 16 years, you have 2 more years here. At 18 years, you've got to find your own. It's not that you want them to go or to leave your home, but you want to make sure that you instill a sense of responsibility. And at some point in time, they have to own their own vessel, canoe. How do you do that, Madam President? I believe the best way to do that is to ensure that you achieve some level of economic maturity. I believe it is important to achieve some level of empowerment through education, learning skills, putting yourself in a position where you can maintain yourself and your family. Madam President, in our society, in our culture, I don't believe that we're at a level where at 16 years you can achieve those things. I believe moving from 16 to 18 years is an opportunity for we to reorganize our society in a way we can encourage family life. And I really and truly believe in that. Too many of our homes presently, at 25, at 30, with due respect, while our parents may be happy to have us, around them, children want to leave. They want to go. They maybe can't afford the rent. They still have to remain home to drive the parents' vehicle because they can't afford to buy one. And to put that responsibility in a 16-year-old hand, or even in some society, can go as low as 13, 14, puberty. Madam President, I believe that protecting our young and putting them in the best position to help themselves, to help their family, to help their society, and to help Grenada CARICOM PT Martinique, I think this law will help in this process. This is not all. Passing the law is not all, Madam President. But the programs that this administration offers, where we say to you, if you're a school child, think like a school child. And take it from 16 to 18 and help and empower yourself. The programs that we are offering is in line. They are in line, Madam President. They are in line. And it will be a holistic approach in terms of going forward. So, Madam President, having said that, I really and truly support this very important bill on this very important day in this very important house. Thank you.
Thank you to this very important senator. Thank you. Senator David Andrew, very important also.
Madam President, thank you very much. I rise to give unequivocal support to this bill as presented. I rise as a person who has had the privilege to be married to one wife for the last 25 years. So a little more than you, my brother. Not Not you, not you, leader of government business. My brother on the other side. But I rise as a father. I rise as a psychologist. I rise as an educator and as a member of this House to support this bill. I listened to much of the argument of my brother on the other side, good colleague and friend. The issue of early sexual involvement is not the issue under trial here. It's not the issue under review here. And it's not necessarily something that may change with or without the passing of this bill. So I don't want us to get sidetracked there. And in fact, the issue of early sexual involvement is more so a question of values within our society, or the lack thereof, from as early as within the homes and families. And so that's where that conversation needs to be tagged if we want an appropriate redress, not necessarily facilitating early marriages because. So I wanted to point that out. But that age, the age of 16, the teenage years, we've come to know is that age that developmental psychologists associate with identity formation. In those stages, quite a lot of young persons are not even sure what's going on with themselves. Quite a lot of teenagers don't even know what they want to be, what they feel their purpose is in life, why they exist, their worldview. And so it's a disservice to enforce a commitment. Well, let me not say enforce, but to have somebody else consent to a commitment that potentially affects the rest of your life for you. There's a lot to be sorted out, physically, psychologically, emotionally, for teenagers, that I think they do not need to be further encumbered by trying to negotiate another human being who, in some cases, could be of similar age, because if two such parents agree, probably. But then, Madam President, we run the distinct risk of having already significantly mature and more senior persons exploiting some of our young persons because probably they are better positioned, they have a lot more resources, they have a lot more experience, they understand life better. And I'm not saying that this is levied against anybody in particular, but I'm pointing out the reality that this leaves an open window for that possibility. And as legislators, we have to ensure that we pass laws to protect even the most vulnerable of our people. And for me, that leaves a clear window that our children can be abused. And so this, I believe, further protects them and eliminates the opportunity for exploitation. And further, the question was asked, what's the benefit? So apart from this protection, what's also given and guaranteed is a harmonizing of laws. And I know we can speak to nuances, but the age of civil responsibility is 18. We drive, we do a number of other things at 18, and you take legal responsibility for those there. We can talk about the other bill when that time comes. But, Madam President, I strongly support, because I think by and large it serves to protect the interests of our children, to protect them from potential and possible exploitation. It harmonizes laws and it prevents the abuse, the potential abuse of our children, while allowing them the opportunity to fully find and explore their identity as they develop before they go on into trying to negotiate and work out what's happening with somebody else as they try to merge two lives into one in a marital union. I therefore firmly and unequivocally support the bill as presented. Thank you very much.
I thank Senator David Andrew, 25 years married to the same spouse. In which case I must say preceded by Senator Thomas's 30 years of marriage and Senator Rahman's 23 years. The baby in the group so far. We continue. We congratulate all of you for your longevity in marriage and pass the floor to, I think, somebody who's just beginning and putting words in your mouth. Senator Quince Britton. You may feel free to give your numbers.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Well, if we are going to add up the numbers, you might be even older than me. So I'm not married, but I too rise to give support to the bill as presented by my colleague and some of the sentiments expressed earlier by two previous speakers, Madam President. And not to reiterate really what the previous, my colleague said as it relates to age of civil responsibility. And in Grenada and by extension in the Caribbean, at age 18 you're being considered as an adult, and that's where you're able to get a license, get a voter's ID, and many other things you can do or make decision as an adult. So basically the bill is to help or to guide or protect our minors, whereas from moving the age from 16 to 18, I fundamentally believe that if you cannot make a decision or you cannot even sign a legal document at the age of 16, why it is that we still have on our books that a parent can consent to a child getting married at 16 years old. This, for me, Madam President, is a way of protecting our young ones from abuse as well as exploitation. So I join with the sentiments expressed earlier in giving my unequivocal support for the bill. Also, Madam President, let me just add educational opportunities for our young adults or our teenagers. Because at 16 years old, if you get married, then possibility of you having to drop out of school. Imagine you going to school, you in Form 4 at 16 years old, and you have to go home to come cook for your husband. I mean, we're just being real here, right? So hence the reason why we want to move, and in recent times we made changes to the age of you being in school up to 18 years old. So I don't see why we cannot just set the standard and join also with our CARICOM members or CARICOM countries, where as far as Jamaica in the north to Trinidad in the south, when you do the research, Madam President, at least 8 of the other CARICOM countries where it's legal to get married at age 18. So we're doing whatever that making all the necessary legislative changes to ensure we protect our women and girls especially. I do understand some of the comments or the rationale in which my comrade on the other side brought, and we know in some of the Middle East countries you can get married as young as age 9, and it's not a nice thing, to be quite honest. So coming to think about a 9-year-old girl being, sold or exploited in that manner. So the bill, again, like I said, is about protecting our young women or girls. So we will continue to strengthen all the legislation that would help to protect them as much as possible. So I record my unequivocal support, and I ask the members on the other side to do so as well in support of passing this important piece of amendment to this legislation. I thank you.
Thank you, Senator Quince. Thank you. Senator the Honorable Roderick Sinclair.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to make some contribution to this bill before us, the Marriage Amendment Bill 2025. I've read and I've listened, but I live in the country and many places, and the question that comes to my mind is, well, the motion before us actually is to, the bill before us is to advance the age of, you know, it's funny, Madam President, in our definition of marriage thus far, I would think in Grenada, is between a male and a female. That's what I understand. I don't know if there's a different definition thus far. But I've been listening on the conversation, and I'm only hearing about women, 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 women. And I'm a little bit worried about how this marriage intends to take place when I'm only hearing about women. Because for this marriage to take place, it has to have, in our current context, a male. So it's not the women have to be more than 16 and to be 18, but the male too have to be there. Because if I follow the drift, it means that the male could be 10 years, because the women we have to be so concerned about that they must be 18. We have to understand the picture that we're painting for clarity. So it's my understanding that the bill is to address both male and female who want to get married or who can get married, if not at 16, with the consent of the parent, they then can do so at 20. So you could have, in the current construct before this, a young man at 16 who would need to get his parental consent to marry someone 20, 25, 30 as the case may be. So just so we are worried about whether or not someone will go with our young girls, we also have to worry about somebody going with our young men. We need to keep the thing balanced. I say this to say that when we take a look at what is happening, I ask myself a few questions. I'm not a psychologist. I haven't studied human minds and development. But as you move from 16 to 18, it will be interesting to understand that what is so different that this individual or individuals, because they can both be of the same age of 18, that they couldn't meet at 16. Meaning that you could have removed parental consent at 16, and if they choose to be married, they're married. You may say, well, that's a reckless proposition. Similarly, I could say it's reckless also to bring them to 18 and nobody, parents not even involved. Parents not even involved. Just 2 years difference where they can make that decision on their own. I believe, Madam President, whilst we have all these international protocols. There is nothing wrong in you having more resilience in what you do. Meaning that we have to look at our society and figure out, yes, you could go at 20 because you supersede what that expectation is. We live in here today. We may not live to see in the next 20, 30 years that 18 will become 20 and 25, you know. So sometimes if you want to be leaders and foresighters and those things like that, we have to sometimes look at things in a broad way. The decision that we are about to make today is a 2-year decision for hundreds or thousands of persons. Some of them are waiting right now, waiting to go and get married next week, because they're waiting to see what we say. Are we thinking about that? And are we thinking that really and truly should this bill really take effect immediately after, so that persons have a chance to go through the sort of mental transformation that they need in able to cope with this issue of marriage? We have seen a lot of marriage, they start, they fall along, they break in different ways because a lot of time you're not prepared. So you have to go and do counseling and all of those things. I was hoping to see, Madam President, somewhere in this proposition that notwithstanding the parents may not be involved at 18, that there is some sort of counseling, some sort of preparation that these persons would have gone through, such that the marriage officers feel comfortable enough that they can able to be subjected to this sort of quote-unquote marital / religious / contractual engagement. I thought, and I think that we fall short of that. What we are doing, the same young girls, quote-unquote, that we seem to be focusing on only, we throw them to the wolves. Because 2 years is no different to a 40-year, 30-year-old, or 25 or 70-year-old that you're trying to protect them from in the morning. 2 years is not short. So, this overnight change that we're trying to achieve, because we want to conform with it. We didn't do that for how much years? Since 1996, since 1966. When you go and look at the records, Central Statistics for the past 16, 17, 18, between 15 and 19 years, there's about 2 and 3 persons that was married. Most of our marriage is taking place between 30, 35, 40 in those areas. So sometimes you ask ourselves, why are we passing laws? Do we have a problem? We pass gun control laws because we say we have a gun problem. Okay. We pass now, we come here to pass a marriage control, if you want to say a marriage liberation bill. Do we have a problem? In fact, what we may see, and statistics will show us maybe in the next year or two, that there is a flood because we create new opportunities, open door instead, because we have no safeguards in this. Sometimes we have to think, what may look nice, if you sit down and reflect, in real reality, it may not appear as it is. So in that regards, I ask myself, how a marriage normally come about? You don't just go about, well, as far as I know, as a young man, meet this lady, and you say, what, I want to marry you tomorrow. This thing don't happen like that, you know, Madam President. You have to check out a girl. You start, even if you is this quote-unquote elder person is speaking about, they have to win the influence of the parents. They have to treat them good until the parents say, well, okay, no problem. Sarah Rama know that. We all know that. Andre, it don't happen overnight. So if we can marry at 18, it means our goodly children, students who are in school right now, were in school 2 weeks ago. Can just go and marry the next day. In fact, they can marry and stay in school, depending on how the term pass with the 18 years. No safeguards. No safeguards. It means, therefore, if you want to go through the period of courtship, understanding, and all of those things, when you should be studying your schoolwork, and we want to be bright in maths and bright in Spanish and bright in all of those things, we study girls and boys because we're getting ready for 18, another subject. Because we don't just go and marry like that. Since 15, 14, 18 is the years, I don't have to depend on the parents. I started checking out girl a long time. And I'm forgetting my schoolwork. Because I know my parents cannot stop me when I become 18. I don't have no restriction when I become 18. Is that right? This is what this do. This is the I think there's a thing they call the lupina, whatever I call it. This is the loophole, the escape. And I can't stop that. What we will go and change the Education Act and now say you cannot be married and be in school. We can't do that. So the question then arises again, what is the safeguard within our school system? Oh, we can teach family life and teach all of those things, teach contraception, because all of those things, we have to teach that. Child protection and all of those things. Parenting. When we really want to teach maths and physics and chemistry and all those things. And once you're married, Madam President, it's children you want to have, Children the next day. Well, in fact, we know this situation, how things has happened sometimes. But you're ready. So these studies and students of the future to develop this country and all of those things. We're not saying we have to restrict persons. We're not saying that. But we have to have more wisdom in the way we construct things, such that the choices person make can be better filtered. Not everything could pass through. And I think that is how things have to happen, the floodgate. And so, these are some concerns, serious concerns that is bothering me. Madam President, I haven't spoken to the religious leaders to find out what is their concerns about this. And why I cannot speak for them? I know they are concerned about that. Because they are some of the same ones that are involved in counseling and preparing persons for marriage. So sooner or later, what you may find happening, that a lot of our marriages may not be taking place in a religious context. They might be happening in front of marriage officers or other stuff, because the moral connect of these persons from the religious base may have a conscience that they may want to exercise. What is the studies? What is the report that's supposed to accompany this document here to show that there was this broad consultation with parents? There's a National Parents Association. There is the Students' Body Association. There is the Religious Affairs. I think the conference of churches. What is their view on that? We are making a decision for almost 30,000 or more persons. And talking about the girls, that is where we are concerned about. We're not speaking about the men part. So when you add it up, it's almost 60,000 or more persons. But then I heard the story of, like, persons can come to the country and marry up our girls. I don't hear any boys yet, the girls. So that is a concern. So my question is, Madam President, where's the stats on that? Have we had 20, 30, 40 cases where these young persons, 16 years, and having the parents to intervene. Is the records there in the marriage officers? And if the records are there and the parents has given consent, then that statistics we read about all year round, I shouldn't be seeing 5 and 6 and 7. I should be seeing 100, 200, 400. Averagely, we have about 600 and something marriage per year according to central statistics. So I should be seeing at least 20 to 30% of these young persons involved. He said, what I'm seeing is that young people want opportunities. They want to develop themselves. But now we're creating a new quote-unquote distraction, I would call it, in this space. What is the impact on the parents? How are they feeling with these rights that they have is taken away from them overnight? What is the mental impact on them? These persons, when you're married, what you do? You can't stay in a parent's home. Generally, you miss there, but you have to get out. Do we have this sort of housing accommodation and all of those things to cater for that? Do we have this social network? Could they go and get a loan in the morning for newlyweds so they could go and build a house? It may look simple, but if you've been there, you would understand what it means. You're talking about a boyfriend and girlfriend staying home, you know. You're talking about you're married. You need to find a place. You have to pay your bills. You have children. You think you could think about furthering studies quickly and advancing all that stuff? So I think, Madam President, another thing, but I'm seriously concerned that there is not sufficient safeguards in this, because it is not just changing 16 to 18. You have to look at all the repercussions, all the risks that are involved, the social risk, the financial risk, to the society, to the parents, to the individuals. And what does it mean? And how do we protect the society to be able to manage the situation? I'm concerned that both boys and girls are unnecessarily exposed overnight, like instant coffee, into a matter that they are not prepared for. And my suggestion is that we need to look at that. And two, there should be a window of time before this bill could take effect. So for example, you may say, in 3 years' time. So persons now, just like we did it with NIS, you know. You see, sometimes, Madam President, you wonder how we do things, you know. NIS, we roll it, we roll it, we roll it, we roll it. What is so difficult to roll this one? What is so difficult to roll it incrementally and say, okay, in the next 2 years, or in the next 3 years, so people can prepare. Hurricane coming, we have to prepare. This year is a serious mental impact on people. One, the opportunity it creates, and two, the sort of fear and scare of our parents, the nieces, the uncles, and the cousins, and the nieces, and the aunties, wondering what's going on with my daughter and my son. And is a good girl you get there? We have to see, you know, where is she family, where is she history? Overnight, we can't even check that. We don't say that that has to be the case, but we understand our culture. And I think this has seriously eliminated. The question I ask, finally, Madam President, what is the rush? If we don't do it today, what will happen? Do we have 500 girls and men waiting there to marry, line up in the morning? I don't think so. So sometimes we have to be a little bit tempered and considerate. And a good idea Sometimes it will just be packaged a little bit differently to make it be of more value. Because I see. But you know, we are smart people, you know. According to Senator Lewis, we're smart. Parents know what to do. They have more work on their hand now. They would have to start talking to their children, advising them when they should be relaxing on evenings. Maybe after a hard day's work, the rule has changed rapidly because who is turning 18 next week? With these words, Madam President, I think that but I keep saying I think because the truth is I can't believe these things wasn't presented in support of this presentation. I thank you.
I thank you, Senator. Senator Andrew Lewis.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And I look forward for some better clarity from the other side on some of these matters. After listening to be quite frank, some of the contributions from my side here, my understanding is that an attempt is not made to lower the age, but is to increase the age. Yes, and an attempt is not been made to give parents more responsibility, but you're removing the parental consent that was required below the age of 18, but at age 16, between 16 and 18. If I'm correct, what is coming clear to me, based on even the contribution of my colleagues here, and with Senator Sinclair, is the need for us, myself included, to be able to have some deep dive into these matters with relevant. So I accept, so let me just put it up here. I accept that if you move the age from 16, or the possibility from 16 to 18, it ought to, without scientific data, I think the older you are, is the better you will be to make certain judgments, right? It may or may not always work out, yes? But what I would like to find out from the government side, whether or not we have had cases, be it 1 or whatever percentage, of parents using marriage, and I'm not speaking about male-female, because it is both male and female, for whatever activity where consent were required as a means of exploiting, as a means of benefiting for themselves, or as a means of resulting in life being more difficult for that individual. I would like to hear some of that. And when I listened to the presentation from Senator Francis, I am aware that many times in our parts of the world, we are asked to make changes based on certain requests that may come from external agencies. I have not seen, just on the surface of it, what is the harm or what is the danger with moving from 16 to 18, as whether or not it will solve an issue. I don't have that data, but it is highly possible. But I don't see the harm that will be created for parents from 16 to 18, because as we speak, my understanding is correct, the existing legislations allow for parental consent from age 16 up to just under 18, because I think once you reach 18, it is yours. It is your decision to make. it begs into, one or two senators have addressed this, that, and I'm wondering if there are more attempts now, probably there are scientific information for that, to remove parental involvement in a number of matters relative to the child, or relative to children, I shouldn't say the child. Because we are aware that there are ongoing discussions in other matters pertaining to children. And when we get to that, we will cross that bridge. But I just want to posit here that even in keeping with in line with this attempt or this act to increase the age from 16 to 18 in terms of marriage, recognizing that from 16 requires parental consent. But there is a possibility of lowering the age of children in some other material and psychological and other factors from 18 to 16 and as low as 12 under certain circumstances. And it may have some decisions that may be irreversible, meaning that even with age as low as 12, unless, if we are not careful, if there are not discrimination, meaning that you allow for decisions to be made on matters that could be reversed, it's because there are some medical procedures, once done, cannot be reversed. That's my understanding. I know I can be corrected on that. Yes? So if what we are doing here, because I think it is Senator Andrew that spoke about the aspect of harmonization, and I will want to believe that we are not only interested in harmonizing age, but we are interested in harmonizing procedures, regulations, and laws that will allow for the all-round better decision-making process of the people that we seek to protect or to help. Frankly, I am not in a position at this moment to make a definitive position, and it is also linked, probably I may not have had the time to do that complete research, but I am wondering whether or not the government side, unless there is an urgency that we are not aware of, can give consideration to not go to the third reading while we engage ourselves in some broader discussions. As I say, if there's an urgency, that if we don't do that at this sitting, or by the end of the year, based on the statistical information that we have, that there's a ring, not like the Americans say, that the Cubans were involved in human trafficking, which I totally reject, right? Although our press release from the state seemed to imply that they thank the Americans for bringing it to their attention. I'm saying, unless that there is some evidence that say we need to do this now because at the age of 16 or the parental consent, just as so you may be involved in human organ sale, that we have this ring in Grenada or in the region that Grenada is part of, that we have found through whichever entity that engages with these activities, that this activity is taking place and parents, or the existing, let me say the existing law has been facilitating and is facilitating these sort of activities. I am asking for a consideration, and I'm hearing that from our side here, Senator Sinclair and I guess even from Senator Rahman, that we allow for some further discussions on the matter. As I said, I can accept, And I'm prepared to accept that moving from 16 to 18, you should be dealing with someone who is much more mature. But as we speak, my understanding is that that is a bit immaterial because on your own, you cannot get married at 16 as we speak. It requires parental control, parental consent. So I just wish to raise that as just an observation based on everything that I've heard so far. So this is just, if some information can be provided. I'm not, like I said, I'm not saying no. I'm not saying no. If I can be told that if we don't do that now, that is what will happen. And these are the danger. Because on other presentations, sorry, Madam President, on other presentation, one must give credit to the government side, whether you agree or you disagree, that there is some rationale based on research or based on, well, occurrences. But I have not seen that here. What I have seen is just, we're changing this, and this is deleted, this is replaced, right? So it might be useful just to share some of that with us. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. And I take it that the other side heard your request and is going to respond to it, or the chair is happy to give time if you need to consult. I see the light of Senator Francis, the introducer of the bill. Go ahead, Madam.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, it saddens me to stand here to wrap up this part of our discourse because I am somewhat confused. I honestly thought this was going to be an easy debate because, Madam President, for the life of me, I cannot understand why we are against moving the age from a lower age to a greater age, even if it's by 2 years. For our children, and I'm putting children here in air quotes, Madam President, to become married. Madam President, first and foremost, from my understanding, marriage is a legal contract. Am I correct? But Madam President, if it is a legal contract, I ask, can a 16-year-old sign a legally binding document? So, Madam President, why is it that we are saying or having an issue with a legal document, something that legally ties a person to responsibility for the rest of their lives, and giving that consideration to be moved from 16 to 18? Madam President, if I had my way, it would have been moved higher. But that also comes with a form of hypocrisy, because the age of civil responsibility as an adult starts at 18. Madam President, I am not saying, and in no way during my presentation did I allude to the fact that next week, if you turn 18, you're waiting to get married at 18. Madam President, that has never been the intention. They have the option, Madam President. But what they don't have now is someone hanging over their head, forcing them to do something that they don't want to. Madam President, I keep saying in this honorable house that context is key. Nobody is saying that if you turn 18, you're obligated to. I am past 30 and I'm not, Madam President. So Madam President, when I look around the room, I thought for a moment that we were filled with very intellectual persons. But after listening to this, I am not saying that we're not. I am just left confused. Madam President, the senator asked, what is the urgency? in passing this bill? Madam President, my answer to that is simply, there's always an urgency to protect our children. Madam President, that is the only urgency at hand with passing this bill. And quite frankly, if you ask me, this is way overdue. Madam President, another senator asked, why we're doing this now? It's been so for years. It's a new dispensation. So because it was never done for so many years, that means it should not be done now? Life is evolving. The only thing constant in this life is change. So why should we be stuck in our old ways? We always talk about, acceding to our colonial masters. This is another example of us. If we ask for this to remain that way, we are bowing down to our colonial masters just the same way, Madam President. Madam President, immorality does not stem from law, but from a lack of guidance and opportunity. So by moving the age to 18, we are not telling our young girls and our young boys to participate in immorality. That's not what we're saying. At the end of the day, Madam President, it is the responsibility of parents to guide our children, even if it means until they turn 18. And Madam President, to this day, I still call my mother, thank God she's still alive, for guidance and support. It's an ongoing thing, Madam President. But what we are simply saying is that no, our children do not have to succumb to the peer pressure of families. And we know the reason why, Madam President. Let us make no mistake. We know the reason why a parent will consent to a child getting married at 16. Madam President, we know the reason why a mother or a father will give their daughter or their son, Honorable Senator, as you rightfully mentioned, the opportunity to marry off to an elderly person, Madam President. In this life, a lot of things come down to dollars and cents. So let us make no mistake. This is a form of exploitation against our children. But Madam President, what we are saying is that no, our children, and I am emphasizing, they have an option rather than an obligation at age 16. Madam President, allowing children to marry does not prevent sexual activity. It doesn't. And my dear senator friend over there, you rightly said it. Our children are having sex, engaging in sexual activities of all sorts from very, very, very tender age. But we cannot, Madam President, if marriage were the antidote to immorality, our answer to teenage pregnancy would be more teenage marriage. But we know the path only deepens cycles of poverty and abuse. So saying that at age 18, our young people now has that as an option, it does not prevent or stop the immorality from happening. Because it is now at 16, but the immorality is still happening, Madam President. And that is not up for debate here. That is not what the bill or the discussion is about. Too often, Madam President, we stray from the point. Madam President, every faith tradition represented in this chamber calls for maturity before marriage. And at least I am hoping that this particular statement is not up for debate. Because I will be very much appalled if any faith represented in here requires immaturity for marriage, Madam President. This amendment does not oppose morality. It preserves its foundation, responsibility, readiness, and respect more than anything else, Madam President. Madam President, we asked for the data and we asked for the statistics. Again, the reality of our society, we fail to document. So while publicly available data does not provide exact counts of marriage involving persons under the age of 18 in Grenada, our laws did permit such marriages from age 16 with consent until this amendment, which will be passed, Madam President. The absence of detailed age data itself underscores the need for greater transparency and monitoring, which is another benefit to this amendment, Madam President. Madam President, there are countries and regions in this world that believes in child marriage. And what the Principal Act actually allows for people to come into Grenada within the age range stipulated in the Principal Act and engage in child marriage, Madam President. But this amendment is going to stop it altogether. Stay where you are, practice what you may, but do not bring it into our society. And this is what this amendment is also seeking to do. We are not encouraging that level of child marriage in our society. Madam President, I don't see why anyone should or would oppose to that, Madam President. And the question was asked, what about our boys? I explicitly said, Madam President, unfortunately, it's not that it's not happening with our boys, but in most instances, in a very significant amount of cases, our girls, our young women are the ones subjected to this child marriage, Madam President. Madam President, we are not legalizing immorality. We are legalizing protection. Madam President, we are not dismantling values. We are defending futures. Madam President, and when our daughters and sons stand at the altar at 18 or beyond, it will not be out of pressure or parental consent, but our personal choice as adults, as an adult, and understanding. And Madam President, we are also not saying that at anything from age 18 and beyond, that our parents...
Thank you, Senator, for pausing. Is this a point of order?
Clarity, not order. Clarity, Madam President. It is a question.
Yes, Senator.
Yeah, no, it's not order.
Continue, Senator.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. I appreciate, because she has the right to not give way. Important point that was raised by the honorable member is to the issue of persons coming into the country and trying to marry like under the age. So they would come in here and use Grenada as an opportunity because of the age being 16. So that raises a new question in my mind of clarity in that, do we have cases of that? Is there a fear of that? I think that would help a big picture. And we know that we're not speaking about our Grenadian people, but we're speaking about persons coming into this country to use here as a safe haven to marry at that age. And if that is the case, then that should have been made very clear in the beginning. I thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Continue, Senator Francis.
Proceed, Madam President.
Pardon?
May I proceed?
Please continue.
Madam President, I saw your light, not the honorable senator, and I did not actually give way, but I will answer the question. Madam President, there's always a fear once the law makes it available. Once the law makes the provision, we have to expect that it can happen. Whether or not it did happen, there's the possibility that it can happen, Madam President. And that is why we are closing that door to ensure that it does not happen. Does that answer your question, Honorable? Madam President.
That is the crux of the bill to me.
Madam President, our role as lawmakers is not to condone early marriage, to preserve appearances, but to create systems that give our young people the dignity of choice, the safety of law, and the time to grow into responsible citizens before they take on lifelong commitments. Madam President, I now commend this bill to this honorable House.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Are there any more contributions? can't hear you. The debate is concluded by the wrapping up of Senator Francis, yes, of course. Just to confirm that there are no remaining questions or so on the table. Thank you, Senator Sinclair. In which case, honorable members, the question is that the bill be read a second time. All those who are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. Ayes have it, the bill must now be read.
A bill for an act shortly entitled Marriage Amendment Bill 2025.
Madam President, I beg to move that the Senate resolve itself into a committee of the whole Senate to consider the bill clause by clause.
Thank you, Senator. Honorable members, the question is that this Honorable House resolves itself into a committee of the whole Senate to consider the bill clause by clause. All those who are of that opinion say aye, and of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. And the Senate is now in committee. Clerk.
Clause 2, non-application of act.
Honorable members of the Committee of the Whole, the question is that Clause 2 forms part of the bill. All those who are of that opinion say aye, and of the contrary say no. Clause 2 is passed.
Clause 3, amendment to Section 3 of the Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 3 forms part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say nay. Clause 3 is passed.
Clause 4, amendment to Section 19 of Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 4 forms part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye. Request for the floor by Senator Andre Lewis.
Thank you, Madam President. And as we are in the committee stage, it allows me...
Chair, I'm no longer president now.
Sorry, Madam Chair. Yes, thank you. Madam Chair, thank you. And in relation to the wrap-up by Senator Francis, it was good. And what it brought out for me in relation to this section, I sort of formed the opinion, and she can help me here. There seemed to have been a reluctance to identify that it may have been people, probably through IMA or CBI, because I would think that you just cannot pass in through Grenada as a visitor. Well, I don't know. You may or may not be able to do it and be able to give parental, because I'm dealing with the gap between 16 and 18, right, in which you are maybe forcing someone, for whatever reason that you have advanced, it might be financial, power, whatever it is, to get married, and we are aware of it. But when it comes to our local people, for instance, who are involved in sexual activities and gun violence, and then we stand boldly and advance the reasons why we need to make those changes. If this is the case, with people coming to Grenada to do this, I am asking for us not to be reluctant or afraid to say it. I'm not saying you are, but when I listen to you, it sort of meandered around the issue until we brought it out by asking that specific question. And you spoke earlier about we need to break the reins of colonial rules. Yes? So if there are cases like this, I know this will prevent it from happening, even if it never happened before. But if there were, something must trigger. In my view, the executive will not send or bring matters before us for consideration as legislator unless something has triggered this.
Senator Lewis, I asked, before proceeding to vote on the bill, I asked, are questions asked being satisfied? You can't now, after we have closed and we are actually voting clause by clause on the bill, raise questions pertaining to the debate. Debate is closed. I allowed you to continue for me to be clear.
Okay, no, thank you. No, thank you. I missed that because I spoke before. When you ask, so I know that the normal procedure at the second reading is that once you speak, you're not allowed to speak twice. I must admit, after the presenter wrapped up, that came clearer to me. So I stand here, I'm guided by you. Yes?
And I will be guided by the presenter, to whom this question has been directed. If you wish to entertain it, I will allow it.
I will entertain it, Madam President.
Sorry?
I will entertain it.
Please. Thank you. Senator Lewis, proceed.
So, Senator Lewis, I can't definitely say that there is a specific issue that brought about the proposition of this. But what I am saying is, if we are now, we have the freedom of movement, we have CSME happening, we have the CBI program, we have all these different, Attorney General spoke about all the work permits and all of that are now being approved, right? So it means that with the movement of, the free movement of people, people are now under the CSME regime, have the opportunity to move with other people, right? And we are saying that once the law stays as it is, we are opening or keeping that door open for those things to happen. So with the emergence of CBI program, CSME, free movements of goods and people, all these different things happening, we have to protect ourselves from those possibilities.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I wouldn't want to belabor the point by saying that CBI was there long before and everything. So let me back off. I take what you have said, right? But I was just concerned that there was something because of who it may be pointing to, right? Probably certain cultures and other things, because according to what you have just said, all along, before we are going into these things now, or more into it, we may not have necessarily had that concern as Grenada, right? Because the only possibility that we are going up to open up, because Grenada has not yet agreed to the free movement of people, but we are preparing for it. I'm aware of that. But CBI has been there, right? So I take it, I would not belabor the point. I'm in total support. Yes? I'm in total support, and that's what I was trying to draw. Yes?
Madam Chair.
I thank you both for your appreciation of each other's concern, and this is why I say we have no fever. Actually, what this demonstrates is that we have oxygen in the room. Oxygen is flowing. Continue, Senator Francis. We're only on clause 4. Oh, Senator David Andrew.
Yes, Madam Chair. I just wanted to point out here, quick research indicates that this problem of child marriage is a bigger problem than we probably have made it sound here in this debate. General statistics indicate that there are over about 640 million girls and women alive today who are subjected to being married before 18, right? over 12 million every year. General global statistics. Yeah, that's 1 in every 3 seconds, based on what I'm seeing here. In areas like Latin America and the Caribbean, 23% of women get married before the age of 18, and 5% before the age of 18, before the age of 15. Yeah? So 23% before the age of 18, 5% before the age of 15. Now, these are statistics. Now, there's one statement here that says education dropouts related to married girls is 63% in these Latin American areas who are not going to school or formal training in association with these child marriages. Now, we are part of this region, and with all of the movements, with all of the international flows, I don't think we need to wait to get too many other examples. So I think we are being proactive, preventative, and probably there may have been 1 or 2 cases in Grenada. I wouldn't doubt. But I'm saying, given all of the global and regional trends, when your neighbor house catch a fire, wet yours. And I think that's what we're doing to protect the interest of our nation's children. Yeah? Thank you, Madam
Thank you,
Chair.
Senator. And give us the source of the data you just cited. Senator Clark.
The global overview and the regional world statistics.
Thank you. Senator Lewis?
No, I'm just saying that is very well. In other words, and if we want to continue this place to be different to the other places or place, this is the level that I've expected from your side on matters like this. It's not a contentious issue, certainly for me. Right? I just said I could have closed my eyes and just say probably 20. Because the older that you go, because these are certain decisions that have implications. But thanks for the data, and thanks for reassuring me, Senator Francis, that it is not your lack of fear, probably for identifying certain groups or so that you may have had concerns about. That may be the case, probably, but you don't need to answer, because I understand that you need to probably walk gingerly on some matters. Yes? In this global village. Okay, your government.
I thank you, Senator Lewis. I'm about to break the rule to make a comment to one of the questions. Only if Senator Francis allows me. How's that? And thank you. I break the rule of the end of the debate to say that Senator St. Clair is correct that it is a gendered matter. Both males and females are affected. However, we know that it is the girls, it's the females who are generally forced to marry at a younger age. It is not to ignore the males, but where it occurs, and that's why I wanted the source, because I believe I had read something to that effect, that a 16-year-old is bequeathed to a 40-year-old man, or 16 to 16. But there is a bit of a gender imbalance. But we take your point, I'm sure the Senator takes your point, that this factor, the preventive or preemptive action here in this law, in this bill, speaks to both male and female. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. And Senator Francis, Clerk, continue. We are on Section 4 of the proposed legislation.
Clause 4, amendment to Section 19 of the Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 4 be included in the Act. Covers Section 19. All those who are of that opinion say aye, and of the contrary say no. Clause 4 passes.
Clause 5, repeal of Section 20 of the Principal Act.
Clause 5, honorable members, is proposed to be included in the final act. Clause 5 being the repeal of Section 20. All those who are in favor say aye. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. Carries.
Clause 6, amendment to Section 21 of the Principal Act.
Honorable members, the proposal is that Clause 6 would become part of the final act. All those who have that opinion say aye. And those of the contrary view say nay. Clause 6 carries.
Clause 7, amendment to Section 31 of the Principal Act.
In light of the comments made by some of the senators, I wish to introduce the abstention option, which I have not so far. I will from here now include it. Honorable members, the question is that Clause 7 forms part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. Abstention. Clause 7 carries.
Clause 8, amendment of first schedule to the Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 8 forms part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. Those abstaining say abstention. Carries.
Clause 9, amendment of fourth schedule to the Principal Act.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 9 forms part of the bill. All those who are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. And those abstaining say abstain. Carries.
Clause 10, consequential amendments.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 10 forms part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye. Of the opposing view say nay. Any abstentions say abstain. Carries.
Schedule, consequential amendments.
Honorable members, the question is that the schedule attached to the bill concerning consequential amendments forms part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. And abstaining say abstain. Carries.
Clause 1, short title.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 1, short title, forms part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye. Of the opposing view say no, say nay. And of the desire to abstain, say abstain. Clause 1, short title, carries. Senator Francis.
Thank you, Madam President. I beg to move that the Senate resumes and the chairman of the committee reports progress on the bill.
Thank you, Senator. Honorable members, the question is that the Senate resumes as the committee closes and the chair of the committee reports progress on the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye, and of the contrary opinion say nay. Carries. And this Honorable Senate is now resumed. And I have the honor, distinguished colleagues, to report that the bill was considered by a committee of the whole Senate and it was passed without amendment. Senator Francis.
I beg to move that the chairman's report be adopted.
Honorable members, the question is that the chair's report be adopted. All those who have that opinion say aye, and of the contrary opinion say nay. The chair's report of the Committee of the Whole on the proposed bill is adopted. Senator Francis.
Madam President, I beg to move the third reading of the bill.
The question is that the bill be read a third time. No request for the floor. The question is that the bill be read a third time and passed. As many as are of that opinion say aye, and of the contrary opinion say no. Those abstaining say so. Passed.
A bill for an act shortly entitled Marriage Amendment Bill 2025.
Senator David Andrew.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, I beg to introduce for its first reading a bill for an act shortly entitled the Status of Children Bill 2025.
A bill which seeks to provide legal certainty regarding the status of children and the parents, shortly entitled Status of Children's Bill 2025.
Senator Andrew.
Madam President, I beg to move that the relevant standing orders of the Senate be suspended to enable this bill to be taken through all of its stages at this sitting.
Honorable members, the question is that the relevant standing orders of the Senate be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all its stages at this sitting. All those who have that opinion say aye.
Aye.
And of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Senator David Andrew.
Madam President, I beg to move the second reading of the bill.
Thank you, honorable members. The question proposes that the bill be read a second time. Senator Andrews.
Madam President, this bill, the Status of Children's Bill 2025, is one of a series of bills geared at protecting and preserving the interest of our nation's children. This bill seeks to provide legal certainty regarding the status of children and their parents. It also seeks to reform the laws relating to children by providing for an equal status of all children and to remove any discrimination against children born out of wedlock. This bill will repeal and replace the Status of Children Act, Chapter 311A. Madam President, I want to just simply give you some background. Since the early 1990s, 1990, 91, 92, I think, quite a bit of work went into ensuring that discrimination against children and disabilities against children in law were eliminated. In fact, they went a good way in addressing those discriminations and legal disabilities for children who were born outside of their children being married. Prior to those legislations, prior to the 1990s, 91, 92, 93 there, terms like legitimate, illegitimate, and bastard were terms that were used to describe children who were born out of wedlock. Now, with that piece of legislation in the early 1990s, they abolished the use of the word in the Status of Children Act, illegitimate child, legitimate child, because those came with a certain negative connotation. Now, the act that gets somebody here as a child might be illegitimate. Certainly in the case of rape, it's a violation. But a child must never be so termed. The precious gift of a child, of a life, must never be so termed. That act mandated that the term illegitimate child must be replaced by the term child born out of wedlock or child born within wedlock. And that law in the early 1990s insisted that all children, regardless of the marital status of their parents, ought to have been treated equally in law, with identical rights, privileges, and obligations. So, Madam President, since the early 1990s, the thinking was correct in terms of moving towards non-discrimination of children, irrespective of the marital status of their parents. Nonetheless, Madam Chairman, Madam President, I'm still in committee, it seems. Even the use of those terms, like distinguishing a child born out of wedlock or a child born within wedlock, legitimized some separations and created the opportunity for continued discrimination because you mark a child simply because of the status, the marital status of the child's parents at the time of the child's birth. That's no fault of a child. A child didn't know who his parents were or who his parents are. Children don't choose the circumstances under which they come into the world. And there is no way that we should continue to legislate and legitimize stigmatizing names for our children. Additionally, Madam President, some of those terminologies persisted in other legislative documents. So while the Status of Children Bill in the early 1990s began to address some of those, we still had child out of wedlock, child within wedlock, and some of the same terminologies continued in other legislative documents, some of which we'll reference when we speak to the schedule lower down in this bill. Additionally, there have been significant scientific advances in our time, so that becoming a parent is not strictly a matter of child mother or child father. Science has evolved. There are all these artificial means. And these advances have allowed, there have been changes in social norms, in our social and familial structures, methods for becoming a parent. And it is for those reasons, Madam President, that this bill seeks to provide the legal certainty regarding the status of the children and their parents, and to also seek to reform the law relating to children by providing for an equal status for all children and to remove all discrimination against children born out of wedlock. This bill, as I said before, will repeal and replace the Status of Children Act, Chapter 311A. This bill, Madam President, is divided into 5 parts and contains 20 clauses and 1 schedule. Part 1, it provides for matters and contains clauses 1 to 3. Clause 1 provides obviously for the short title. Clause 2 provides for the interpretation provisions and definition of key terms, including terms like child, parent, cohabitant, parentage testing procedure. And these are terminologies that hitherto had not been included in the bill that is going to be repealed and replaced. Clause 3 provides for the scope and application of the provision of the Act, and simply to say that it applies to all children regardless of birth date or location, unless vested rights are affected. In other words, if there is some legal provision, probably in a will or in some other legal documentation that allows you provision prior to the coming into effect of this bill, it applies to everyone, all children. Part 2, Madam President, provides for the status of children and contains clauses 4 to 7. Clause 4 abolishes the legal distinction in the status of children born within and without of marriage, and the rules of consideration whereby words of relationship signify only legitimate marriages or relationships. Now, so there's going to be no distinction. A child, as we had come to know previously, a child is a child. Whether a child is born in or out of wedlock, it's no longer going to be an issue, because the child will be referred to as a child. And then to all of the constructions that suggested that any reference to relationship only meant a legitimate relationship, because we know quite a significant number of persons in our society cohabitate. They are single-parent families. And all of these realities must be taken into account as we seek to provide and protect the interest of our nation's children. Clause 5 provides the circumstances under which a person will be presumed to be the father of a child, and establishes that where circumstances exist that gives rise to the presumption of paternity in respect to more than one father, that no presumption will be made with respect to paternity. Right? If you have multiple possibilities there, there'll be no presumption. To be more precise, this clause establishes presumption of paternity based on marriage, based on cohabitation, based on acknowledgement. In other words, the person acknowledges, that's my child. I'm accepting this child and owning this child. And registration, because that can happen as a matter of policy through court to register, right? Clause 6 provides for the presumption of parentage where a child is born either to a man or woman or both as a result of carrying out some artificial conception procedure. So this is a new element in that the science has evolved significantly enough to allow for these scientific procedures to have a baby conceived. And in those cases, parentage can still be established. Clause 7 requires that some of the instruments pertaining to the acknowledgement of paternity be filed in the registry, and it empowers the registrar to permit the inspection of such instruments by persons who have a proper interest in the matter. So not only is it going to be had, but it's going to be registered, whether it's the interest, the acknowledgement, all of the instruments pertaining to paternity, these can be registered and can be duly inspected upon a court order. Part 3, Madam President, provides for parentage and contains clauses 8 to 12. Clause 8 sets out the circumstances under which the person by whom an application for a declaration of parentage may be made to the court. This clause also empowers the court to make or revoke declaration of parentage, right? So it allows persons to apply for a declaration of parentage. Clause 9 empowers the courts to order parentage testing procedure. Now, that's a little different too, compared to the bill that's going to be repealed and replaced. The court can now order by law testing procedures. It ensures the best interest of the child is considered, including appointing a guardian ad litem, which is a guardian who acts, who is appointed by court in the case of a lawsuit involving a child, or in case of any such similar proceeding where a guardian is needed, the court can so apply or appoint a guardian. It also requires medical reports and allow the court to summon experts, and that the minister can be allowed to approve laboratories for testing and publish them officially. These are part of the underpinnings of Part 3 in the clauses so mentioned, Clause 8 to 12. It also points out one of the key differences in this piece of legislation as being presented is that these hearings will be conducted privately, as opposed to much of what takes place where it's most times taking place in open spaces. Part 4, Madam President, provides for the disposition of property and contains clauses 13 to 15. So, of course, once we talk children, the law already makes allowance for inheritance to be transferred, properties to be transferred, and so this section provides for the disposition of property and contains 13 to 15, the clauses. Clause 13 provides for transitional provisions relating to instruments that were executed and became effective prior to the commencement of this act. So if a child, prior to this act coming into effect, was entitled to some particular inheritance under previous law, they will not be affected by this new law, right? It imposes an obligation on the executor, the administrator, or trustee of an estate or property to make honest and reasonable inquiries as to the existence of any other person who could claim an interest in the estate or property by reason only of the provision of the Act. So if there are other persons, probably other persons who might claim to be children, there's a reasonable obligation on the part of the executor, the administrator, to find and engage such persons. Clause 16 seeks to protect an executor, administrator, or trustee from an action being taken against them by any person who could claim an interest in property by virtue of the provisions of the bill, where the executor, administrator, or trustee had no notice of the relationship on which the claim is based at the time when the distribution of the estate or property was made. In other words, Madam President, if the trustee proceeded to administrate the property without the knowledge that there was some child somewhere who was previously called illegitimate, or probably who was previously called bastard, and who's now saying, I have an entitlement based on this law, because that is my father, the testing procedures could verify, I have an interest. The executor, the administrator, cannot be held legally prosecutable because of that. They're being protected here. In short, Madam President, Part 4 does two major things, clauses 13 to 15. One, it protects the executors and trustees from liability if unaware of the child's claims. And two, it ensures that there's a transitional provision that does not affect prior wills or dispositions. Yeah? Part 5, Madam President. It provides for miscellaneous matters, and it contains clauses 16 to 20. Clause 16 provides for the conduct of hearing under the Act, and like I indicated earlier, hearings are to be held in closed court unless ordered otherwise. So again, the confidentiality, the privacy of the children involved will be protected with this new piece of legislation being proposed. And Clause 17 provides for the protection of existing rights which became vested before the commencement of the Act. Clause 18 empowers the minister to make regulations providing for such matters as are required or necessary for giving full effect to the Act and for its due administration. By Clause 19, the Legitimacy Act, Chapter 169, the Legitimization or Re-registration of Births Regulation, Chapter 169, and the Status of Children Act, Chapter 311A, are all repealed. Clause 20 provides for the consequential amendments to the enactment specified in the schedule to extend the provision in the schedule. So in the schedule, Madam President, we have a number of other laws where references were made to illegitimate or probably unlawful, and that is being addressed. The schedule lists a number of laws like wills, intestate estate acts, the Marriage Act, the Birth and Death Registration Act, Legitimacy Act. All of these acts will be impacted by the passing of this status of children legislation, in that the terminologies that provided or supported discrimination and the legitimization of discrimination against children because of the marital status or not of their parents will be pulled out and changed. And so in conclusion, Madam President, this bill eliminates discrimination based on birth status, or rather, the status of parents, the marital status of parents at the time of birth of a child. It ensures equal treatment of all children under law. It modernizes parentage determination through scientific methods and protects privacy and dignity in legal proceedings involving children. All of these make this bill as proposed a compelling and commanding proposed bill that I confidently recommend to this House for the discussion and eventual approval. I thank you very much, Madam President.
I thank you for the presentation of the bill, Senator Andrews. I have a question just before I open the floor, a question of clarity from me. It may be addressed either in Part 2 or Part 3, so there are about 8 clauses there. And the question is, if by previous law and practice, a child born out of wedlock did not inherit from his or her parent, can that child now petition for inclusion in inheritance based on this new bill if it becomes law?
Madam President, with your indulgence, yes. I think from one of these sections I just read, the executor has an obligation, a legal obligation, to reasonably address the concerns of persons who can so claim based on the provisions of the law. But they cannot be, they will not be prosecutable for any such infractions for things that may have happened prior to the law or the bill coming into effect. So yes is the answer. Thank you.
Thank you again, Senator. Floor is open. Senators, the Honorable Salim Rahman.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to lend my support to this bill. There are some teachings that go way back, all the way back to what they claim to be the time of Prophet Abraham and his 2 sons, one being legitimate and one being illegitimate. And this is part of the problem, because it is never so and it was never so, because nothing happens without the will of the Creator. That's why In another part, there's a statement that says, thy will be done. So it is wonderful to see this bill recognize that a child is a child, and there must be no stigma and no labels attached to any child that will disenfranchise them in any way, either by labels, class, status, race, any way, nationality. A child born into this world is as equal as any child anywhere and must be recognized as such. So I support this 100%. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rahman. Our Attorney General, Minister of Legal Affairs, Senator Claudette Joseph. You have the floor, Madam.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise, Madam President, to lend my full support to the bill now before this Honorable House. Madam President, former Member of Parliament for St. George Southeast and distinguished Attorney General, Dr. Francis Alexis, in the early 1990s, while he was Attorney General, championed what became known as the Child is a Child legislation, which is the current Status of Children Act of 1991, encoded in our laws as Act number, which one is it? 311A. No, sorry, it's not 311A. 311A is the legitimacy. 311A. Correct, right? So, the Status of Children Act 311A was groundbreaking in Grenada at the time, in that it was the first time that children born out of wedlock was recognized to have equal rights and status under Grenadian law with children born within wedlock. And Madam President, that change pursuant to the Status of Children Act in 1991, Chapter 311A, allowed for many Grenadian men, women, boys, and girls to, for the most part, inherit in the estate of their deceased father. And Madam President, as a legal practitioner, I did many such applications under the Status of Children Act for declarations of paternity. And so, great justice was done to our people in the passage of the Status of Children Act in 1991. Madam President, but times have moved on, and as current policy and lawmakers, we have a responsibility standing on the shoulders of those who went before us to improve, to transform, and in some instances to transcend what they did at the time. So, Madam President, this legislation repeals and replaces the current Status of Children Act, and it does so for very good reason. Madam President, it simplifies the modes by which paternity might be established. That's one of the first things it does. Under the current regime, the only way that you can establish paternity under the law is by making an application to the High Court for a declaration of paternity. And of course, you must bring cogent evidence so that the court is satisfied as to the paternity of the applicant, who is usually the child. And in most instances, well, in almost all instances, the father is deceased when the application is made. Because if the father is alive, in many instances, he just consents that his name be added to the birth certificate of the child, or he engages living, being alive, in acts of acknowledgement. So in almost all instances where there is need for resort to this legislation is so that a child born to a couple who were not married and the father is now deceased must make application for a paternity order so that they may be recognized as a beneficiary in that person's estate. In this updated and revised legislation, Madam President, under Section 5 that deals with presumption of paternity, a person who was married to the mother of a child at the time of the birth of the child is presumed to be the father. That is actually the law now. So that is just codifying what we know as the common law. A person who was married to the mother of a child and the marriage was terminated by death, nullity or divorce within 10 months of the birth of the child is presumed to be the father of the child, and that is spelled out in the legislation. A person who marries the mother of a child after the birth of the child and acknowledges by words or conduct that he is the natural father is presumed to be the father of the child. And this is where it gets interesting, Madam President, and where the majority, over 80% of our population, will benefit. A person who was cohabiting with the mother of the child at the time of the birth of the child, or the child was born within 10 months after they ceased cohabitation, is presumed under this statute, under this proposed statute, to be in law the father of the child. That person currently would have to make an application and prove paternity in the court. Now, this legislation would recognize the cohabiting spouses, the cohabiting partners, and presume the child to be that of the father, just as though they were married. So, Madam President, this is a major step forward. And if the person was adjudged or recognized in his lifetime or after his death by a court of competent jurisdiction, the presumption will arise. And then it goes on to speak to the father who signs an instrument with the mother of the child, acknowledging that he is the father. And if the instrument was executed by deed and deposited with the registrar, the presumption will arise so that when that person passes, there will be no need for an application for declaration of paternity. As it stands now, if a father swears an affidavit saying that acknowledging that he is the father of a child, and he dies before attending in person at the registry to insert his name on the register of births and deaths, that child still has to apply to the court, incur the expense and time of applying to the court for a declaration of paternity. Of course, that child will use the affidavit that the father signed during his lifetime as part of the evidence. But based on the current law, that alone will not be sufficient evidence. This new insertion here, well, it's not a new insertion, this section 5(1)(g) allows for a presumption of paternity to arise where the father simply signs an instrument and the instrument is deposited at the registry. Of course, the instrument has to be by way of deed. So, Madam President, we have all these new circumstances that will give rise to a presumption in the law that a person is or was the father of a child. It makes it easier to establish entitlement for a share and interest in the estate of a deceased person. Madam President, the legislation also makes provision for parenting testing procedure. And Madam President, proceedings in the court may require, at the request of any party to the proceedings or any person representing the child, because sometimes you're dealing with a minor and there's a guardian representing the child, or the court on its own initiative to require parenting testing procedure to be carried out. And this, of course, will help to establish paternity. Madam President, I can tell you that sometimes injustice is visited on ordinary Grenadians in relation to this matter. I can give an example of a case I did in the Magistrates Court, Madam President, where a gentleman, my client, he was brought to court for maintenance of a child. The child, he assumed the child was his. When the child was born, he started providing reasonable maintenance. And then after about a year or so, as the features started developing, he became convinced that this wasn't his child. So he stopped maintaining the child and the mother took him to court. Madam the mother brought a witness who it was obvious that this was the father. The witness was the father, based on the resemblance with the child. But the magistrate, after the father expended monies and had a DNA test done, and the test came back saying there's a 0.00 probability that he was the father of this child, we started maintaining. The magistrate took the view that the act pursuant to which she was administering maintenance did not permit her to allow this DNA test as evidence. And so, despite the results of the DNA test being disclosed to the court, the order was made for him to maintain the child. And, well, luckily, we proceeded to the Court of Appeal, and the Court of Appeal, in its wisdom, reversed the order of the court. But, Madam President, this legislation, together with other legislation that will be brought to the Parliament in due course, because we also long for this legislation to make full sense, certain other legislative steps will have to be taken, including revision of the Maintenance Act and legislation relating to cohabiting spouses. So, Madam President, to do justice amongst all our people and to better protect vulnerable citizens, particularly young women, girls, and children, these changes are necessary, Madam President. So the Act refines and updates the provisions relating to parenting testing procedure to ensure that effective and reliable processes are followed in establishing paternity, Madam President. So together with all of what was presented by my learned and distinguished colleague, Senator David Andrew, I will commend this bill to this Honorable House, and very pleased and satisfied that today we are able to stand on the very broad, strong, and distinguished shoulders of Dr. Francis Alexis, who was known as a child Attorney General, and update and improve the Status of Children Act. Changes that I am sure in this era, Dr. Alexis himself will fully welcome and embrace. So, Madam President, I commend the bill to this Honorable House. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Honorable Claudette Joseph. And I hope Senator Sinclair was listening, that a man received justice. Are you listening? And I offer the floor to Senator Monty Andre Lewis.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And it is good to see that we have reached a stage of ensuring that a child is a child, regardless of the circumstances, because, but one of the issues that I have not heard addressed, and to me it will lend itself to that as a positive, is that many times people, I'm not just saying children, and because children could be in their 40s, 60s, because, yes, the child off, may not be just be interested in property. We know that there are cases where, based on your complexion, I mean, we're speaking, that's Grenada, yes? Based on your complexion, based on your background, your socioeconomic background, where there were poor relations at the workplace, poor relations in the community. It is quote-unquote known who the father may be, but everybody hush-hush, because it is a well-known person, in quote-unquote, in society, and everybody shoo-shooing. And we see the unequal or the indiscriminate or the discriminate treatment of siblings, right? Because we have known of cases where even if the father does not, quote-unquote, accept officially that this is his child, the siblings of what you call the official relationship, based on the knowledge that they have embraced that individual or individuals. So that's good. So I support all that it is seeking to achieve, but I also think that one of the intrinsic opportunity is that aspect of knowing, to be able to know, right? Because many times you hear of individuals who may lament the fact of not having that opportunity to have known. If it is there, I may have missed it, and that's quite possible. It might be more of a medical question than a legal question, because I know the legal opportunity presents itself. Is there this science that will allow the identification of paternity after death? So, for instance, what we have, because we have addressed here the aspect, of property, and after recognizing that even if the parent, the father, dies, and there was no will, that there's a possibility, right, of getting some form of property. It is not mandatory for anything that was existing or happened before the passing into law of this bill, yes? But going forward, just in the event, I'm just asking, somebody here could help me. I mean, I guess I can Google it, but just in case, because my learned colleague here may have dealt with a number of matters like this in the court. I'm just trying to determine if we have the information that paternity can be determined after death. So, for instance, I'm the father. So the answer is yes. So that's really good. In other words, I suspected so, because I know that, yeah, I suspected so. But that's good, because it can give some possibilities or probabilities for some restorative benefits, for want of a better word, and just the fact of wanting to know. So it's really a step in the right direction, because I recognize that on page, and I'm just making that point for whatever it's worth, that's on the clause 9, parentage testing procedure, 9.9.9c, sorry, 2A, Roman numeral 1 and 2, recognizes that the court should take certain procedure things into account if the person is sufficiently mature to ensure that they are counseled, because sometimes the revelation of those information can have devastating impact, because there may be the interest of one of the parties to have these things done. I'm talking about the parent, yes? And the child may have gotten so used to one set of information that if they are not counseled properly, addressed properly, can have far-reaching impact. And 2, Roman numeral 2, I recognize that 12 seem to be featuring, and I remember Senator Andrew speaking about harmonization and recognizing that none of these things are bigger than us. Yes? Okay, it's not just us alone. I recognize that 12 seem to be featuring, because once that it is saying that at the age of 12, that person is more or less mature enough in these circumstances. Yes? Mature enough or capable enough of expressing their individual view on the matter for consideration by the court. The court may say yeah or no. That's my understanding. But I recognize that 12 has featured here, and I know you're going to feature somewhere else. We just have to be alert. So I applaud the move to have officially a child is a child, which broadened Dr. Alexis, the administration at that time. And I know he might be saying that if 30-something years after we can stand on his shoulder, he may lament the fact that in some of the instances, when he asked us to vote yes, we voted no. But anyhow, I recognize.
Thank you, Senator Lewis. And I offer the floor to Senator Sinclair.
Yeah.
Representative.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. I wouldn't have very much to say. I know Senator Andrew has an appointment for this evening, so I wouldn't hold him up too much. But I say this to say that Senator Joseph would have explained a lot of intricacies and operational matters pertaining to some of the ideas that I have in my head. Because what they want to see at the end of the day this year is that, to me, all Grenadians should read this bill at the end of the day and see how it relates to them in the way they would live and the way they are left before, and out of open matters that they need to close. This, to me, is a bill that everybody, a child is a child, well, as he was called then by Francis, Dr. Alexis, and of course, this here is an enhancement of it. I read both of them in parallel, and of course, restructuring enhancement, I noticed in the original bill of 1991, there was a section that dealt with appeal. And I noticed that this was, well, distinctly that heading was not included in this new bill, and I wasn't sure if I go to the, right, it's clause 14 in the original bill, Act number 39 of 1991, and as amended by Act 29 of 1993. And it speaks of an appeal shall lie from an order or directions under 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, according to the rules of the court. Basically, I take it that is the same sort of situation that Senator Joseph just mentioned, where there was an appeal of a matter that to go on to the High Court. Remember, there was a matter she explained. And so that drew my attention specifically because these are contentious issues. And notwithstanding that a man and a woman can be living together according to one of those clauses, and within that 10-month period, the woman gave birth to a child, we assume that the man, within that space of time, is the father of the child. And so I asked myself, well, where is the grounds of appeal for my good friend Senator Lewis, who may find himself, well, no, this is my child, but he was not living in the house or married. with that lady, and that woman, and that wife at the time. So, why is this tight? It leaves some windows to me that needs addressing. Of course, one can argue, well, if he has an issue, he could take it to the court. And so what I see with this bill is that it makes access to justice, as you mentioned, not only for men, but for children, more seamless and cost-effective. But at the same time, again, those little safeguards can be very significant in cost eventually, because sometimes, I mean, I'm not in the law firm business, but certain things like that, the lawyer may tend to find a way to say, boy, either a high cost or find a way to, as we say, quote unquote, coax them out of that and find some way out of it. So I think the issue of appeal should be a broad-based issue that should always be there, because there's a contention, right? So that is one. My other comment relates to Clause 6. Because this is new. This is new. This was not in the original bill as far as I would have read. Presumption in respect of artificial conception procedure. I think this is one I thought Senator Joseph might have elaborated on, because there are a series of options inside of there of artificial conception. For example, there is one of the clauses, and I could be wrong in my interpretation, that speaks to if a woman would have facilitated the conception of a child, okay, facilitated the conception. So a man and a woman would have their egg artificially connected, and then the embryo, they call it, from my studies in biology, would have then been placed there. It happens in the world, in the woman's womb to bring maturity. Then if I read it right, the law says then the mother of that child is the woman who brought that embryo to the end. Right? So I say these things so people understand the options. So someone is saying, okay, they want to do that. Well, what is the legal guidance to know? So that woman, essentially, who would have donated the egg, literally has no claim to this child at the time. That is my interpretation. And I'm not saying it's wrong or it's right, but these are things we need to understand. There must be a decision that has to be made at some point, so you know what you're doing and what you're getting involved in. But the fact that that technology is catered for is the same point we are making all year, you know. 1991, we are in 2025. This was not widespread to the sense that Dr. Alexis, no matter how learned he may be at the time, might have seen that as an open trend. And he would sit down and tell you straight up, he's an open man, gentleman, that look, at that time, we really didn't see that as a main issue. We may not have even had the capacity or the cost to do it. So at the end of the day, why even walk down that road, wait for that time when it's more affordable and it's more intact and so on. So this is the thought process we are speaking about earlier. Now, Madam President, there's another important area that I also want to raise, and Senator Lewis sort of passed by it. It was the 12-year-old decision whereby the child, having been, so let me find that page, just one minute. Because it was the point before, actually, that the bullet before that have my attention, but that one also does. So just, if you just give me, oh, actually, yes, I have it. So it's on page 10 of the bill. It is parentage testing procedure, clause 9. Clause 9, subsection 2. It says the court shall, before issuing a direction pursuant to subsection 1, ensure that is regarding testing, right? It says that the child to whom the directive relates, right? Right. So the court shall, before issuing a direction pursuant to subsection 1, ensure that A, the child to whom the direction relates, 1, if sufficiently mature, has been counseled about the effects of the parentage testing procedure. So you see this other safeguard? I know it's not 16 and it's not 18, but this child, okay? And it leave it open because item number 2 will speak about the 12-year-old. But the point I want to raise here, and Senator Joseph, I know we only speak once on the bill, but if sufficiently mature, and so it sort of had me confused because that to me maybe is a point that could have been in a definition, but of course we would say, well, leave it to the magistrate, they would know how to interpret that. But for me, what does that mean? What does that mean is a question, particularly in line with item A2, which specifically says if 12 years of age or older has been given an opportunity to express his or her view on the parentage testing. So what it essentially says that, look, if you're 12 years or older and you want this test or that test, the court give you that leeway. It didn't say if you're less than 12 years, but it says if you're sufficiently mature. And sufficiently mature, should I interpret it as being under 12 years? Because one may argue you could be 16 or 17, but you have some level of inhibition and understanding, which I think, though, there were some other clauses that deals with that in terms of someone who guiding you and taking care of you, if you have mental challenges, etc., to deal with those things. So I was kind of lost with that introductory statement in that section. And then the last part I want to comment on relates to the issue of the testing. Testing specifically with not the test to be done, but the labs. Somehow Senator Joseph speaks of how she explained it. It sounds as if there will be a list of labs, but how it's written in the bill before us, it doesn't say that. It said the minister shall approve laboratory and nominated reporter. Clause 12, on page 12, says the minister shall approve a laboratory for the purpose of carrying out a parentage testing procedure under this act and may nominate a reporter for the approved laboratory. Then it went on to 3, subsection 3 of that same 12. The minister shall publish in the Gazette the name of the, so that to me English language is 1, approved laboratory, and the, again 1, nominated reporter for the approved laboratory. So I'm wondering if this is a case-by-case matter, where the minister would be calling case number 1, so, a testing has to be done, and this minister then gazette this 1 lab and this 1 reporter, and I'm trying to figure out, well, is that really efficient? To me, that will hold up justice. And to me, this should have been written differently to indicate that there is a schedule of laboratory, approved laboratory, and this schedule can be updated if it's every 1 year, every 2 years. Likewise, reporters can also be updated such that the court in its own space can then pick what is available. So, of course, this lab had to be approved, certified within certain parameters. So I think that, to me, I have an issue with, because it shouldn't just be D. The D could end up being the same one over and over and over, and it also removes the minister from the potential of being aligned with some sort of corrupt practice, unless you're saying it's the general hospital all the time, that I'm only going to Mr. Rahman Lab, Andre Luis as the reporter. This thing doesn't look right, and it removes the court in the process, technically, and basically put the minister as the arbitrator. Because we know, how do we control other matters behind in terms of the results and manipulation? I'm just saying. So I think that there should be a schedule of the labs, certified labs, and this can be reviewed annually as the case may be. Likewise, these individuals or reporters must be certified appropriately and licensed, etc., and add some more quality, because this is a very serious issue. I mean, your own identity, who you are, and how you are connected to whatever. We have made good progress, and when you make good progress, you try to maintain it and don't lose for some frivolous action. I thank you, Madam President.
And I thank you too, Senator St. Clair. Senator Adrian Thomas, you have the floor, Senator.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll be very brief, but I rise to give support to this very important bill, the Status Children Bill 2025. Madam President, I just want to make the point that we cannot overemphasize the importance of the people of this country. And it will be remiss of me if I do not tell the nation, or I do not expound on the whole question of putting people first, which is one of our administration mantra. Madam President, we have done so much for the people in regards to housing, education. We are planning to do so much in health. Madam President, we have done so much in sports and culture, the creativity. But today, we believe, while some of the actions are tangible, we believe that there are some intangible things that sometimes we overlook. And this important issue of taking care of our people, our children, and not only taking care of our children, because a lot of us sit here, we talk about a child is a child, but what we are doing also, instilling responsibility in our parents. And this piece of legislation, Madam President, will definitely abolish the legal distinction between children born inside and outside of marriage. And we cannot stop identifying with the work of Dr. Francis Alexis, Madam President. We believe that equality at the family level will translate into equality in our society. We also believe, Madam President, that when parents are legally and emotionally accountable, families become more stable. And Madam President, the social fabric of our society begins with, as I said previously, with our family. And if we don't pay emphasis on strengthening our family, we will have a society that is dilapidated and deteriorates into what we don't want. And I believe that this piece of legislation will do justice to bring in some level of stability within the family, within our community, and within our society. And so, Madam President, I want to support this bill, which will definitely remove
all levels of discrimination. It will promote fairness, and it will strengthen parental bonds. In so doing, Madam President, the legal and moral foundation for a healthier family and stronger and more unified community will be recognized and will be observed. So, Madam President, I stand in full support of this piece of legislation, and I commend it to the House for discussion.
I thank you, Senator Thomas. Senator David Andrew.
Yes, Madam President, I rise to express thanks to all of my colleagues for their contributions and the support to this very important bill. We note some of the concerns raised. Senator Sinclair, there is still an opportunity that regulations can be put in place to see some of the things that you've mentioned realized. So I don't think it's a lost cause. You've mentioned the opportunity, the appeals mechanism to file, and there was something else you mentioned, but those can be captured through regulation that the minister does have the opportunity to put in place for the operationalizing of this piece of legislation. So all is not lost. We accept that. But Madam President, at the start of my presentation, I talked about the fact that this bill seeks to repeal and replace the work that was done, and I gave the background in the early 90s. What I did not do then was to publicly appreciate one of the leading pioneers, but I heard that done among some of my colleagues, Dr. Francis Alexis, at the time, who pioneered much of that work. But I referenced the work without referencing the person behind the work, a lot of it. So I want to personally put on record my thanks to him, and on behalf of my colleagues here, for him having laid a strong foundation in the right direction upon which this bill stands. And in fact, this bill strengthens what was already started in its effort to eliminate all forms of discrimination based on the status of a child's parents at the time of the child's birth, the marriage status, strengthening the rights of children and their privacy rights in court hearing. This does that as well, this new bill. It clarifies legal procedures for establishing parentage, and of course it repeals any outdated bits of legislative language that is discriminatory. Some critically important elements: we know that it gives allowance for in vitro fertilization methods that allow for a child to be born. It facilitates that. That wasn't in the previous bill. It allows for instruments, acknowledging instruments of registration for paternity that has to be filed in the registry, and it allows for a child-centered approach to treating with all of these judicial processes, including counseling and a private place. So, Madam President, having presented this bill and having gotten such robust and substantive contributions from all of my colleagues, I am comfortable to close this debate and recommend your continued adjudication in this matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Andrew. Honourable members, the question is that the bill be read a second time. All those who are in favour, say aye. And those opposed, say no. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act shortly entitled Status of Children Bill 2025.
Senator David Andrew.
Madam President, I beg to move that the Senate resolves itself into a committee of the whole Senate to consider this bill part by part.
Honourable members, the question is that this Honourable House resolves itself into a committee of the whole Senate to consider the bill part by part. All those who are in favour say aye. And of the contrary opinion, say no. Ayes have it. We are now in the Committee of the Whole of the Senate.
Part 2, Status of Children.
Honourable members, the question is that Part 2 on the status of children forms part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye. Of the contrary, say nay. Passed.
Part 3, Parentage.
Honourable members, the question is that Part 3 on parentage forms part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion, say nay. Passed.
Part 4, Disposition of Property.
Honourable members, the question is that Part 4 forms part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion, say no. Passed. The ayes have it.
Part 5, Miscellaneous.
Honourable members, the question is that Part 5 on miscellaneous forms part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye, and of the contrary opinion say nay. Miscellaneous Part 5 passes.
Schedule consequential amendments.
Honourable members, the question is that the schedule on consequential amendments forms part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye, and of the contrary opinion say nay. Passes.
Part 1, Preliminary.
Honourable members, the question is that Part 1 on preliminary matters forms part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye, and of the contrary say nay. Ayes have it, it's passed. Senator Andrew.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the Senate resumes and the chairman of the committee reports the progress on the bills.
Honourable members, the question is that this House, that the Senate resumes and the chair of the committee reports on the progress of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye, and of the contrary say nay. Ayes have it. Honourable members, I have the honour to report that the bill was considered by a committee of the whole Senate and passed with discussion and without amendment. Minister Andrew.
Madam President, I beg to move that the chairman's report be adopted.
Honourable members, the question is that the chair's report be adopted. As many as are of that opinion say aye, and of the contrary say nay. Ayes have it, the chair's report is adopted. Minister Andrew.
Madam President, I beg to move the third reading of the bill.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill be read a third time. Honourable members, the question is that the bill be read a third time and passed. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. Of the contrary opinion, say nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act shortly entitled Status of Children Bill 2025.
Leader of Government Business in the Senate.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, I beg to introduce the first reading of a bill for an act shortly entitled Public Sector Employees Pension Fund Validation and Indemnification Bill 2025.
Thank you, Leader of Government.
A bill, an act to validate and confirm as lawful the addition of statutory bodies to Schedule 1 of the Public Sector Employees Pension Fund Act number 19 of 2024, shortly entitled Public Sector Employees Pension Fund Validation and Indemnification Bill 2025.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to move that the relevant standing orders of the Senate be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all its stages at this sitting.
Honorable members, the question is that the relevant standing orders of the Senate be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all its stages at this sitting. All those who are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
And of the contrary opinion say nay. Ayes have it. Minister Adrian Thomas.
Madam President, I beg to move the second reading of the bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill be read a second time. Senator Thomas, Adrian Thomas.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, again, we continue to look after our people in its entirety, to look after the welfare of our people, even when they are not of any service in regards to a working life in our country. Madam President, we have seen many gaps in our society where people at some point in their life are no longer relaxed, are no longer confident that after the working life, they will be retiring into poverty. Our campaign, Madam President, during the last election was to ensure that after giving yeoman service to your country and the time comes for retirement, you must be still smiling as though you're at your prime when working. And so, Madam President, in our effort to ensure that that happens throughout our society, the government has taken on the responsibility to pay all public workers' pension and to take into consideration those who may not be directly involved in the public service, but through statutory bodies and other organizations. But we have taken it a step further to encourage the private sector to do likewise. And so, while some of us may have enjoyed the 1958 pension, we have come to the conclusion that we cannot continue in that direction. And the time has come when the law must evolve, and we must take into consideration a contributory pension scheme for public sector employees. And so, Madam President, we have come to this bill, this very important bill, the Public Sector Pension Fund Act, Madam President, which was enacted by Parliament as an Act number 19 of the 2025 to provide for the establishment of a contributory pension scheme for public sector employees and employees of statutory bodies listed in Schedule 1 of the Act. Madam President, Section 73 of the Act empowers the minister responsible for public administration to amend Schedule 1 by order subject to affirmative resolution to add additional statutory bodies to which the provision of the Act would apply. Madam President, the minister exercised this power by making an order, SRNO number 30 of 2025, to add additional statutory bodies. Madam President, and those bodies we are talking about are, 1, the Grenada Cultural Foundation. Yes, the Grenada Cultural Foundation exists, and they are workers, they are human beings, and they deserve a pension at the end of their working life. Number 2, the Grenada National Stadium Authority. The Grenada National Stadium Authority will be around for a long time, Madam President. And these workers need to be considered too. Planning and Development Authority and the T.A. Marisho Community College. Madam President, these bodies will be added to Schedule 1 of the Act. But notwithstanding this, Madam President, the exercise of the minister's power, the order did not receive the requisite parliamentary approval as required under Section 3. Therefore, the deductions and payments of contributions of employees from the statutory bodies listed above was inadvertently done without full legal statutory authority. So, Madam President, this bill that we are presenting here today seeks to validate and confirm as lawful the addition of statutory bodies to Schedule 1. And so, Madam President, the bill we are presenting here contains 3 clauses and 1 schedule. Clause 1 provides for the short title of the bill, and Clause 2, Madam President, validates and confirms as lawful the purported addition of the statutory bodies listed in the schedule to this Act by the order, on all other acts done, including the deduction of contributions and the payment of those deductions made as a result of the said order during the period January 2025 until the commencement of the bill. Clause 3, Madam President, indemnifies persons from liability in respect of deductions and payments made pursuant to the statutory rules and order number 30 of 2025. Madam President, the Public Sector Employees Pension Fund Amendment of Schedule 1, number 2, order 2025. This order, Madam President, highlights 3 very important areas. 1, it reinserts the statutory bodies purportedly added to Schedule 1 by SRNO 30 of 2025. The Grenada Cultural Foundation, the Grenada National Stadium Authority, Planning and Development Authority, and T.A. Marisho Community College. Number 2, Madam President, the order seeks to insert 2 additional statutory bodies. Number 1, the Grenada Solid Waste and Management Authority, and the National Training Agency. Madam President, the third part of it seeks to repeal SRNO number 30 of 2025. This government, Madam President, is very and strongly committed to ensuring that every citizen, especially public sector workers, secure their financial future through participation in a structured and contributory pension scheme. Madam President, we recognize that pension is a very important instrument in the development of our society. Pension, Madam President, gives us some social protection and income security. And if pension is not there, Madam President, somebody will have to take on the responsibility. And hence the reason why we can relate the previous bill that was passed to the pension. And if every structure in our society is organized in that manner, I'm sure the social programs that we have in the service in our agrarian society today will surely be significantly reduced. Because if the pension is not there, somebody will have to take on the responsibility. And I believe the government might be called upon to take on the responsibility. And because those structures are not there, we find ourselves spending so much money on housing, and health, and social development, and others. Madam President, we want to make sure that we reduce old age poverty in this country. And therefore, while we enjoy, as public servants and other private sector, we want to make sure that the statutory bodies are well taken care of. In summary, Madam President, we believe that this administration is resolute about ensuring that every worker, especially those in the public sector, has a structured pathway to financial security. And through the contributory pension framework, we will ensure, and we seek, Madam President, to achieve some level of equity across the public service. Madam President, this administration wants to make sure that we have some level of sustainability in our fiscal management. Madam President, the level of legality and accountability that we want in our system calls for new laws and amendments in our country, and some level of social stability for present and future generations to come. Having said this, Madam President, I am sure that the Grenadian public will welcome such bill. I am sure that the workers who don't have access to a pension and who is living in a sense of darkness because they do not show what will happen will now see this bill as a light at the end of the tunnel. And so I commend this very important bill to this very honorable House for high-level discussion and approval this very important day. Let us make it a historic day. Thank you.
I thank this very high-level senator for his presentation. Thank you, Senator Thomas, and I offer the floor to Senator Lewis. You have the floor, Senator.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And it's good to see my colleague, who himself was a leader member of the trade union movement, being so energized that he's no longer thinking about going home, but calling for high-level discussion, right? Open the flow, right? I know you always had it in him, you know. Yeah, I know you always had it in you. No, but the leader of government business in his presentation as to the added statutory bodies And two names were mentioned that I have not seen here, two statutory bodies, namely National Training Agency and Grenada Solid Waste Management Authority. But here I am going. My concern is as follows, that we all will remember that the original bill, which is now an act, a law, clearly stated that the statutory bodies or so to be added will be those that do not have pension plans, or you do not have collective agreements that have pension plans. And therefore, what I'm about to say, I'm putting up front that I'm accepting that it may be an oversight. Grenada Solid Waste Management Authority, represented by the Grenada Technical and Allied Workers Union, do have a pension plan / past service. We are in the process of finalizing everything with GAFIN, but that is besides the point. Yes? As a matter of fact, I can, I guess with her permission, I can indicate that I had a quick word with the Attorney General during the lunch period and showed her a letter from the Solid Waste Authority where they wrote us for us to get this thing sorted out. So I'm accepting that that will be an oversight, because we all knew from day one that as much as you may want to change those things, you can't change, and the commitment was given, well, nothing else could have been said, that wherever you have existing pension plans and or past service benefits, because in the solid waste, it is pension plan / past service benefit, which is one and the same. So I do accept that it most likely will be an oversight, because I have become aware that not too long ago, probably this week, in another place, a matter that came to our attention, but not really for our attention when you send out all the notices, all the documents. Solid waste is mentioned there, and now Senator Thomas, leader of government business, although solid waste is not mentioned in our document, in his eloquent presentation, all-inclusive presentation, to ensure, as he says, that all workers have some post-employment benefit, mention solid waste. But so I want this to be registered and the appropriate action and be taken once verified. Obviously, you'll have to do what you have to do, but we do have a signed the labor movement, and in this case, the Technical and Allied Workers Union, as a representative of the solid waste workers, do have that. And this year, just gave validation and indemnify, because salary is privileged property, you need to be covered for making deduction from salary. So I guess it was done with all the proper legal coverage. So what we are doing here is to give proper legal coverage for the relevant bodies where this was done. Yes? So that's just my observation. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lewis. Senator Thomas, do you think you ever would see the day when...
Yes, Madam President, I just want to assure him that I'm communicating with Council and will rectify that as quick as possible.
Other contributors? None. Senator Thomas, are you waiting for the information to pass it on to the Senate? You're waiting on it.
say something in the meantime. Let me say something in the meantime. Yeah, go ahead.
Senator Adrian Thomas.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I have listened to the Senator Andrew Lewis, the Labour representative. Madam President, what we have done here, we have repealed the order SRNO number 30 of 2025. Madam President, the lower house has taken a decision. Now, what you have seen that the solid waste do have a pension plan. Well, we will explore that, but the instruction we got is that we're going to pass the rule just in case. But whether they have one or not, it's up to them to refuse government to.
No.
Senator Lewis.
Thank you very much. This is not, let's be clear here, Madam President. What we are saying, the Grenada Technical and Allied Workers Union has a signed collective agreement with the Solid Waste Authority. There is no option, as far as we are concerned, and as a matter of fact, the original act, my phone is by you, yes? Okay, yes, thanks. Okay, yeah. There is no option from day one. It was clearly stated, and it can't be any other way, that where a signed collective agreement, where the workers already enjoy a benefit with a trade union, the state can't I mean, people do things. I mean, President Trump does do what he wants. So I'm saying in the context of our democracy and in the context of our arrangement, I am not feeling comfortable by the response that I've heard from Senator Thomas, not just to look into it, but it seemed to imply that they have done so elsewhere, that if the solid waste management want, they can come on board. I'm saying, I want to repeat again, for the avoidance of doubt, that the Grenada Technical and Allied Workers Union, I sent evidence here. It's not AI, unless you don't believe that what they'll be sending you is with a letterhead from the solid waste management writing us. Yes, so I'm just putting, I want to be clear that I'm not living here with I'm not accepting, and we will not accept that anywhere we have an existing agreement that the state can change this. That's all. If it was done elsewhere, I'm asking for the information to be passed from the Senate here. I am duty bound to do this because Senator Thomas, in his presentation in this place, so I can speak about it, mentioned solid waste. I'm not just saying this because I read it elsewhere. I'm saying this now. I have no legitimacy to speak about it officially because Senator Thomas, in his presentation, mentioned it. Yes.
Senator Thomas. Thank you, Senator Lewis.
Madam President, basically, really and truly, if you're offering a contributory pension, I think the workers in any institution, whether any public service, has an option to say whether they want it or not, because they have to make a contribution. And therefore, putting the provision in place, if the workers want it, and if the workers want to turn their back on it, fine. I mean, nobody ain't holding the workers at ransom to do anything of that nature. But the structure is in place. 20 years from now, who knows what the situation will be? We are making provisions to make sure that our workers have a future that they can rely on. There are many people who are in, Madam President, there are many people who are in many contributory pension. And that's the option. And the more the merrier. Some people have full pension from government and they're still in. There are a lot of people who took out, they had an agreement with CLICO and BICO. And in the 20s, I explored the possibility of making a contribution to one of those insurance companies. So by the time I'm 55, I might have been $300 richer.
Okay.
Secure your future.
Madam President, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Lewis.
Once it is clearly understood from our end here that you are not seeking, no, allow me to finish, please. Once it is clearly understood that this is not an attempt to replace that which we have, because I know what is happening in other places represented by unions and in particular TAU, where we have certain significant benefits. With this current administration, I'm aware what is happening. And therefore, we have to be alert. We have to be alert.
Madam President, a point of order. I think maybe our action seems to be as though we are in a committee stage. So maybe we should continue, and then at committee stage we can continue the discussion. I mean, a query was made and I think I answered, but we are going back and forth. So I don't know if we're going to continue the debate because I've spoken on the matter twice already. You have spoken twice. I don't think that's fair to the others.
Okay, thanks. I rest my case, but just record what I have said, and we take it industrially whenever they need it.
Thank you, Senator Lewis. Honorable members, the question is that the bill be read a second time. All those who are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. Ayes have it.
Bill for an act shortly entitled Public Sector Employees Pension Fund Validation and Indemnification Bill 2025.
Senator Adrian Thomas.
Madam President, I beg to move that the Senate resolve itself into a committee of the whole Senate to consider the bill clause by clause.
Honorable members, the question is that the Senate resolves itself into a committee of the whole Senate to consider the bill clause by clause. All those who have that opinion say aye, and of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. We are now in committee. Clerk.
Clause 2, validation.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 2 on validation forms part of the bill. All those who are of that opinion say aye, and of the contrary view say nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 3, indemnity.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 3, indemnity, forms part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye, and of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Indemnities forms part of the bill.
Schedule, list of statutory bodies.
Honorable members, the question is that the schedule of statutory bodies forms part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye, and of the contrary opinion say nay. Passed.
Clause 1, short title.
Honorable members, the question is that the short title Clause 1 forms part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye, and of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Senator Thomas.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the Senate resumes and the chair of the committee reports progress on the bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the Senate resumes and that the chair of the committee reports progress on the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye, and of the contrary opinion say nay. Honorable members, the committee has ended its work, and I beg that, the question is that the chair's report be adopted. All those who have that opinion say aye, and of the contrary say nay. The ayes have it. Senator Thomas.
I beg to move that the chair's report be adopted.
Honorable members, the question is that the chair's report be adopted. All those who have that opinion say aye, and of the contrary opinion say nay. Senator Thomas.
Madam President, I beg to move the third reading of the bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill be read a third time. Honorable members, the question is that the bill be read a third time and passed. All those who have that opinion say aye, and of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act shortly entitled Public Sector Employees Pension Fund Validation and Indemnification Bill 2025.
Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to introduce the first reading of a bill for an act shortly entitled The Agreement Establishing the Partnership Initiative for Sustainable and Land Management for Caribbean Small Island Developing States, Bill 2025.
The bill which seeks to give the force of law to the agreement establishing the Partnership Initiative for Sustainable Land Management and the agreement between the Partnership Initiative for Sustainable Land Management and the Government of Grenada, shortly entitled Agreement Establishing the Partnership Initiative for Sustainable Land Management for Caribbean Small Island Developing States, Bill 2025.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to move that the relevant standing orders of the Senate be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all its stages at this sitting.
Thank you, Senator. Honorable members, the question is that the relevant standing orders of the Senate be suspended so as to enable the bill to be taken through all its stages at this sitting. All those who have that opinion say aye, and of the contrary opinion say nay. Passed. Minister Thomas.
Madam President, I beg to move that the second reading of the bill be taken at this time.
Thank you, Senator. Honorable members, the question proposes that the bill be read a second time. Honorable Senator.
Yeah. Madam President, again, our government are taking on responsibility. They're going to help our agricultural sector, which is so important to the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. Madam President, this bill, before I dive into the real substance of the bill, I just want to lay a foundation in terms of really and truly what this PISLM is all about. And it's something that we have been talking about in the Caribbean for a very long time. However, it may be news to many Grenadians, many lay people, especially in the farming community. The PISLM, Madam President, really and truly, what it abbreviates is a Partnership Initiative for Sustainable Land Management. And land management in this part of the world, Madam President, is very serious business. And sometimes we take it for granted. It's a natural phenomenon. And we are there, the land is there, and we will go along as nature takes its course. But Madam President, in this day and age with climate change, if we don't make a special effort to manage our land resources, we will find it's very difficult to do for man to sustain life on this planet. And therefore, Madam President, the focuses will be on sustainable land and soil management in the Caribbean region. And the whole objective, Madam President, is to combat desertification. Desert, the base word. We are not accustomed to this part of the Caribbean, to this term in the Caribbean. But Madam President, if we don't apply good practices, if we don't exchange ideas from people that have knowledge and skills and who have done the research. If we don't share those things, Madam President, well, what we will have is serious soil degradation. And this is what this whole project is about, to avoid these things from happening. And therefore, I am so proud that these things have been addressed and we're not taking things for granted. Because, Madam President, the whole question of soil fertility, the loss of soil fertility, is an expense that many of our societies will not be able to endure if we do not pay particular attention to it. And more will be attempting to apply artificial fertilizer to our soils. Madam President, the whole question of poor nutrients balance in the soil could be a serious threat to our agricultural sector. Time and time again, we come to Parliament and the agricultural senator will talk about the importance of food security. We will say, yes, vertical agriculture, greenhouses, hydroponics, we can all do those modernized way of doing agriculture. But I don't think we have adopted the greenhouses to accommodate the mahogany tree or the nutmeg tree as yet. And therefore, there are so many resources that are needed for the survival of mankind, where we have to depend on the soil and the ecosystem framework. Madam President, we cannot overemphasize the importance of preserving and protecting our ecosystem. Madam President, what I'm about to present here, will give Grenada a golden opportunity to experience world-class labs, soil lab in particular. Since Ivan in 2024, that very important soil lab we had at Maribor was destroyed by Ivan, and since then, Grenada has not had the opportunity to do a simple soil test if you are growing bananas. And if you are growing bananas, we know that bananas need a high percentage or high nutrients in potassium. But how do we know the soil doesn't have potassium? So you may well be fertilizing your banana with a whole heaping set of fertilizer, expensive fertilizer, to make sure that the plants get potassium. And when done, you don't need to do that. But the only way you can assure that this soil has the nutrients is to do a soil test. Grenada will have a golden opportunity to have a lab. Grenada will have a golden opportunity to have trained personnel and have contacts with trained personnel both regionally and internationally. Madam President, we will be able to document our soil. We'll be able to know, and we have started doing that work already in the Ministry of Agriculture. We already have documented the type of soils that are prevalent in Maribor, in St. David, in St. Andrew, in Victoria. Madam President, the establishment of the PISLM will further enhance those very important scenarios. And so, Madam President, the agreement establishing the Partnership Initiative for Sustainable Land Management for Caribbean Small Island Developing States was signed by Barbados, Dominica, Grenada, and St. Lucia on the 11th of May 2024. Since then, Madam President, and entered into force on the 2nd day of May 2024. Madam President, as I said, the whole objective and purpose, the primary purpose of this agreement that was established is to promote sustainable land and soil management within the Caribbean. And so, Madam President, when this was established in May 2024, the signing took place between the government of Grenada and the PISLM on the 11th day of June 2025. Madam President, and on that day, Grenada accepted to be the host of the headquarters of the PISLM, PISLM. And so, Madam President, although we have signed the agreement and we agree to have the headquarters in Grenada, we have to remember that Grenada is a dualist state, and both agreements must be incorporated or domesticated in the laws of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique, Madam President. And so, the bill that I'm about to present here today contains 6 clauses and 2 schedules. Clause 1, Madam President, seeks to provide the short title of the Act and for its retroactive commencement on the 2nd of May 2024, save for clauses 3 subsection 2, clause 5 sub 3, clause 5 sub 4, and clause 6c, and schedule 2 of the bill, which shall be deemed to have come into force on the 17th day of June 2025. Madam President, clause 2 provides for the interpretation and provisions that are mentioned in the bill. Clause 3 provides for the agreement as set out in Schedule 1 to the Act and the headquarters agreement as set out in Schedule 2 of the Act to have the force of law in Grenada. Madam President, Clause 4 speaks to exemptions that the Partnership Initiative for Sustainable Land Management from the application of certain legislative enactments and from the payments of specified duties and charges. Clause 5 provides for amendments to the PISLM agreement and revision as supplementary agreements to the PISLM headquarters agreement as agreed to by the parties to be reflected in the respective schedule to the Act by order published in the Gazette. And finally, Clause 6, Madam President, empowers the Minister to make regulations to give effect to the provisions of the PISLM agreement. And this agreement and the PISLM headquarters agreement and the Act on a recommendation of the Partnership Initiative for Sustainable Land Management. Madam President, Schedule 1 set out the text of the PISLM agreement, and Schedule 2 sets out the text of the PISLM headquarters agreement. Madam President, this is the bill in a nutshell, and so I commend this bill to the House for discussion, not so long, but short and sweet. Thank you very much.
I thank the Senator, former Minister of Agriculture, and I pass the floor at his request to the representative of farmers and fishers in the Senate, Senator St. Clair. You have the floor, Senator.
Thank you, Madam President, and of course, I stand here to again make my contribution on an important bill that connects directly to the purpose for which I'm here and the persons, farmers, fishers, for which I represent, and the connecting community as a whole. The agreement for establishing the Partnership Initiative for Sustainable Land Management and the Small Caribbean Island States Bill. And essentially, as the leader of government business would have indicated, This bill essentially is to set up the legal framework for hosting the head office or the regional office or sub-regional office for this initiative within the Eastern Caribbean. And as such, as we have done in many cases, and will do in a while after this bill, is essentially creating the framework and the environment for those institutions to establish. Of course, we know that this should have been operational in some form already. I have been attended the first, I think when there was the launch a few years ago, I think it was at the Radisson, and there are different persons who are there, regional and local. So I'm very familiar with the space connected with this. At the same time, for persons just listening on for the first time, may want to know, well, what has this project been doing, this office has been doing, you know, not for the Caribbean and Eastern Caribbean, but what has it been doing for Grenada, you know? So when you have these institutions closer in the country, you expect most time to have not only your own local persons employed, because it's not agreement, not because it's in Grenada, Grenadians will be employed, it's a regional project, but having knowledge. I know we have a significant number of local persons linked to this, headed by a Grenadian actually at the local level. But also, how does we see benefits, and more benefits quicker, because it's in our space. For too long, we have seen a lot of these agencies in neighboring countries. And so, whilst it's a good thing, of course we know there is certain cost that comes with it. And of course myself and my goodly Senator Rahman was asked, well, who funding this thing? Where the money coming out? And of course, if you read further down about this agency, you'll find CARICOM, Green Climate Fund, and many other agencies, donors, as yourself would be aware, would be contributing, you know, the United Nations, UNDP, etc., to the funding of a lot of the activities connecting to that. So what we have to do, and what we have to ensure, is that we ensure that the leadership within these institutions provide enough publicity of the project activities that they are involved in, such that our local farmers or local community can able to at least see the way at the end of it all. Because maybe 10 years from now, again, it might be decided for some strange reason to move the office away from here. But we know that when you have those offices here, it helps to build capacity, because a lot of the meetings, conferences may tend to be where the head office is. And as such, it gives a boost for visitors, tourism, and other connecting things. But what we want to say at the end of the day is that we can able to get some reports that translate to real benefits. I know there have been some benefits. I don't have the detail because there have never been a public report of this yet. And we trust that reports, annual reports of these agencies would make its way to the House in some form, such that we can able to scrutinize the value added, if we want to say that, in this regard. The issue of land degradation and so on is very important. We see what has happened with a lot of our land, our soils, fertility, etc. And so this agency specifically looking at that area, the earth, gives us a chance to protect, particularly people in Carriacou or Petit Matnik, yeah, where you have a lot of the effect and impacts of the animals and the grazing. You know, there are a lot of consideration that need to be given there in particular. So I just saying that as a factor that we don't lose sight of. I know that they have been working there in certain ways, so that's why I am mentioning it in that space. So with that, we welcome the agency, and we welcome the, not whatever benefit, we welcome the real benefits for the issues that we face in our space here. And that's my contribution, Madam President.
I thank you for your contribution, Senator Sinclair. I believe the debate is concluded. Honourable members, the question is that the bill be read a second time. No? There's a request for the floor. Senator Rahman, you have the floor, Senator.
Thank you, Madam President. So that now that my two colleagues have just confirmed what this entity will be about, we see that it is good, very good for Grenada and for the region. Two questions come to my mind. If you are going to test the soil, and you are going to assist in where you plant what, which makes sense, where it is more suited for this type of crop or that type of crop to boost yields, which makes sense. You may also have to be involved in zoning. Say that this is a wetland area, this is good for the planting of rice, for example. This is a particular area that is high in calcium and it's good for this or good for that. That may have other effects on other forms of development. If an individual has land that he wants to develop outside of agriculture, I'm wondering what lien, for lack of a better word, would this agency have over that landowner that wishes to develop it in another way, not necessarily with regard to farming. So that's one thing that came to mind. The other thing that came to mind is that many years ago, investors and governments and so forth were mostly concerned with natural materials in the land, such as gold, silver, bauxite, and so forth, diamonds. But today we know that there is great demand for lithium, and we hear that there are trade wars over rare earth minerals. What if we were to discover something that we don't know existed in our soils, such as rare earth minerals that they use for precision-guided weaponry and so on in the world? And all of a sudden that becomes very, very valuable. Does this speak to that? What happens then? Does it even mention the possibility of that and contemplate that? That's the second thing that comes to my mind. Because while we welcome this initiative, and it is very happy to do so, zoning is important for the development of a country, and what's in the land, in our soil that we may not know of, could be hidden wealth that our country could benefit from and the people of Grenada could benefit from in the long run, and we don't want to shortchange them. I thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rahman. I offer the floor to Senator David Andrew.
Right. Madam President, I rise to support this bill, the agreement establishing the Partnership Initiative for Sustainable Land Management, the PISLIM for Caribbean Small Island Developing States, Bill 2025. Grenada, like many of our regional partners, we are small land masses, but we like to say big ocean states. And land is a critical asset, it's a critical element that is, in fact, in short supply. And if we are going to be sustainable about our development, we have to manage the land resource well. I think our brother, the senator on the other side, is quite correct in talking about zoning, in talking about ensuring that we use land optimally. If we do not regulate this, and I know we've had discussions before about a land use and land management policy, all of these things fall into play as we consider this piece of legislation headquartered in Grenada, and that will put some additional pressure on us to get it right in terms of our own land management policies here. But we cannot afford to continue to have all of estate lands for agricultural production, the arable lands, just cut up. And once we put any feeder roads and farm roads for infrastructure for agricultural production, we have those lands just used up for residential purposes, and then agricultural production continues to plummet. And then we wonder why we cannot feed ourselves, and we wonder why inflation pressures continue to push upwards. You know, so all of these factors come into play when we consider anything concerning land use and land management. So with that said, it will make the owners be very strong on us to ensure that the areas that are best suited for housing, we allocate for housing. And the areas that we earmark for agricultural production remain that. And so, in addition to the potential or possible discovery of minerals, rare minerals possibly, or any other resource within our land, all of those things I'm sure will be tailored to. And so, having said this, I give my full support to the establishment of this partnership, knowing full well that it will guide, regulate, and help to streamline how we use this in short supply but very important resource that we have in Grenada and other small island states like ours. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Thomas, you're requesting the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Let me express my gratitude for the contribution coming from my colleagues in this very honorable House. And just a quick comment, Madam President. As I said in my preambles, I think it's a very golden opportunity because we are dealing with an international organization with a lots of experts, and which really and truly sometimes we believe we have and we don't have. As I said, we don't take the management of soil on our lands as that serious. And it's because we don't maybe have the knowledge and skills to do so. I think this is a golden opportunity for we to expose ourselves to the international community. And it is so important in this time of climate change and all that goes with it. So I believe it's a win-win situation for Grenada on a whole. The whole question of degradation of land is so important these days that if we don't pay particular attention to manage it properly, we can end up with having a barren land.
Thank you, Senator. Honorable members, the question is that the bill be read a second time. All those who are of that opinion say aye, and of the contrary opinion say nay. Passes.
A bill for an act shortly entitled Agreement Establishing the Partnership Initiative for Sustainable Land Management, Caribbean Small Island Developing States, Bill 2025.
Senator Thomas.
Madam President, I beg to move that the Senate resolves itself into a committee of the whole Senate to consider the bill clause by clause.
Honorable members, the question is that this Honorable House resolves itself into a committee of the whole Senate to consider the bill clause by clause. All those who are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
And of the contrary say nay. Passes. The Senate is suspended. We are in committee of the whole Senate.
Clause 2, interpretation.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 2 on interpretation forms part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye, and of the contrary say nay. Passed.
Clause 3, agreements to have the force of law.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 3 on the agreement forms part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye, and of the contrary opinion say nay. Passed.
Clause 4, exemptions.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 4 on exemptions forms part of the bill. All those who are in agreement say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. Passes.
Clause 5, amendments to the schedules.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 5 concerning amendments to the schedule would form part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye, and of the say aye, and of the contrary opinion say nay. Passed.
Clause 6, regulations.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 6 on regulations forms part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye, and of the contrary opinion say nay. Passed.
Schedule 1, agreement establishing a partnership initiative for sustainable land management for Caribbean small island developing states.
Honorable members, the question is that Schedule 1 on the agreement forms part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye, and of the contrary opinion say nay. Passed.
Schedule 2, agreement between the Partnership Initiative for Sustainable Land Management and the Government of Grenada.
Honorable members, the question is that Schedule 2 on the headquarters agreement forms part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye, and of the contrary opinion say nay. Passed.
Clause 1, short title and commencement.
Honorable members, the question is that Clause 1 on short title and commencement forms part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye, and of the contrary view say nay. Passed.
Madam Chair, I
Honourable
beg to
Senator.
move that the Senate resumes the chair and the chair of the committee reports progress on the bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the Senate resumes and the chair of the Committee of the Whole reports progress on the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye, and of the contrary say nay. Passes. Committee is closed and we are resumed in the Senate. Honorable members, I have the honor to report that the bill was considered by a Committee of the Whole Senate and it was passed with discussion and no amendment. Senator Thomas.
Madam President, I beg to move that the chair's report be adopted.
Honorable members, the question is that the chair's report be adopted. All those who have that opinion say aye.
Aye.
And of the contrary opinion say nay. Chair's report is adopted. Senator.
Madam President, I beg to move the third reading of the bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill be read a third time. Honorable members, the question is that the bill be read a third time and passed. As many as are of that opinion say aye, and of the contrary opinion say nay.
bill for an act shortly entitled Agreement Establishing the Partnership Initiative for Sustainable Land Management for Caribbean Small Island Developing States, Bill 2025.
Senator Claudette Joseph, you have requested the floor. You have it, madam.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I beg to introduce for first reading a bill for an act shortly entitled the Eastern Caribbean Citizenship by Investment Regulatory Authority Agreement Bill 2025.
A bill which gives domestic legal effect to the ECCIRA agreement by conferring force of law upon the agreement, shortly entitled Eastern Caribbean Citizenship by Investment Regulatory Authority Agreement Bill 2025.
Senator Joseph.
Madam President, I beg to move that the relevant standing orders of the House, of the Senate, be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all its stages at this time.
Honourable members, the question is that the relevant standing orders of the Senate be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all its stages at this sitting. All those who have that opinion say aye, and those of the contrary opinion say nay. Passes.
Madam President, I beg to move the second reading of the bill.
Honourable members, the question, thank you, Senator. The question proposed is that the bill be read a second time.
Madam President, since in the early 2000s, thereabouts, several of the Caribbean islands, including some in the OECS, have adopted policies and laws that provide for and embrace various permutations of citizenship by investment programs. We know, Madam President, there was a first attempt between 1996, thereabouts, and 2001 of a program in Grenada, then called the Economic Citizenship Program. That attempt, that program was not very well legislated or regulated. And those of us who know the history, we ran into some difficulty with the Economic Citizenship Program, some unsavory and questionable characters ended up with Grenadian passports, and that was the reason cited by the Canadians when we lost the privilege we had of being able to travel to Grenada without the need, to Canada, of being able to travel to Canada without the need for a visa. That's history because at the time the Canadians cited that they had repeatedly asked our then government for review and improvement of the program, but that was not forthcoming. Madam President, by 2013, citizenship by investment had become more commonplace around the world. And let me say that large countries such as Canada itself, the United States, the United Kingdom, several of the European countries all have versions of citizenship by investment. So it is a model used and adopted around the world by large and small countries alike. Madam President, in 2013, we passed in Grenada a Citizenship by Investment Act. And that act significantly improved on the previous version. In fact, the true history of that act is that it was being worked on by an NDC-led administration, so to speak. All the preparations and so were being done, so that when that administration demitted office in February of 2013, the work was sufficiently advanced so that the legislation was passed in or around August or so, 2013. So I make that point to say that, Madam President, both of the major political organizations in Grenada embrace the idea of the Citizenship by Investment program. And why is that idea embraced, Madam President? This model has proven to be economically viable in countries where it is well run. And Madam President, at present, revenues from the CBI program account for about 12% of our GDP. And in fact, Madam President, in terms of revenues, since in about 2021, 2022, the projected revenues derived from the CBI program, the actual revenues derived from the CBI program outstripped the projected revenues. Receipts from the program go towards much needed national development, infrastructure, nation building, culture, and budgetary support. Just off the top of my head, Madam President, I can think of the Monkuma Road. That was done with CBI revenues. The St. John's Flood Mitigation Project, the wall at River Road, that has significantly helped. That is being undertaken with CBI revenues. We see our own CBI unit has rebranded as the IMA, and they now sponsor events, sports, culture. They have sponsored a steel band, the Rainbow City All-Stars, and that was a steel band that struggled for a long time in terms of performance at Panorama, which is a big test for steel bands. And we see what a little sponsorship could do, because in this year's Panorama, they came second. They defeated the then reigning champion, the New Dimension, and of course the great Angel Harps, the Wharf Band. So with a little help from the IMA, Rainbow City All-Stars, they have arrived. They're in the big leagues now. So, Madam President.
They are from my parish, so I'm accepting all the kudos.
I see Senator Andrew smiling,
Senator
and so
Andrews
is Senator
and I.
Sinclair. So, Madam President, the CBI program since 2013, it has been serving us reasonably well. Apart from the revenues derived, we see commercial enterprises and initiatives coming out of the CBI program. We have the Six Senses. We have Beach House. We have a number of other projects that are CBI approved, and those that have come on stream, they have improved our hotel stock. They have created employment for many of our nationals, and they have generally helped to market Grenada further afield and in non-traditional markets. So the benefits that we derive from the CBI program, they are multifaceted, and where we can no longer rely so heavily on the traditional sources of income. In these small island states, we have to continuously be creative and to think of new areas of generating revenue so that we can advance our people, so that our people can prosper, so that our people can live similar qualities of life as enjoyed in what we call the first world countries. And as leaders, that is our constant struggle. This is what we constantly aim to do. Take decisions, implement policies and laws that will redound to the improvement of the lives of our people, the quality of life, the standard of living, and also to reduce the cost of living. And so, Madam President, in the OECS region, we have already some institutions that are very successful. We have proven as a sub-region that we can stand up and stand out and stand tall globally. We have as shining examples the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank that has helped us to maintain a stable currency and stable economies since in the 1970s when it was established. We also have the ECA, the Eastern Caribbean Civil Aviation Authority, and they help to ensure that the small airlines that travel or that transport our people around the sub-region and beyond, maintain a high safety record, and they have been able to do so. Madam President, we have our court, which is recognized globally as a model regional court that covers several jurisdictions, our Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court. And of course, we have the OECS Commission itself. So, as a sub-region, we know how to come together, to pull our resources together, and to set up institutions that help to manage our collective economies and jurisdictions in an efficient and responsible way for the benefit of all our people. So, Madam President, in May of this year, the heads of the 5 jurisdictions in the OECS that have citizenship by investment programs executed a basic MOU agreement by which they agreed in principle to set up a legal and regulatory framework that will harmonize and modernize the administration and regulation of all the CBI units in the Eastern Caribbean. And the countries with CBI programs, we have Antigua and Barbuda, St. Kitts, St. Lucia, Dominica, and Grenada. So we have 5. And following that initial MOU in May, in September, between September 18th and September 23rd, because all the heads signed the agreement on different days, but it was in September when the agreement was finally signed off on September 23rd by all the heads of the 5 territories or states that I have mentioned. And that agreement establishes the Eastern Caribbean Citizenship by Investment Regulatory Authority, ECCIRA. And the agreement seeks to implement measures and establish a coherent penalty and administrative framework to support regulating the citizenship by investment programs and the markets in which they operate for all 5 territories. And what we will see is coming out of this agreement, ultimately, our legislation, the CBI Acts themselves, they are already fairly similar. But as we refine and improve, we will find our legislation eventually being pretty much harmonized. As a matter of fact, earlier in the year, or late 2024, as a precursor to this agreement, the heads signed another agreement where they all agreed to standardize the rates at which the persons acquiring citizenship under the program pay, because we had disparities in some jurisdictions, some had different rates, and it was more a competition. And in their wisdom, they reasoned that it will be best in this vast ocean out there, when you go to market your jurisdictions, it is best to do it as a block, to do it as a unit, to do it together, as opposed to Grenada going out there competing with St. Kitts and St. Kitts competing with Antigua and Dominica competing with St. Lucia. So our heads agreed, all of them, that we would standardize. So that was the first step they took in 2024 to standardize the rates that each of our jurisdictions charge for the citizenship, for acquisition of citizenship under this program. The next thing is marketing. A framework coming out of this agreement, and as it starts working, it will flow naturally that the jurisdictions will seek to eventually market the program and product as a unit. So, Madam President, this really shows how, as a sub-region, we are maturing. We are maturing, and with that maturity will come advantages and benefits for our people. So, Madam President, as the leader of government business mentioned when the debate was taking place in relation to the previous bill, being a dualist state, and this being a multinational agreement, we are required to read and pass this agreement into our domestic law for it to have the full force and effect of law. And all of the OECS countries that are partnership to this agreement, we are the last to come to Parliament with this bill. The other 4 have already passed identical bills in all of their parliaments, identical. This bill was worked on by all of the attorneys general and parliamentary councils of the 5 states with CBI programs, and ably spearheaded and driven and led by and coordinated by the governor of the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, our own Timothy Antoine. And so I will be very happy to send him a WhatsApp after we're done here, because he keeps asking. So we are bringing up the rear in passing this legislation, which we hope all of this honorable House will support today. So, Madam President, the bill seeking to enact into law the agreement signed by the 5 heads with CBI programs in the OECS contains 5 parts and 32 clauses. Part 1, Madam President, deals with preliminaries, and it covers clauses 1 to 3 of the bill, which deals with the short title and commencement, and of course the commencement will not be automatic when the bill passes, but rather on a day appointed by the minister. And that is important, Madam President, especially for Grenada, because we are going to be the host of the authority. If the public notices, all the regional organizations, especially in the OECS, we have different organizations headquartered in different territories. So you have ECA in Antigua. You have the court. Well, according to the OECS treaty, the court should be headquartered in Grenada. But our history caused it to have to be moved during the period of the revolution to St. Lucia. And for some reason, I must ask Dr. Alexis why, for some reason when the court when we returned to the OECS court, the headquarters were not returned to Grenada. So St. Lucia is hosting the headquarters, which according to the treaty should be in Grenada. And St. Lucia is also hosting the commission. So every island hosts something. And recognizing that Grenada isn't hosting any of the regional, St. Kitts is hosting the central bank. So the agreement among the heads was that Grenada should host this regulatory authority because it will be on the stature of ECA, the commission, the bank, etc. And so the commencement will not be automatic, but instead on a date appointed by the minister to give the minister time to take the necessary steps to implement the bill and the operational and technical requirements to set up the office, especially the headquarters here. So this is what the first clause 1 deals with. Of course, clause 2, as always, contains the interpretation, the definition and interpretation clause. And in this bill, minister will refer to the minister responsible for citizenship by investment. Clause 3 speaks to the purpose of the bill, which is, in the main, to give effect to the agreement that I just spoke about, establishing the authority, and they will be responsible, that's the authority, will be responsible for the general oversight and regulation of all persons operating in the CBI space. So from agents, local agents, marketing agents, due diligence providers, investors, projects, every applicant, everybody operating in the space will be subject to the jurisdiction, so to speak, of the regulatory authority. So think of it as the GAFIN for, or the what's the name of the insurance regulators, or the FIU, right? So they are the GAFIN for CBI, put it that way. Sorry? Senator Lewis, you're giving trouble. And also, in the agreement, there is provided for offenses and penalties to be imposed in contravention of the bill or the regulations or the provisions of the agreement. And clause 3 of the bill also provides for the authority to enforce, the authority's enforcement powers to enhance public confidence and the integrity of the citizenship by investment program. And that is what we want to do. We want to make sure that the program in the OECS has longevity, such as a program in the US or Canada or the UK. It becomes a staple in our economy. And then clause 3 also provides for transitional provisions of the effective exercise of the functions and powers of the authority in accordance with the agreement. Then enforcement of the agreement, clauses 4 to 6 deals with the provision relating to enforcement. And Madam President, clause 4 of the agreement provides that the agreement shall have the force of law in Grenada and enter into force in accordance with Article 95 of the said agreement, which provides for each of the contracting parties to domesticate the agreement. Clause 5 of the bill provides that in the event of any inconsistency between the provisions of this Act and the operation of any other law, so such as our local CBI law, the provisions of this act shall prevail to the extent of the inconsistency. And we will have to come back, Madam President, in preparing, we realize we'll have to come back to make some adjustments to our local CBI law so that it is in alignment with this bill and the agreement it enacts. These provisions domesticate the agreement to ensure it prevails in the case of a conflict with other laws. Clause 6 of the bill provides for the financial provision to give effect of the bill. Madam President, under the agreement, the states who are party to it will contribute to its financing, and the contributions from each state will be a charge on the consolidated fund. So it's another agency to which we will have to make contributions. But the contributions, of course, will be minuscule compared to the benefits, financial and other, that we will derive from a strengthened and improved programs. Part 3, which comprises clauses 7 to 22, creates, among other things, criminal offenses and administrative fines for misconducts, including false information, etc., because we have to ensure that we are prepared to treat with bad actors, because in this space you will always find bad actors. And no matter how much due diligence you do, and I have seen the extent of the due diligence that is done in relation to applicants under the program, it's really thorough and extensive, and there are layers. And even so, occasionally you will have a bad actor slipping through. And sometimes the bad actors are not only the applicants. The bad actors are sometimes the agents licensed under the program, like the local agents and the marketing agents and the investors. So they can come in all shape and form. So it was imperative that we made provision in the agreement creating criminal offenses and administrative fines to treat with the bad actors we may find in the CBI space. Non-cooperation and obstruction of investigations, that deals with clause 8, because under the agreement, again, the regulatory authority will have the power to commence inquiries and investigation into any player in the CBI space that they think an investigation is warranted in relation to. So when that happens, if there's non-cooperation or obstruction of the investigation, clause 8 of the bill will impose a penalty for such non-cooperation and obstruction. And then clause 9 deals with issues of conflicts of interest, where if, for example, under the agreement, it is provided that persons may not serve as directors on the board if they have conflicts of interest. So, and in other respects, conflicts of interest may arise. So, clause 9 treats with that. Non-compliance with directions, that's clause 10. Other offenses and penalties, including breach of confidentiality and data protection breaches. And there's a general penalty clause, that's clause 12, and liability for rules for agents and developers. Clause 13, Madam President, treats with corporate bodies, because in the space you have individuals and you have corporate entities. So, and a corporate entity under our law can commit a criminal offense. So, clause 13 provides for where clause 14 provides for where the offender is a corporate entity. And clause 14 deals with administrative fines, how they are imposed. So sometimes the infraction may be a criminal offense, depending on the gravity of it, or may draw an administrative fine. And that is provided for in the legislation in terms of how the authority may impose, process, and recover administrative fines. And the authority, according to the agreement, can recover an administrative fine in the same way as a civil debt is recovered in the court. Clause 22 clarifies the primacy of the authority's enforcement decisions. So this authority, the idea is to give it very high stature so that it will constitute a serious offense to flout or not comply with any directive or to breach any aspect of the agreement. And so that will rank in priority, Madam President. Part 4 deals with miscellaneous clauses 23 to 24. It enables, it speaks to the regulations. It enables the minister to bring into force additional regulations. And 23 provides a mechanism to update the schedules in the Act and to implement amendments. So in preparing this agreement, we tried to think of everything that will come about in its operation. Clauses 25 to 32, which is at Part 5 of the bill, preserves existing approvals on a provisional basis, confirms the authority's powers during transition, and requires consequential amendments, includes also a sunset clause if all the participating states terminate the program. So the agreement will come to an end if the states, for some reason, terminate the program. And under the agreement, the existing entities, local agents, marketing agents, due diligence operators, approved projects, everybody, there's a period for submitting to the authority and registering with the authority and coming into compliance with all of the requirements of the authority. Madam President, the bill also contains 3 schedules. The first one sets out the articles of the Eastern Caribbean Citizenship by Investment Regulatory Agreement. That's the agreement that I have been speaking of. I just want to get some. Yes. Schedule 2, Madam President, sets out the offenses in respect of which liability to conviction may be discharged by payment of an administrative fine. So sometimes there will be an opportunity to pay a fine when convicted of an offense. And Schedule 3 sets out the notice of opportunity to discharge liability. So persons infringing will have an opportunity to purge the infringement by making payment of an administrative fine. Madam President, I would just like to highlight just a few sections in the agreement before I wrap up. Madam President, the early parts of the agreement, let me get the actual section, sets up a council comprising a council of ministers of all participating states, and that each minister may appoint as a person who will be like the alternate. Yes, alternate is the word. And also a board of directors is provided for. So Article 13 is what sets up the Council of Ministers, and that will comprise all of the ministers responsible for Citizenship by Investment Program. A board of directors is set up by Article 9, which, sorry, not Article 9, Article 14, which comprises 9 directors. That's what I meant to say. 9 directors provided for in Article 14 of the agreement, and the directors will be as follows: 1 director nominated by each participating state, 1 director nominated by the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, 1 director nominated by the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, 1 director nominated by CARICOM Impacts, and CARICOM Impacts is the implementing agencies for crime. Let me get the exact. I always forget impacts. CARICOM implementing agencies for crime and security, right? And then the JRCC, which is a Joint Regional Communication Center. And then 1 director nominated by the other persons appointed by the board. And the directors will hold office in the first instance for a term, a 3-year term. So, Madam President, it's very high level, and the agreement goes on in the ensuing clauses to mention what will disqualify a person from being a director, revocation, termination, all of these matters. And as I said, it is a really well and detailed, well thought out and detailed agreement. It also provides for the establishment of a reserve fund to cover the operational expenses. I mentioned that slightly before, and the fund will be by contributions from the participating states. So, Madam President, I would end it here and commit this bill to this Honorable House so that ultimately we have a better, well-regulated CBI space in the OECS and an environment that will provide for longevity of the program and continued benefits to our people. So, Madam President, I commend the bill to this Honorable House. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you. Honorable members, the question is that the bill be read a second time. All those who are of that opinion say aye, and of the contrary opinion say nay.
A bill for an act shortly entitled Eastern Caribbean Citizenship by Investment Regulatory Authority Agreement Bill 2025.
Thank you, Clerk.
But they're not debating?
The Senator Joseph, Claudette Joseph.
Madam President, I beg to move that the Senate resolve itself into a committee of the whole Senate to consider the bill clause by clause.
Honorable members, the question is that the Senate resolves itself into a committee of the whole Senate to consider the bill clause by clause. All those who are of that opinion say aye, and of the contrary say nay.
Madam President, I'm not sure if I can talk now, but I meant to say part by part.
Thank you. I meant to correct that. Part by part, and it's not clause by clause. I was just advised. Thank you. Consideration.
Part 2, enforcement of the agreement.
Honorable members, the question is that Part 2 forms part of the bill, enforcement of the agreement. All those in favor say aye, and those of the contrary opinion say nay. Ayes have it, it's passed. Part 2.
Part 3, offenses and penalties, including administrative fines.
Honorable members, the question is that Part 3 on offenses and penalties forms part of the bill. All those who are of that opinion say aye, and of the contrary opinion say nay. Passed.
Part 4, miscellaneous.
Honorable members, the question is that miscellaneous forms part of the bill. All those who are of that opinion say aye, and of the contrary view say no. Passed.
Part 5, transitional arrangements.
Honorable members, the question is that Part 5 on transitional arrangements form part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye, and of the contrary opinion say nay. Passed.
Schedule 1, Eastern Caribbean Citizenship by Investment Regulatory Authority Agreement 2025.
Honorable members, the question is that Schedule 1 on the Regulatory Authority Agreement forms part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye, and of the contrary view say nay. Passed.
Schedule 2, offenses in respect of which liability to conviction may be discharged by payment of an administrative fine.
Honorable members, the question is that Schedule 2 on the offenses and fines form part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye, and of the contrary opinion say nay. Passed.
Schedule 3, notice of opportunity to discharge liability.
Honorable members, Schedule 3 on liabilities forms part of the bill. That's the question. All those who are in agreement say aye, and those opposed say nay. Passed.
Part 1, preliminary.
Honorable members, the question is that Part 1, preliminary part of the bill, forms part of the bill. All those who have that opinion say aye, and of the contrary opinion say nay. Passed.
Madam Chair, I beg that the Senate resumes and the chairman reports progress on the bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the Senate resumes and the chair of the committee reports progress on the bill. All those who are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. The committee has concluded its work and the Senate is resumed. Honorable members, I have to report that the bill was considered by a committee of the whole Senate and passed with discussion and without amendment. Senator.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the chair's report be adopted.
Honorable members, the question is that the chair's report be adopted. All those who are of that opinion say aye, and of the contrary opinion say nay. Passed. Senator.
Madam President, I beg to move for the third reading of the bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill be read a third time. Honorable members, the question is that the bill be read a third time and passed. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay.
A bill for an act shortly entitled Eastern Caribbean Citizenship by Investment Regulatory Authority Agreement Bill 2025.
Item number 16, public business. Item number 17.
Public business.
Senator Andre Lewis, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Madam President. On the public business, I just wish to, it wouldn't take long. I mean, I prefer I had much more time. But I have some matters here that I will just highlight, not go into it, and ask for it to be distributed. And it has to do with the United States request for Grenada to host the military raider, which is a matter of public concern. So I wanted to just pass around the Grenada Trades Union Council statement on this matter, the statement on the preservation of the Caribbean as a zone of peace and respect for the sovereignty of Caribbean states from the Caribbean Congress of Labor. The Grenada Trades Union Council wants Grenada to remain a safe and peaceful island. The Grenada Coalition for the Zone of Peace, statement from the Coalition of the Zone of Peace, and a petition to keep Grenada neutral, safe, free from foreign raider of military equipment, and free from non-Grenadian deportees. So if this could be just passed around for me, please. Come on. Yeah, I'll eventually do it, but I have a reason for. Yeah.
Senator Lewis, while I thank you for your promise to be brief, I beg you to be clear.
To be?
To be clear.
I will be.
You're a bit muffled and it's late.
Oh, sorry. So. Do I need to take off my jacket and I might be clear? No, okay.
Thank you.
Madam President, we are aware that, and the government has confirmed, that a request has been made of Grenada to facilitate the installation of military-grade radar on the Morris Bishop International Airport. And we are also aware that requests have been made for Grenada to accept non-foreign or non-Grenadian deportees. Madam President, as a means of historical context and recognition, and therefore today will be a very historical moment for us in the Senate. and I'll explain what I mean by that. It is well accepted that the declaration of having the Caribbean area to be deemed and remain as a zone of peace was piloted in part by Grenada in 1979 with Comrade Maurice Bishop in the OAS. But what is also interesting, sitting at our head today, our Madam President of the Senate, my information is that our Madam President, who was then the Grenada, is it representative or ambassador to the US, was the lead presenter, or one of the lead presenters of that motion to the OAS, which found favor with all the members of the OAS, including the United States representatives. That is the information I have, and I know, Madam President, if I'm not correct on this, I know you will correct me. That's the information that I have. Why is this important? It is important that since 1979, the OAS, including the United States of America, and the other countries that make up the OAS, including Trinidad and Tobago, accepted to ensure that the Caribbean region should remain a zone of peace. And therefore, it is in this context, and building upon this block, and building upon this body of information, that we must contextualize the request of the United States of America to the government of Grenada to install military-grade radar at our international airport. In the context of a buildup of US military hardware in the Caribbean region at a time when there is clear evidence of a great possibility of a conflict with our sister Caribbean island, Venezuela. And we in the labor movement have identified and encourages Grenada to continue to be friends of everyone, to be friends of the United States, to be friends of Venezuela, to be friends of Trinidad, and therefore, and all the other countries, we ought not to facilitate any activity that can be used for or lead to military conflict in the region. We must bear in mind that we have had our fair share in Grenada in 1983, when 42 years ago, Grenada experienced firsthand the invasion on the soil, and we know the impact that that has had on our people. As a matter of fact, our interaction at the workplaces and the communities have shown us that just the thought by many Grenadians, and I will say the vast majority of Grenadians, I've hardly come around anyone who have said, yes, we should. There are concerns, because it is not people have recognized the complexities of the issue, not the answer that should be given by our government, because we are concerned and clear that the answer should be no. Yes, that the thought of us being at the center of any military operations is bringing psychological pressure, similar to what those who experienced Hurricane Ivan in 2004, every time they hear the possibility of some bad weather, I'm not even going to a hurricane, bad weather, and the breeze starts to blow, and the winds start to howl, and it appears as though the galvanized starts to tremble. People are shimmering. And it's the same sort of feedback that we are getting. So that is apart from the fact that we must not get involved in conflict and we should keep the area as a zone of peace. But it also has to do with what it means for our people. And therefore, the Grenada Trades Union Council, by the statement that I have there, is calling for Grenada to remain a safe and peaceful island. And just briefly, I'll just do one paragraph each, because it is important. Following a meeting of the Grenada Trades Union Council, GTUC, on Monday, October 13, 2025, the Council preferred that the country's best interests will be served by not acceding to any request to allow the installation of any military radar on the island. At our meeting, we discussed the serious national challenge facing Grenada in relation to the United States' request to install military radar at Morris Bishop International Airport, located at Point Saline. The GTUC cherishes the good and friendly relations that Grenada and its people enjoy with all our brothers and sisters in the Caribbean and wishes for the Caribbean to remain a zone of peace. The Council is committed to collaborating with all individuals, organizations, and the government to ensure that Grenada does everything possible to remain a safe and peaceful island. GTUC calls upon the government to seriously engage the population in meaningful consultation to arrive at a national response.
Senator, I'm trying to follow the, thank you. I'm trying to follow the rules here. I couldn't find the standing order speaking to it, but if I recall correctly, the clerk can advise me. We did not receive a notice for this presentation on your part. I allowed it because I thought it would be brief. But if you are preparing to read 4 statements without a notice to the Senate, I think that's a bit of an overreach.
I agree. I will not do that, as I've indicated. Just because it is the GTUC own that I've done that, I've indicated. Because I'm speaking on behalf of the GTUC, I have done that. But as I said, I'll just briefly mention the Caribbean Congress of Labor. I indicated this. Certainly, it was not my intention to read everything. So I accept that without any argument. I'm always guided by you.
Wrap up.
The Caribbean Congress of Labor also issued a statement calling for the preservation of the Caribbean to remain as a zone of peace. And the CCL stands in solidarity with the people of Grenada and the Caribbean community. The Coalition for a Zone of Peace have issued similar sentiments. And I'm leaving a copy of the
This is a Grenada Coalition of the Zone of Peace?
Grenada Coalition for a Zone of Peace is made up of the Grenada Trades Union Council. We have colleagues such as Dr. Wendy Grenada, Dr. Wendy Crawford Daniels, Ali Gill, Siddiqui Sylvester, Pastor Sanford Simon, Dr. Terence Marichaud, and we have collaborated together with citizens, concerned citizens of Grenada, led by Brother Senator Michael Senator Mitchell, commonly known as Shaka, a cultural icon, and his other colleagues. So we have been doing this, and therefore the petition that I'm leaving, that we have been asking people to sign physically, because there are online petitions. I've just left it with every senator here, so we can see what can be done. So I want to end by also indicating, so I'm not dealing with the statement here now, but in terms of public interest, not the statements, the impact, and I am sure that my fellow senator, Senator Roderick Sinclair, must be and ought to be concerned about the impact of what must be the illegal bombing of quote-unquote suspected drug operators in our Caribbean region, albeit it is said international waters, but it's our Caribbean region, and the fear that has been established among our Grenadian fisher folks. The fear of venturing out to sea, the fear created by the to the families, and the impact, psychological impact that it is having on our community. And as a workers' organization, because these fisher folks, they will be employing people, and the fact that when you fish, they are able to come out and sell the fish, and people will be getting employment, the fear that that is created, we ought to condemn it. We ought to condemn it, and therefore in the interest of the Caribbean region being a zone of peace, and in the interest of even the narrow interests of Grenada, we lend our voice and urges the government to continue to not to allow the military raider, and to itself continue with CARICOM and itself to call for a cessation of the bombings, recommit ourselves to the fight against drugs, because drugs is a scourge, and we should make no apologies about that. But there are laws to be followed. There are laws to be followed. And we also call for the government of Grenada not to accept any non-Grenadian deportees. And of concern to us is the information that we have had that has not been disputed, that Grenada may have or have given consideration to accepting or requesting or accepting what you call non-Grenadian deportees, but they have to be skilled. In other words, that must be an act of illegality. We will be turning Grenada into a prison to host deportees who belongs to their country. And we ought not to. Yes, we are small, but we are big, because the issue of speaking out for what is right must not be determined by size. The issue, and I am confident that the people of the world, our brothers and sisters in the United States, will appreciate that what we are speaking about is not being against America, is not being against Venezuela, is not being against Trinidad, but it's about speaking for what is right. We are friends of all, and we should continue to be friends of all, but friends do have different points of views, and friends do respect the rights of each other, regardless of how big or small you are. So even if I am small and I have something that you want, that you ask for, and I politely tell you no, because if I aggressively tell you no, and you want to take it, you might be able to take it. We expect you, regardless of how large you are, to say, look, I disagree with you, but I respect your right to say no, and we'll continue to be friends. So it is few words, Madam President. It is few. No, it is few. Given the gravity of this matter requires a longer and more in-depth discussion. It really does. So it is few. And I want to thank you, Madam President, for the role that you played. That Grenada is today remembered by our OAS brothers and our CARICOM brothers and sisters for piloting in the OAS in October, November of 79, sorry. Yeah, why am I doing a disservice to us? I mean, it was so short. It speaks about from March 79 to October, so bear with me. March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October. It took us 7 months into the revolutionary period, and mainly 7 months into doing something that has been done for the first time in the English-speaking Caribbean history, and to get the Americans and the others in the OECS to accept the piloting of our resolution to keep the Caribbean area as a zone of peace, that our President played a leading role. Thank you very much, Madam President, and we look forward to Grenada saying no to both requests, military installation and deportees, non-Grenadian deportees. I thank you very much, Madam President, and I call upon the Grenadian people to give support to the government to say no. Thank you.
I thank you, Senator Lewis, and on this zone of peace resolution of which you speak, I'm happy to share a copy of the resolution with the Senate. And I invite you, if you think it's necessary, to put it on the agenda for another time, and then I won't have to cut you short. I thank you, sir. Any other public business?
Item number 17, adjournment.
Senator Thomas, Leader of Government Business, you have the floor, sir.
Madam President, before I adjourn this meeting, it will be remiss of me if I don't speak on behalf of Senator, the Honorable Gloria Thomas. She was not able to be present here today. She's out of state on government business. I'm just sorry that I didn't make that excuse earlier in the evening. And so, Madam President, I move the motion to adjourn this Honorable House. Sign it.
Thank you. Honorable members, the question is that this Honorable House be adjourned, sign it aye. And before we take the vote, I want to make some closing remarks very briefly. First of all, to thank all those associated with the hosting of today's meeting. I want to begin by thanking all the persons associated with the 5 reports that we received. The compilation of these things are significant in the volume of time and thought and accuracy required. And though some of the reports are a bit late, since we are in 2025, we deeply appreciate the effort it would have taken to go back and to prepare them, whether it's in the GDB or the Child Protection Authority, and other reports that I'm not recalling. And I want to thank all the senators who hold state positions and gave ministerial statements here today. They really do fill this room with an optimism of actions on behalf of the people of Grenada, and we could only welcome that. By and large, they are very positive action, whether it's youth, culture, sports, education. The e-books, for example, great technological advancement for primary school. Thank you, Minister of Education. I'd like to advise you that as Grenada is a member of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association and the regional branch of it, we have an association of presiding officers, speakers, and presidents in the Caribbean. And it's a very active group. And on your behalf, I have seen fit to extend a letter of solidarity with 4 members, at least 2 members of the group Jamaica, Turks and Caicos, and 2 non-members but are Caribbean citizen brothers, Cuba and Haiti, to send them letters of solidarity following the passage of that dreadful Category 5 hurricane. I am not absolutely certain the statement has left our shores, so it will come to you tomorrow prior to its departure. But as parliamentarians, I know that the government has acted. I'm sure trade unions have acted, business and Rotary and other groups. But as parliamentarians, be assured that we also extended solidarity, and we took the opportunity to advise the parliaments of those countries what Grenada was doing and is doing with the bank account and the collection of items and so on. So we are very proud that our country has, in many cases, returned the favor that was given to us when we had these hurricane-induced crises. I want to urge the government team in here in the Senate to pay attention to respond to all the queries that were raised in the debate today. There are some questions on need for further information, what was said. I just want to put that back on the agenda so that we are thorough in our deliberations. And in closing, to thank the public and all those who have paid attention today. Someone wrote and said, great meeting, but stop the blinking lights. Yes, above, and I thought that probably captured the sentiment of the senators. We, in the staffing and servicing of the Senate, will try to improve conditions, lights, air conditions, sound, documents, and the like. I want to undertake that obligation for an improvement before we meet, and to bid you a great duration of your time until we meet again. This brings the end of my statements. Prior to asking you, honorable members, to approve the question that the Senate be adjourned, sine die. I can't see or hear you. Senator. I can take the vote. All those who are in agreement that the Senate be adjourned, sign it aye, say aye. And those who would like to spend the night here, say nay. Sign it aye, we are adjourned. Thank you.